You cease.
Don't want to. I'm quite amused. You shut your mouth.
Me too. Somebody clip his laugh, please.
No.
Right, you? Clip the
Do it. Oh my goodness, that's perfect.
Oh, no! I don't think that could have gone much worse. Or not, he's coming back to fight me. Uh-oh. I can't pin him. I can't pin him from the front, Chonky. Help me, Chonky. Chonky, help. He's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die. Oh no, there's a big one. There's a big one, Chonky.
So, if we walk on this side, which shows as not having any bombs, good to know. We can go past it without being blown to smithereens.
Franchise.
No, the cheese, not the cheese.
0.1 liter of gas. I mean, I guess we'll take it. It's gas, but son of a... Well. Yikes! Oh! All right, head count. Who's still alive?
I did it.
That's 3 times in a row it caught me.
Alright, if you wanna go press the button, do it. Stop.
All of us just died.
I was trying to run away.
What happened?
What the? That's a bot that taps us.
I'm like laugh crying over here. Power Simulator is a very relaxing game, in my opinion. The sounds of washing are very white noise like. Agreed. Also, how are you today? Welcome to the server, by the way. If anybody in here is not in the server yet, make sure you do exclamation Discord and join us. Join the Heavenly Legion. Join the shenanigans. Join the chaos. Join the squeaky!
I'm going Oh god, I'm gonna have to redeem this more often. This is way too funny.
I'm laugh crying.
You got it?
Oh, I'm a strong man. I'm a big strong man.
You ain't that strong.
I was strong enough. I just, got annihilated.
I'm a big strong man. Yeah.
Strength got nothing to do with surviving a lightning strike.
Kitchen gun!
No.
Mike.
I mean, I'm always in favor of sausage. Sausage and pies. Get your mind out of the gutter. Why are you like this?
Why are you like this?
Chat.
The keg is empty. The keg is empty.
Hey,
What I do?
hey, no.
I don't have a bucket.
I've got the buckets. I'll be
I
in.
don't got no bucket.
I'll be in short. All right. I love the disparity between my reaction and Krill's reaction. Krill's out here trying to give you a motivational speech, and I'm just like, man, that does suck. That sums it up pretty well. Never had a loan, so this is your first time loan, so you can work on your credit. I mean, fair. Soldier, good job on first. But also, welcome in, Soldier. Welcome in, Raichu. Hope you're both doing well today. And thank you for the resubscribe, Raichu. I appreciate it, my friend. Varkon, welcome in. How are you doing today? Looks like we got to do some shout-outs. So we'll shout out Soldier. Shout out Varkon.
That's gonna be me. I have a feeling.
Shout out.
It's probably me.
I always forget that you have the WTF on the front of there, and I have to go in and do that because I'm trying to type Raichu.
Somebody in chat clip that!
Alrighty.
Okay, now we're on
Shout
3.
outs.
Last man standing.
Oh gosh.
That's dirtball time.
Molly, come here.
But, alright, so, while those are playing, we'll be getting the ball rolling shortly. And once we do, of course, as per usual, we will open with prayer. After that, we'll hop into our Bible reading. And then today, I was just going to do a Media Monday, but I'll be honest, I want to play my sailing game too, so I'm going to do both. We're going to watch videos, and we're going to have some sailing going on. I'm trying to figure out how I should do it, so y'all can give some input whenever we swap over to that screen, which you like more, on what should be the primary focus. Do you want the game to be the primary focus of the stream, like video-wise, or do you want the videos to be the primary? Here, I'll just swap over to there and show you what I'm talking about. Rebozo, welcome in. So, this is how it's currently set up. The background, so up there in that top left-hand corner is the video, and then the rest of it will be the game, or we can do it the other way around. So, we'll run a poll, actually, I think. Let me set up a poll. Critter, welcome in.
Get married so young.
Alright, there we go.
Y'all, I'm feeling the love through the stream. Thank you.
So, we'll run a poll while we do all of our other stuff.
Because I sit here and I hear my playback voice on my stream.
And I want to know what you all's opinion is, which you'd rather see as the layout. Rebozo, you shush. But, alright, for now, let's get the ball rolling, shall we? Pause the music. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and as we do, we ask that you open our hearts and our minds, that you provide us wisdom, guidance, and discernment, that we may better understand the lessons that it is that you intend for us to take from today, whether they be found here in the good word, or they be found in our day-to-day life, in some interaction, some conversation, whatever tool it is you choose to teach us with today. We just ask that you grant us the insight that is necessary to make use of that lesson and to grow as Christians. We ask that you continue to that you continue to provide a refuge for us, a place where we can gather with our fellow Christians in your might. where we can refresh and renew ourselves. We live in a world full of temptations, tragedies, and enemies all about us. We just ask that you grant us the strength that is necessary to overcome each and every one of them as we go about our day today. We ask that you lay your healing hands on each and every one of us. You know our personal struggles, whether we have admitted them out loud or not. You know what's in our heart. You know what we need better than we do. And I just ask that you grant us those needs today. That you take those burdens away. But above all, we ask for your mercy and for your forgiveness, for we are not but sinners and fools, each and every one of us, and that your will be done in our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. Alright, so you got 2 votes so far. Fair enough, fair enough. Now, though, for our verse of the day, Hebrews 1:1 and 2 from the King James Version of the Bible. God, who at sundry times and in divers manners spake in time, past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. Indeed, we have no need for prophets anymore. They're a thing of the Old Testament, not of the current day, or of the New Testament. Once Christ was there was no need for the prophets. Prophets in the past were our way to converse with the Lord and for the Lord to share with us whatever it would be that he wished to share. But then he sent Christ, at which point there was no need for prophets anymore. So that is true, which is also why things like Mormonism is something that I just disregard wholly. It's like, no, you're claiming to be a prophet that came after Jesus Christ. That doesn't work, bud. That's not how that works. It's like saying, it's like trying to show up to the modern day where we've got super modern technology and being like, yes, my fax machine. It is truly the pinnacle of technology. It's like, what? My man, you missed the train, you missed the bus, you missed the train, you missed the horse and buggy, you missed all of it, bud. You missed it. Don't try. Welcome in, Starberry. Naveen, thank you for the follow, my friend. How did you find us? And welcome in. Also, we're running a poll, everybody. Vote. Let your opinion be felt. For the next part of the stream, once we're done with the Bible reading, will we have the game as the primary focus or the video as the primary focus? That is the boyfriend. I see. Well, welcome in all the same, my friend. How are you? Now, though, for continuing on with the Book of Psalms. With and no one's allowed to giggle at this. It's Psalm 69. No giggling. I expect everyone here to behave like upright adults. We're all more mature than that. I'm definitely not, but we're all going to pretend that we are, so we can get through this one without any silly jokes. To the chief musician upon Shoshanim, a psalm of David. Save me, O God, for the waters are come in unto my soul. I sink in a deep mire where there is no standing. I am come into deep waters where the floods overflow me. I am weary of my crying, my throat is dried. Mine eyes fail while I wait for my God. They that hate me without a cause are more than the hairs of mine head. They that would destroy me, being mine enemies wrongfully, are mighty. Then I restored that which I took not away. O God, thou knowest my foolishness, and my sins are not hid from thee. Let not them wait on thee, O Lord God of hosts. Be ashamed for my sake. Let not those that seek thee be confounded for my sake, O God of Israel. Because of thy sake I have borne reproach. Shame hath covered my face. I am become a stranger unto my brethren, and an alien unto my mother's children. For the zeal of thine house hath eaten me up, and the reproaches of them that reproached thee are fallen upon me. When I wept and chastened my soul with fasting, that was my reproach. I made sackcloth also my garment, and I became a proverb to them. They that sit in the gate speak against me, and I was a song of the drunkards. But as for me, my prayer is unto thee, O Lord, in an acceptable time. O God, in the multitude of thy mercy hear me, and the truth of thy salvation. Deliver me out of the mire, and let me not sink. Let me be delivered from them that hate me, and out of the deep waters. Let not the water flood overflow me, neither let the deep swallow me up. And let not the pit shut her mouth upon me. Hear me, O Lord, for thy loving kindness is good. Turn unto me according to the multitude of thy tender mercies, and hide not thy face from thy servant. For I am in trouble. Hear me speedily. I draw nigh unto my soul, and redeem it. Deliver me because of mine enemies. Thou hast known my reproach, and my shame, and my dishonor. Mine adversaries are all before thee. Reproach hath broken my heart, and I am full of heaviness. And I looked for some to take pity, but there was none. And for comforters, but I found none. They gave me also gall for my meat, and in my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. Let their table become a snare before them, and that which should have been for their welfare, let it become a trap. Let their eyes be darkened, that they see not, and make their loins continually to shake. Pour out thine indignation upon them, and let thy wrathful anger take hold of them. Let their habitations be desolate, and let none dwell in their tents. For they persecute him who thou hast smitten, and they talk to the grief of those whom thou hast wounded. Add iniquity unto their iniquity, and let them not come into thy righteousness. Let them be blotted out of the book of the living, and not be written with the righteous. But I am poor and sorrowful. Let thy salvation, O God, set me up on high. I will praise the name of God with a song, and I will magnify him with thanksgiving. This also shall please the Lord better than an ox, or bullock that hath horns and hoofs. The humble shall see this, and be glad, and your heart shall live that seek God. For the Lord heareth the poor, and despiseth not his prisoners. Let the heaven and the earth praise him, the seas and everything that moveth therein. For God will save Zion, and will build the cities of Judah, that they may dwell there and have it in possession. The seed also of his servants shall inherit it, and they that love his name shall dwell with therein. All right. It was a fair bit longer one, especially considering 70 for tomorrow is 5 lines instead of 36. But it is what it is. Some are simply far bit longer than the others, you know? But it doesn't make it any more or less good than the others. What one? Because it doesn't say for me. It just says 4 exclamation point. Last I had seen, game as the focus was the one that was winning. So I presume that that is still the case, in which case we will use this layout where the game shall be the majority of the screen, the video will be that little corner up there. And if that is the case, then so be it. We shall start off. Oh, wait, no, I'd been going through that one earlier. Alright. Oh, wait, no. Here's what we'll do. We'll watch this one first. The Cost of Concordia. An appropriate one to watch, too, considering the game that we're going to be playing today.
Costa Concordia. Ship of dreams. It's been 8 years. I can still smell the buffets from their 5
You've attained coffee, got housework done, watching a stream, wolf game. Good, my friend. I'm glad that you're doing well today.
The gym, the day spa, the sheets in 1,500 luxurious cabins hadn't even been slept in.
Let me change our category.
Cost 570.
Those of you who have been here for quite some time may recognize this game.
You could really tell.
As this is Sailwind. Once upon a time, this was the primary thing that I streamed.
I remember it like it was
just a few years ago. But we had not played it in some time until now.
A port in Rome,
but I decided I very much wished to get back into it.
It was day 2 of our 7-day journey. But that ship, she was cursed.
Oh my god.
When she premiered, the traditional bottle of champagne bounced right off the side instead of smashing.
A bad omen, but I'm not the superstitious type.
Nothing could go wrong on Friday the 13th of January, 2012.
On the 100th year anniversary of the Titanic, on a ship that's also only safety rated for 2-compartment flooding, especially not when you have a 5-star max level captain like Francisco Scatino, a man who mysteriously rose from head of security to the position of captain within
Really? Yes. This Once Upon a Time was basically the only thing I streamed.
For example,
this was 90% of our gaming back then.
When he crashed into a port in Sicily. And in 2010, in Warnemünde, Germany, when he was steering a
Welcome in, Uncle Dan. I hope you have a blessed day, my friend. It's good to see you.
I've got a good feeling about this. So let's set the scene. It's a beautiful evening. People are having fun on the slides, drinks at the bar. Antonio Magnotta is playing piano at the restaurant. Martin the Magician is setting up for his show. And the ship is setting up for a little detour. It's called a sail-by salute. Basically, you get real close to the shore and honk the horn. The locals hate it, but the customers love it.
£1,000.
Scatino, the captain,
on my little ship. Probably not.
Dominica Samor.
I think.
Remember this face because you'll be seeing a lot of it later. Scatino eats his dinner with her and socializes for a little while. Then he, Dominica, and the maitre d' finish up and excuse themselves. They're heading to the bridge. It's time for that sail-by salute. This time,
they're going to get closer than ever. Just 1,500 feet from the island of Giglio. And how are they going to determine this distance? Well, of course, the captain is going to eyeball it. Apparently, it's not an uncommon thing to do. Scatino turns to the fella steering, his helmsman, Jacob Ruslibin.
We're gonna have to change the
First
layout
interesting
here a
tidbit.
bit.
Costa Crociere has hired Jacob from Indonesia at a rock-bottom price, and he's a bit of a newbie to the job. In fact, his profession hitherto, a painter and a cleaner. It's his first time steering a massive ship, and he's very excited. At least, we think he is. It's hard to tell because he doesn't speak English or Italian very well at all. Off to a good start. The second in command orders the helmsman to 290. Now,
And
don't
our
get confused
goal
by these
today
numbers,
is
they're
to
just
not
the degrees
end
on
up
the
like the ship
compass.
that we're
At the same
listening
time,
about,
the captain whips out his cell
the
phone
Costa
and calls
Concordia.
former captain Mario Palombo, who lives on the island. They chat about the safe distance to Giglio's shores. It's all very casual. Anyway, Mario says that the safe distance is between 0.3 and 0.4 miles from shore.
Those of you that
The
may know
captain
that
is
name
going all
may have an
in.
idea where
This
this
is not
story
his
is
first
going.
sail by salute, so he's confident
Or
in
those
what
who
he's
have
doing.
seen the video
We're going
before.
closer than we've ever been before. The captain's eyeballing it again. New heading of 300, he tells the helmsman. Downstairs, Martin is about to cut his assistant in half. And of course, that means that there's already a lady inside this box. She's waiting for the cue, and then she'll poke her legs out. The captain is giving more orders. Pulling gently to 310. Increase speed to 16 knots. Going this fast is going to be a fatal error. But before we talk about that, let's talk about another big problem. Language barrier. Because at this point, the captain says 325, but the helmsman relays 315. So the first officer intervenes, and he goes, no, 335, which is also wrong. And then the captain clarifies, no, 325. The helmsman confirms 325. Their poor communication has them moving at a much wider angle than they think they are. However, the captain should and would know this, except for the next problem.
Do I risk it?
Complacency
The
about
nails are
procedure.
the next best job
The standard
for
procedure
48
of a ship this large
crowns
is
to
for
go
the third
there, but that's
officer to give
1,000
exact
pounds of
positional
nails.
coordinates every time the captain gives a new directional order. But they're not doing that. 330, he says.
Or
The
I could
helmsman
take the
relays
safer off
330. The ship
options and
reaches
take
16
like
knots.
fish.
The captain then turns to
But
the
those don't
second
pay
officer
near
and
as
instructs
well.
him to go to the left wing.
Yeah,
That's
we're
these
gonna.
things here, and they basically exist so you can get a better view over the whole vessel. A few seconds pass, and then the mood starts to turn. Scatino notices white foam of waves breaking
It's funny,
against
we're
the
listening
rocks
to a video about
directly
a
in
ship
front of
disaster,
them
and I'm over
in
here
the
like, let's
distance.
add 1,000
The
pounds
Costa
of nails
Concordia
to my small
right now
ship.
is almost 700 meters closer to the rocks
What's the worst that could
than it
happen?
should be. Without deviation, there is going to be a direct collision.
Oh, shit!
Scatino immediately commands the ship to start
Apologies
turning
for
away.
the
335.
cursing. I did not realize he
Not
had
enough.
that here.
The captain
I
shouts,
thought that he was normally
340.
pretty good about that, but I guess
The
then again
captain
that's a
yells,
meme that he
350.
used.
Now, remember how I said that accelerating
Didn't think
to
about
16
that.
knots was a fatal error? Well, that's because it's made this ship incapable of such a drastic turn. What they've got is understeer. Here's an example.
Their front end is not working. You're turning, and you're just going straight. You want to go over here, but you're going to end up over here.
So
Okay, we're gonna
despite
take
the
a quick
order of
nap.
350.
I
Right
said
now,
that-
the
yeah,
bow
my
is still
bad.
only pointing
I
at
mean,
326.
technically, to maintain a
Not nearly
PG-13
enough
rating,
to
so
miss the
long
rock.
as I don't have more
And oh
than
no,
one F-bomb
it's about to get
deployed.
worse.
Okay, I guess we're not
That
taking a
language
nap.
barrier again. In these critical moments where every second counts, the helmsman wrongly relays 340. The captain snaps back, 350 starboard, or we end up on the rocks. The third officer goes to assist the helmsman. Now, don't get confused by the orders from here. We're changing over to rudder instructions. The captain yells, starboard 10, starboard 20, and still it's not enough. Hard to starboard. That means as hard as it'll go. But at this point, even if they clear these rocks, they need to get the rest of the ship to swing around it. So the captain yells, midship, which centers the rudder. The bow is now less than 150 meters from Skull Rock. Port 10. But the helmsman only gets to port 5 before another order is given 2 seconds later. Port 20. They might just avoid disaster here, maybe. But then, oh no.
one more time, the helmsman cocks up at the worst possible moment. The helmsman goes to starboard instead of port, undoing the swing. 8 seconds later, he realizes the error and corrects, but it's too late. He has just turned a probable near miss into a sure hit. All they can do now is hold on as the bow of the ship narrowly passes by the rocks. Hard to port! The second officer
Alright,
yells,
let us
"We're
accept
gonna
one
hit."
more contract.
Collision.
Is it wise? Probably not. But alright. Now that's as much as we can take. At least it won't be your fault. I mean, like I said, normally you're quite good about it. It's not you that tends to be the one that's bombing it.
Downtown, Nordtown.
Oh no,
It's day
NordVPN.
56 of playing Russian roulette. Seems I never win.
Gonna drink all by yourself?
Somebody has to.
I hear you're a man who's good at finding folks.
I'm many things.
I'm looking for this fella. I gots to find him. It's breaking my little heart.
I'll see what I can do. I have contacts in thousands of servers in dozens of countries across the globe. And just like that, she was gone. The only thing she left was a calling card. Sometimes when you follow a case, it follows you back. NordVPN can protect my online data. But who can protect me from myself? When they said this job gets easier, it was just another lie. Forensics found his password spread all the way down the block. In a perfect world, we'd all use NordVPN.
Disregard
But
the
I
fact
guess
that my character
this
is
isn't that
technically
kind of
dying
story.
from
I took the
starvation
brakes off
and
my
also lack of sleep right
Man
now.
like me
It's
never
alright.
really learned how to stop.
Shut the fuck up.
I took the steering
Okay,
wheel out
hold
too.
on, but I
let the road
Come
take
on.
me where I'm
There's our
supposed to
one. Okay, well,
That's
hold
right,
on.
Toots. Your husband's dead. Mary.
All right, bud. I wanted to. I wanted to watch your video,
Several of the
but
deadliest tornadoes in Oklahoma history.
now you've popped
had
my
about
one
63
F-bomb, and
deaths.
no.
And further
We're
out
too
to
early into
east
the
is
video for
Shawnee
that.
With 31,000 in 2020. All right, now let's take a look at
Outrageous.
this
I thought he was
roadway
better
network
about
and
that.
City layout. The primary east-west highway serving Oklahoma City is the Transcontinental Interstate 40, which to the west takes you to Amarillo, Texas, and to the east lies Little Rock, Arkansas.
So we're going back to watching the nerd
I-40 is
videos.
clearly the busiest roadway in the area and carries 4 to 6 lanes throughout most of the area, except for a wider portion on the short concurrency with I-35 near downtown. It also connects the city with Shawnee to the east. I-35, the main north-south roadway, provides connections to Dallas-Fort Worth to the south and Wichita, Kansas to the north. It carries 6 lanes in the southern suburbs around Norman and Moore, drops to 4 lanes after the I-40 concurrency, before becoming a 6-lane roadway once again on its concurrency with I-44 to the northeast. Its auxiliary route, I-235, travels on a more due north path through the city, known as the Centennial Expressway. While the I-235 designation ends at I-44, the freeway continues as US 77 up to Edmond. Then, of course, is Interstate 44. It enters the area from the east as the Turner Turnpike and becomes a free interstate on its concurrency with I-35, before making its own solo path northwest of downtown and passing by the Will Rogers World Airport. As you leave the city, it takes a southwestern turn and becomes the toll.
Just going to eat an entire raw trout.
Providing
Don't
a
worry about
connection
it.
to Lawton and
It's
speed
normal.
limits of 80
We do
miles
that
per
on
hour.
boats.
Other major roadways include I-240, which provides a southern
Now
loop
let's see if
from
we can get a
I-40
little nap
with the
in so that
John
our
Kilpatrick
character doesn't
Turnpike.
pass out.
The John Kilpatrick Turnpike provides a northwestern loop around the city, connecting various outlying areas, and is pending the I-344 designation. And further east is the Kickapoo Turnpike, which now runs
Kickapoo
between
Turnpike, my
I-40
favorite.
and I-44. It is pending the I-335 designation.
Exclusively
and
'cause of the
long-range
name.
plans call for it to loop back to
Kickapoo
current
will never not
I-35
be funny.
all the way down in Purcell, creating a new bypass for long-distance traffic to completely avoid Oklahoma City in the future. Even though Oklahoma City is busier than Tulsa, I didn't really encounter anything too bad outside of wrecks or construction zones. But at rush hour, I found the I-35 between downtown Norman is what you'll have to watch out for at times, which makes sense given the suburban populations in that direction. I-44 can have moderate congestion around that time as well. But at the end of the day, stopped or bumper-to-bumper traffic is rare in the OKC area. As far as the surface streets, Oklahoma City looks very similar to Dallas, Texas. One could call it Dallas Light. The majority of the city and its suburbs have the same superblock layout that you'll find in Dallas's northern suburbs. Major arterial routes, which are usually 4 to 5 lanes and contain low-density retail and commercial areas along them, while the interiors of these blocks usually consist of low-density residential areas, or single-family homes, if you will. Even once you get outside of the more developed portions of the area, you can see
There
this
we go.
pattern on the
Actually got a
fringe
little bit
parts
of sleep
the
that
metro
time.
just waiting to be filled in with more homes. I call it Dallas Light because unlike the wider 6-lane arterials that you can find in the Dallas area, the ones in OKC are usually just 4 lanes, occasionally with a center lane. So basically what you'll see in most American metros where the land is flat and open, this tends to be the dominant style of development. The downtown area looks a little different in that its streets are more densely spaced. There is more dense commercial and residential development in this area. But overall, it's a very spread out metro area as the downtown quickly gives way to those superblocks. Outside of the highlighted areas on the map, this is what you can expect in most of OKC. And one interesting thing of note is that unlike most other capital cities, Oklahoma's state capital lies outside of the central business district. But that's the basic layout of the place. So let's go see what it looks like on the ground. And right now we're coming up on South Robinson Avenue, heading into downtown.
None of the stalls are open yet. Come on, I need to buy some food.
It's like an old industrial area. This part of town looks more run down and has seen better days. And I know you guys love seeing the blighted areas, but I didn't really have time to check it out more on this visit. To the left is Scissortail Park, which we'll take a stroll through later. The park looks modern and
I was
amazing.
starting to wonder if I was going to get a
While
fish.
the businesses to the right have definitely seen their better days in the past. The skyline, if you want to call it that, is visible in the distance. And that tall building you see is the Devon Energy Center. At 844
Oh,
feet,
well,
it is
he
the
finally
tallest
got it.
building in Oklahoma.
Darn it.
And not only that, but surprisingly, it is taller than any building west of Oklahoma City until you reach the California coastal cities and Seattle, Washington. Yep, it's taller than all of the buildings in Denver, Phoenix, and Salt Lake City. Also of note is that up until this tower was completed in 2012, all 4 of Oklahoma's tallest buildings were actually located in Tulsa, not Oklahoma City. Now you see that as soon as we cross over Interstate 40, things get a lot brighter, a lot cleaner, and a lot shinier. To the right is the Oklahoma City Convention Center. And then up next is the Paycom Arena, home of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now this area looks great, so you can see where the city has been investing its money. The city has a streetcar running along some of the streets, and if I recall, is free of charge, making it easier for visitors to get around the downtown area. Then this area here around Oklahoma Avenue is what's known as Bricktown.
Ah, it looks like the stalls are finally
and the
open.
road is, unsurprisingly,
Good lord.
paved with bricks. There's a canal that you can walk down, plenty of bars, restaurants, and other entertainment.
Let's see.
And I'm also told that this is the primary place for Oklahoma nightlife, though I didn't take part in that while I was here.
Are there any boxes
Here's the
of that I
Chickasaw
can take? Nah,
Bricktown
doesn't look like
Ballpark,
it. Darn.
home of the city's minor league team, an LA Dodgers affiliate,
What about over
and is
here?
pending a new team name.
Crate of Northfish.
This area had
Crate.
a few more
Oh, the
people
cheese is too
walking around than the
pricey.
more quiet
I
main
can't
part of
afford the
downtown.
cheese.
The residential areas near Bricktown appear to be dominated by many of the newer luxury branded condos and apartments that you see
The
popping
quadrant
up
might
around
not be a
many
bad idea to buy,
American
but I
Sunbelt
don't really have the
cities.
space for it right now. So, for now, we're gonna get
And
underway.
Bricktown is also where you can find Oklahoma City's Amtrak station. The line runs south to Dallas-Fort Worth, but there are no connections north into Kansas. And before leaving the city, I had to check out the state capitol, of course. In Oklahoma City, it's further out from the core city, so we have to go down 4th Street and up Lincoln Boulevard. The Capitol has its own mini little neighborhood, as you can see on the map, and surrounding it are most of the state level courts and offices. It was a Saturday, so everything up here was pretty dead as expected.
Oh, that's why.
On the way back,
I was wondering why the boat wasn't wanting to
Scissortail
turn.
Park.
It's still
I
not
was on
wanting to turn
I-40
very
and
much,
saw
which
this
is kind of
crazy looking
odd.
structure
It should
overlooking
be
the highway, so I just had to go check it out on foot.
much more tolerant of it with the
park is
wind
split
coming
into
in on
two
that side,
sections
so I don't know what's
different
going on
sides
here.
of Interstate 40. It's a total of 68 acres and costs $168 million to build.
We're gonna hit the rock. That's gonna be annoying. Maybe? No, we're
And
definitely
we're walking
gonna
up
hit it.
here through South Scissortail as we approach the main structure. Wow, look at that beauty. Now this is supposed to represent a scissortail flycatcher, the Oklahoma state bird. And down below is I-40, 8 lanes, free flowing. And that bridge over there is Robinson Street that we drove into downtown earlier in the video. One thing I did notice
Come
is all
on,
these
go to
boxes that it looks
starboard.
like people have attached on here. Not sure what they're for. Maybe someone local to the area can inform me on what the purpose is. And there were tons of them on both sides. Then also over there you have the Union Pacific freight rail line running alongside the freeway. And continuing into the north side of the park, you get a nice view of the little skyline. Looks like the kids are
Oh, is
out
it
having
dead
a
on
bit of fun,
behind us
cooling
now?
off on this hot
That's-
summer afternoon.
Guess that means I can let the small sail down too. Disregard the fact that 2 of the sails are a different color than the other one. I'm working on it. Hopefully that won't be an issue soon.
There's a
but
pond over here with a trail that runs around it. And overall, this is a nice, cool little spot. I'll say it's money well spent by the city. And before we wrap things up, I want to briefly discuss some of Oklahoma City's suburbs, since I know most of you guys just love suburbs. First, there's the college town of Norman, home of the University of Oklahoma. With over 32,000 students, it is the largest in the entire state. The university completely dominates this town, so you're going to see references to the school all over. It's also the largest employer in town with over 11,000 people working for the university. In Norman, you're going to get what you usually can expect from most college towns. A nice and somewhat lively little downtown first off. This
There it
is Main
is.
Street. Plenty of restaurants, art galleries, and other small businesses. And downtown Norman is
perfect.
no
That's going
new
into the
creation.
wind
Some
too,
of
so
these
we'll be able
structures
to
are among
just
the oldest
set
in the
straight
entire
for
state.
it.
Then moving on to the college campus.
So we
you
are
can't
sitting
already tell,
a wee
the
bit
University of
low in the
Oklahoma is
water.
all
Not
about
too
football.
bad.
Since this was in July, school was out, so there aren't as many people out and about as there probably would have been otherwise. The stadium here can often have up to 85,000 people in attendance for games. Very impressive. The architecture style used around here is actually called Cherokee Gothic, a name coined by architect Frank Lloyd Wright. One thing you'll notice is how clean and well manicured the campus is. So it looks like football brings in a heck of a lot of revenue.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly.
And then we have some of the nearby student housing areas. And of course, this
Score a
area
little
has
nap
sidewalks,
as we head
crosswalks,
towards the fort.
and everything for pedestrians to get around. Norman is accessible to Oklahoma City via Interstate 35. And there's a cute little mall out here called the Sooner Mall, where you can get a light shopping fix. And many of your favorite big box retailers have a presence out here as well. And just up the road from Norman is Moore. I actually spent my last night in the Oklahoma
Moore.
City area here in Moore.
That
before
poor
heading north
town.
into Kansas. Moore is in between OKC and Norman. And if you've heard anything about this town, then you know that its claim to fame is that it has been repeatedly struck by several very powerful tornadoes. In fact, the 3 costliest tornadoes in state history have all occurred in Moore.
Yep.
Outside of the downtown
Moore
area,
does not
near
catch
Interstate
a break.
35, the entire layout
We got some
consists of those
swells
super
going
blocks
on.
that I
That's
spoke
why
of
it did that.
So you can easily tell when most of this city was developed. And right now we're heading westbound on
A little
Main
bit of
Street,
swells
and you can
building
already see
and
that
the
Moore's
boat
downtown is
sitting
a
real
lot
low
more
in the
modest
water
than
with the
that of
cargo,
Norman.
actually.
The difference made
Especially
in
towards the
impact
rear. I
of
didn't
Commerce
realize
Street
how
is
much
very clear.
lower
So
we
this
were in the
intersection
water
across
there.
street is what's considered the center of Moore. When you
We
cross
definitely are
I-35, things
pushing it with this
transition
much
into a
cargo.
quiet residential neighborhood. And the homes look decent, and the neighborhood quite peaceful. This will remind you of your typical suburban American style development. And one interesting thing is that, like the Dallas area, the roads here are also paved with concrete. Outside of that, there's not much more of interest to see here. Just a simple bedroom community of a larger city, and mostly low-density residential developments. And despite the destruction from the tornadoes, Moore continues to grow and keep on trucking.
Yeah, it does. They keep rebuilding more. I don't know why,
Population
but
over the past 20 years.
I'd be in favor at this point of just turning more into a nature preserve and being like, nope, don't build anything there ever again. Just leave that as a thoroughfare for tornadoes.
235 at interstate standards until entering the Edmond city limits, where it becomes South Broadway. Now entering the city, we are greeted with mostly strip mall type developments lining both sides of the roadway. Chain restaurants, car dealerships, and various other shopping areas.
Kind of surprised we're not making better speed right now, to be honest. I assume it must just be down to the weight of the cargo.
Across Main Street, and then it reverts back to your typical arterial route. Now, up until 1949, Edmond was known as a sundown town, so you couldn't purchase property out here unless you were white or Native American. And moving on to the east, we come to the University of Central Oklahoma. Not as large as the University of Oklahoma in Norman, but it's no slouch either. The University of Central Oklahoma boasts 14,000 students. Outside of that, Edmond looks pretty clean and safe. And I personally didn't run into any blighted or rundown areas, so I'll give credit where it's due. Most of the Oklahoma City suburbs look pretty healthy. And the development style
We
of
actually
Edmond,
still have made
like
fairly
most of the
decent
area,
time to
consists
the
of
fort.
superblocks outside of the downtown
In one
area
day
and
to have
University.
covered this distance.
So overall thoughts on OKC.
Now we got 2 days
When you
left.
look at the development style, it truly is what I would call Dallas light. The downtown area is decent, but on the smaller side. And most of the development looks very similar to the far-flung areas of the DFW. Now, obviously, if you choose to live in Oklahoma City over a Dallas, then you're going to miss out on the entertainment and such that you can find down in the much larger DFW. And while
You're going to miss out on a lot of things living in OKC.
Tulsa is much better than pretty much anything you can find in any of the other fast-growing southern metros like Nashville, Charlotte, Atlanta, and such.
Tulsa
And
is
Oklahoma
quite a
DFW
nice
actually doing
town.
a pretty good job keeping up with growth. I didn't really find too many areas outside of construction or wrecks where traffic was too much of an issue. But of course, you know, when it comes to traffic, everyone's going to tell you that their city has the worst traffic. But you should be aware that most of the new further out roadways and freeways in the Oklahoma City area are toll roads. So you need to have that transponder if you plan to live way out in the suburbs. And for my transit crowd, OKC, like the rest of the Sun Belt, is going to require you to drive to most of your major destinations on a regular basis. And as we saw in the video, most of the far-flung developing areas of the metro have that super block pattern that you can find around Dallas. So you already know what this place is going to continue to
Yes,
look like.
everyone will always
So don't
tell you
move
that
here
their city has the
complaining about
worst.
walkability.
That is
You have
true.
been warned. In Oklahoma City, you need to drive. But overall, I will say Oklahoma
In
City
Oklahoma
is like
City,
a
you do need to
more
drive,
peaceful,
yes.
less stress version of the DFW. You can really cruise around here and just be relaxed and at ease for the most part. Now, as a single man, if I were going to move to OKC, from what I saw, I would probably choose one of the townhomes, condos, or newer apartments around the Bricktown area. It looks like over there you can walk to a few things. but you're still going to have to drive to a lot of the amenities that you might want on a regular basis.
Yeah, well, you're
Now, if
also
you
going to
have
have
a
to pay an
family you're
arm
looking
and a
for
leg
suburbs,
if you want to
I
live
would
near
probably
Bricktown.
recommend Edmond. Norman has a nice downtown, but with that large college student population, you're not going to get much peace around there because college students aren't exactly known for being peaceful. And Moore had a more modest downtown, and it was quiet, but my problem with Moore is that for some reason that town keeps getting struck over and over by tornadoes. I don't know what it is, but I probably will plant my flag elsewhere.
Okay, so I
when
can
it comes
tell
to
you what
Edmond,
it is. It's because
you're
of
north
its
downtown,
location.
You have your own nice,
It's
quaint little downtown.
just on the
And you
southern
have not
side
one,
of the
but two
bowl
roads to get
that
in
OKC
and out of the
forms.
city. You have I-35
So
if you're
any
in the eastern
tornado
part of
coming towards
Edmond, and
OKC
you have
hits that
US
bowl,
77 if you're in the central or
turns,
western
and
part
kind of
Edmond.
follows
That's
the
how
edge of the
it
bowl.
is.
Because if you know anything about a tornado,
You
it's
don't want
where
to go to a Thunder game and have to sit in a ton of
hot
traffic on
air
35
and
when you're
cold
trying to
air
leave.
met.
And up next for the last
And
city,
disliking
in
each
Oklahoma,
other,
we're
they
gonna take
start
a
to
trip
swirl,
down
they
to the
form a
Preston
vortex, and then
military
creates
town
a
of
tornado.
Lawton. Now, that's going to be
Cities
interesting.
produce heat,
So stay tuned, and I'll see
so
you
the
on
bigger
next
the
one.
city, the more heat. And hills can make that more so. So that's Tulsa's defense. Tulsa has hills and is built up, so it's got like a bubble around it. And all of its little suburbs are close enough to where most of them are spared. But OKC, Moore is just south enough on that bowl that that bubble of heat that OKC produces, that any tornado coming towards OKC just hits that, and because it's all hot air, it turns away because it can't maintain itself there, and it will follow the edge of that, and that edge goes right through Moore. Hence, Moore constantly getting obliterated by massive tornadoes that come out of nowhere and just
and welcome to the part
destroy
where I
it.
skipped the part at the beginning because I can't be bothered. Did you hear about the time the hotel hosted
It is
an architecture convention?
It's not a great area
They put up
to
a bunch
be
of ceiling
building
fans.
a city in,
And
but they
speaking
keep
of
rebuilding
ceiling
it.
fans,
So
I don't know about you, but whenever I'm looking at a ceiling fan, this is all I can think of. And if an airplane propeller can push air backwards so hard that it generates enough thrust to make the airplane it's
faithful,
attached to
thank you for the
fly,
lurk.
well then surely a ceiling fan is producing at least a bit of thrust, right? Maybe an airplane wasn't the best comparison. What about this? I mean, what is a helicopter but a big ceiling fan with a little cabin hanging off the bottom of it that you can go inside of? And somehow that ceiling fan is blowing enough air down at the ground to make the thing fly.
Bravo,
And then it's got
Trevor,
that
you
little fan
survived.
on the back too. Fun fact, the reason that's there is because a single rotor helicopter has a big spinny thing on top of it, which is constantly producing a twisting torque, which, since the thing just floats in the air and isn't attached to anything else, would spin the body of the helicopter around real fast, and that would make it very difficult to fly. So the tail rotor is just a second sideways fan blowing in the opposite direction that the big rotor is trying to twist the cabin to keep the helicopter from spinning out of control, which makes it much easier to fly. Dual rotor helicopters don't need that so long as the rotors are spinning in opposite directions to cancel each other's twisting torque out. But anyway, this video is about ceiling fans, and I wanted to find out how much thrust a typical ceiling fan produces.
That's all
Because
right,
it's gotta
faithful.
be more than zero. It's
I
the
appreciate
same
you popping
thing
in
as
regardless,
a
my
helicopter
friend.
rotor or an airplane propeller, but hanging from a ceiling to keep you cool rather than power human flight. So I bought this cheap ceiling fan from Menards and set about finding a way to weigh it while it's in operation. And when I floated this idea to my friend Dan Spiffy Newman, who happens to be the world's premier source of ceiling fan knowledge, I was immediately chastised for not having something better to run this test with. I brought this idea up to Dan because initially I was struggling to figure out a way to safely test this. I was envisioning using rope or chain and hanging the fan from some kind of scale, but I couldn't see how the fan wouldn't get wildly out of control without some sort of sturdier solution. And luckily, during a visit to my office where Dan delivered several fans for testing and more, we cobbled together various stuffs lying around the warehouse and assembled this completely safe and not at all sketchy test rig, complete with a crane scale, which can measure the weight with fairly high precision. The filing cabinets are just to get the fan a little higher off the ground. Now, when a ceiling fan is operating and blowing air downward, that should mean the fan itself gets at least a little lighter. Some scientist guy said something about every action causing an equal and opposite reaction, And, well, if it's pushing air down, then the air must be pushing the fan up. But does it? Well, the cheap Menards fan weighs, according to the scale, 11.5 pounds. That's a different number in kilograms. And once it's up to speed, the scale reads 11.2 pounds. So it got 0.3 of a pound lighter, or 136 grams. But not so fast. Keen-eyed viewers may have noticed that the scale jumped up slightly once the fan started. The twisting force it was creating on the scale did
off,
skew
there
the
we
number a
go.
bit, and if we take that into account, well, things change a bit. When first switched on, the fan appeared to gain 0.14 pounds, and when I unplugged it and the twisting force from the motor was alleviated, the scale briefly read 11.02 pounds. So the fan appeared to lose 0.18. If we split the difference and add 0.16 pounds of thrust, then the fan actually got 0.46 pounds lighter, or 209 grams. But remember, this is a cheap fan from Menards, which is weak and cheap. This is an EnviroFan Gold line, and I've been assured that this is a good fan. It's certainly a lot heftier, coming in at some 20.32 pounds, which is a different number in kilograms.
There we go.
And how much does it weigh once it's up to speed? Well, we have the same torque issue happening, which appears to increase the weight, but once it's up to its rather terrifying top speed, the scale stabilized at 19.35 pounds, almost an even pound of thrust. Upon power removal, the scale briefly read 19.22 pounds, so if I split the difference in noise between the added weight at startup and the added thrust at power down, the fan lost 1.035 pounds of weight, about 470 grams. And that's 4.6 newtons of thrust for those who prefer figures expressed in fig cookie bars. But many ceiling fans are reversible. The general idea there is that if you have the fan running backwards, it's blowing up into the ceiling,
Didn't
which
make much of a
produces
profit
less
off
of
of
a
that,
noticeable
but
draft,
it'll do.
but still moves air around the room to reduce temperature gradients, particularly useful in the winter when the effect of warmer air rising can get heat stuck up against the ceiling where it's not helpful. Would a fan running in reverse get heavier then? Well, I reversed the Gold Line fan to find out, and the answer is yes. The fan went from an initial 21.07 pounds to 21.86 pounds. The different initial number has to do with the tearing weirdness of this particular scale. This time I didn't see any weird weight changes from torque, so I'll just go ahead and say that the fan got 0.79 pounds heavier when running at full speed in reverse. That's 358 grams.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
and
happens
speaking of
sometimes
heat
when you're
recovery,
here,
here's
Big
another
Hippie.
fan to test.
I'm a bit of a nerd.
This is an Emerson
I like
heat
listening to this
fan,
kind of stuff.
A commercial fan designed for buildings with high ceilings to push the warm air collecting against the ceiling back down so people on the floor can feel all that warmth, and the heat doesn't have to run so much. This was a product of the energy crisis of the 70s, and someone at Emerson realized, hey, we make motors. Why not take one of our washing machine motor housings, stick some fan blades on there, and sell it as a heat recovery fan? And, well, that's what this is. And because it's got a big old motor powering the thing, it can move a lot of air. So how much thrust does it generate? Well, we had an initial reading of 24.24 pounds, and this time the torque generated by the motor didn't seem to matter. And by the time the fan had hit top speed, the lightest reading seen was 22.88 pounds. Except when the fan had come to a stop, the scale now read 23.85 pounds. I tried my best here to make sure the power supply cord wasn't pulling on the fan, but there was some wobbling around, so it's possible the cord did influence the scale by half a pound or so, but it's also possible that the scale was just being wonky. It has some internal logic which makes the reading a little weird. I would have loved to have teared it at 0 and then done the test, but it would just stay at 0 even once the fan was at full speed. So the only way to get any sort of reading was to do subtraction. Regardless, this fan either produced a similar 1 pound of thrust, or, if
we
we're
lost our
feeling
hook on the
generous,
first
it produced 1.36 pounds of thrust. But speaking of heat fans, here's a very weird home ceiling fan from the 80s
I'm just gonna grab
with a
the box.
built-in
I'll
electric
bring it out
heater.
here with us.
I will probably make a video about this fan specifically one day. It's an interesting concept, but runs up against some rather fundamental problems and was also executed strangely. But for now, I just wanted to see how much thrust it produces. I didn't have a great way to hang this guy. Its mounting hardware didn't quite work with the standard hook, at least not easily. So I just hung it from some rope, which worked. But Dan, look away for a moment. This sucker's heavy, coming in at 32.62 pounds, which is a different number in kilograms. And once that disaster was over, the scale stabilized at 31.91 pounds. I even checked the wiring this time to make sure it wasn't taut. The scale read the same 32.62 pounds once it had come to a stop, so this fan apparently generates about 7/10 of a pound of thrust, which is 322 grams of weight reduction or 3.16 Fig Newtons of force. So there we have it. Ceiling fans apparently produce somewhere between half a pound and a full pound of thrust, depending on how good of a fan it is. Surely some fans produce more and some produce less. Those big high velocity, low speed fans, which are starting to spread all over the place, undoubtedly generate more thrust than these, and I'm sure there are crappier fans than this one out there, which produce even less. But to be honest, the reason I was curious about this is because I've always been a little concerned with the forces that a typical ceiling fan produces on the electrical box it's mounted to, and I wanted to have a better understanding of those forces. Clearly, these tests show that the reduction or addition of weight caused by thrust generated by the fan is pretty insignificant. The torque the fan produces on the box as the motor spins is undoubtedly much more noteworthy, especially when we consider the jerk force at startup. But I am glad to know that there is actually a measurable decrease in weight when you run a ceiling fan on high, at least forward. Was there really any reason to know that? No, but now we do, and at least I got a video out of it. And I don't want to hear anything about the effort involved here. I did zero research other than double check what HVLS stood for and relied on Dan for all of the fantastic
That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
There. And also for 3 of the fans. And thanks to Dan the Fan Man, oh boy is the next video going to be great. Christmas time this year is going to be better than ever. Okay, bye. Hello and welcome. Why does that keep happening? Undoubtedly much more noteworthy, especially when you can. I don't know what happened there.
I'll admit, sunrises in this
a
game are actually
helicopter,
quite
but
nice
a big
looking.
Ceiling fan with a little. Every action causing an equal and opposite. Well, lost that one. And if we take that into account, there's a lot of road noise, so I will back up and restart. But not so fast. But once it's up to speed,
Sorry, I have to pause every time I click out of this game, because if I don't pause and shift tab, then it's got a decent chance of just destroying itself.
Amazing Toys. Not Juguetes Increíbles. Amazing Toys. In English. That's because the toys are imported from the United States. Sea monkeys, Venus flytraps, novelty stuff.
I don't recall if we've watched this one before.
Until December 1994,
if we
when
have,
the Mexican currency
we're watching
crisis
it again.
hit. The peso was devalued by 50%, and the international novelty toy trade went down with it. Amazing Toys faced bankruptcy, and Lariscotti was forced to dream a different dream. If not toy distribution, perhaps toy manufacturing. Lariscotti had 2 children, and they loved playing with his office equipment. He bought them toy phones, but they were far more interested in the real thing. Maybe he could manufacture better toys. Or maybe he could create the real thing. Lariscotti approached his childhood best friend, Javier Lopez Ancona, with a new idea. Lariscotti and Lopez Ancona had met in the 2nd grade, and both had dreamed of working in entertainment. Lariscotti wanted to open his own fair, and Lopez Ancona wanted to be a magician. Both had instead found success in more traditional business ventures. Lariscotti at Amazing Toys, and Lopez Ancona as the director of venture capital at General Electric. But Lariscotti's bold concept could foray them both into the world of entertainment. Lariscotti described his idea as a nursery based on role-playing. He later explained, quote, "What for us may be everyday and boring reality, for children is a
110 gold,
fantasy.
though,
I remember that I
which
loved
is
being taken to the bank. I saw it
pricey.
as something wonderful, but I
This is
couldn't
a naval
reach the
merchant
counters.
game?
Larry
Yes,
Scott's
with
pitch was
a,
unique simulated experience
a lot
with
of
elaborate
focus
theming and complex
on, like, the
operations.
physics
The concept
and
would
whatnot
answer the
of
needs he saw
sailing.
in his children. The ability to take on mature responsibilities, perform grown-up tasks, and try their hand at adult
It's very
professions,
relaxed for
but
the
on a
most part,
scale
but I love it to
accessible
death.
them. A city where the children were in charge.
And I could pay this guy to unload my boat, but... I don't want to. I'll do that once I have a large vessel and I'm like transporting large amounts of my own cargo rather than doing other people's shipments like what I'm doing right now.
Larry Scotti's idea for a children's city was intriguing, but the venture came
Right
with
now
much uncertainty.
we're still a
At this
small
point in the late 1990s,
a small
themed
fry
entertainment
in the
startups
shipping
aimed at
business.
regional
It's just
audiences
the
were
one
a
small
common
boat.
sight in malls and entertainment districts. Successful concepts enjoyed a steady stream of local families, mall goers, and birthday parties. At the same time, many regional entertainment concepts went as quickly as they
523.
came, and by the turn of the millennium, the fun center fad appeared to be on its way out, with many large corporations with established brands struggling to succeed in the competitive space. Larry Scotti and Lopez Ancona were also at a unique disadvantage, as Mexico was still struggling to recover from the economic crisis that had destroyed Amazing Toys. For Lopez Ancona, this uncertainty was juxtaposed against his comfortable venture capital job, so he rejected Larry Scotti's concept of a children's role-playing city. However, Larry Scotti was insistent, and he eventually convinced his friend to enter into business with him. Lopez Ancona quit his job, and the two
Also,
began
let's check,
planning their
'cause they
children's
do
city.
currency
The initial plan
exchange.
called for a modest venue of 500 square meters, or around 5,000 square feet. This space would allow small groups of children to act out jobs in miniature recreations of common city structures,
75.
such as a
So-
fire station and a bank. The list of role-playing activities
Oh boy.
grew as the concept was fleshed out, and as a result, the two
We're gonna
realized that
need
they needed
a
much
good number
larger space,
of
6
the
times larger
lions
than their
before
initial
we can
estimate.
buy
The two decided that Mexico City's
larger
Centro
vessel.
Santa Fe, the largest shopping mall in all of Mexico, would be the ideal site for their concept. They would lease a space of 6,000 square meters, or 20,000 square feet. This venue would allow them to build a much larger small city, with more space and opportunities for children to roleplay. As the thematic ambitions and required space grew, so did the budget. Larry Scotti and Lopez Ancona exhausted their savings investing into the project, and they eventually had to approach additional investors, including Lopez Ancona's brother Esteban. Still, this was not enough. Strapped for cash and already deep in the project, the team brainstormed a new way to raise the necessary funds. The initial plan was to brand the miniature city's businesses and public services with either generic names or none at all. The small role-playing buildings within the city would be labeled simply, such as beauty salon or pizza. However, the team recognized this as an area to raise funds. They could invite real-world companies to sponsor their equivalent businesses within the small-scale city. Larry Scotti and Lopez Ancona began knocking on doors, hoping that some business would believe in their concept and be generous enough to support them. In the end, a few businesses agreed to support the children's city, including Coca-Cola,
568.
American Airlines, Burger King, Nestle, General Motors, Domino's Pizza, Johnson & Johnson, and Walmart. 42 sponsors signed on to the unproven concept. Of the $7 million required to construct the park, 55% came from these corporate partnerships.
604.
Construction on the project was completed in the summer of 1999, and on August 19th, Larry Scotti and Lopez Ancona's dream park, named La Ciudad de los Niños, or the City of Children, had its inaugural ceremony.
I should
To
have
enter
just
the
done
new
this from
attraction,
start.
families
but
visiting the
I'm
Santa Fe
not
Shopping
smart
Center
individual.
approached a storefront that resembled an airport terminal with official American Airlines branding. Here, guests paid their travel fare to gain entry to the City of Children. Tickets cost 90 pesos per child and 60 pesos per adult, or around $9.50 and $6 respectively. Along with their plane fare, children were given a bank check for 300 pesitos, or little pesos, the official currency of the City of Children. Families walked through security, where children were given a tracking device in the form of a wristband. This piece of technology allowed children to roam freely throughout the complex, while parents could relax with the peace of mind that their children could not leave the premises without them and could be easily found via the bracelet. The first action for kids to perform after entering the City of Children was cashing the check they were given at the gate. To do this, children needed to visit the bank, open an account, and receive an ATM card that they could use throughout their visit. From there, children began their fake lives in earnest. with two main categories of activity:
made some good money.
Spending and earning. Children could spend
So we're gonna
pesitos
buy
on
a
activities such
meal
as General Motors
that we
bumper
don't
cars
starve
or
to
on
death.
food such as Burger King fries. They could even drive their General Motors bumper car to the Burger King drive-thru, assuming they had enough Pemex gas to get there. Children could also spend their pesitos to take a simulated trip on an American Airlines flight or to take out a mini pizza from Domino's. To earn pesitos, kids needed to pick up a job.
Fresh
The City of
veggies,
Children offered a wide
no
variety
stuff.
of employment
Right, much.
opportunities.
Here
Some
we
of
go.
these, such as repeller or race car driver, were standard amusement attractions, with set dressing to make them appear as jobs. Other roles were completely unique themed experiences devised just
Thank
for
you
La
for the
Ciudad
cheese,
de los
good sir.
Niños. Child firefighters dropped down a fire pole or slid down a slide when an emergency called. The mini heroes suited up, climbed onto an operating fire truck, and were driven to the scene of a fire. After arriving,
I
it
wish
was
I
up to
could
the
know
kids to
how
put out the
many
fake
sausage
flames with
they
real
have in
water
there.
hoses. Construction workers laid brick walls while a large concrete truck spun its
Wait,
mixing
it's
tank
raw
on the job
sausage?
site.
Oh.
Children could be anything from a doctor to a manicurist, a reporter to
Darn.
an archaeologist. Each activity was unique, engaging, and impressively themed.
10
Each
cheese.
job lasted
Alright.
between 15
Cheese.
and 45 minutes and was designed for
This'll be
children
our
between the ages
emergency
of 4
ration
and 13
for the
years
ship.
old. Kids could perform multiple jobs during their visit, and it was impossible to do all of the roles in a single day.
¿No quieres ir a la fila de mi amiga?
No, gracias. Nosotros vamos a ir a la discoteca.
Estoy hablando rápido, gordito.
While children worked on the first floor, adults could relax in a lounge above and watch over the activity of the bustling city below. Also located on the second floor was an area filled with play places and kiddie rides for children 3 and under. La Ciudad de los Niños was an ambitious and risky project, but it was executed
$3.95
incredibly.
left.
The attraction was an
we'll buy
immediate
what we
success, with the miniature city often hitting its capacity of 1,500 guests. In the first year, around 750,000 people visited the City of Children, exceeding Lariscotti and Lopez Ancona's wildest expectations. Operations would soon have to be split on certain days into 2 separate 5-hour blocks in
And
order
there's
to
nothing
manage crowds.
profitable coming
The
out of
uniqueness
the
of La Ciudad de los
capital
Niños
right
gave
now.
it a distinct advantage over other regional themed entertainment centers. Since the premise of the city was to allow children to role-play adult professions, many of the activities were educational in nature. This meant that the Children's City could act as a field trip destination for nearby schools, while still attracting the typical fun center crowd of families and birthday parties. Plus, repeat visits were encouraged in the game design, as children could earn money for their ATM card and come back on a different day with money already in the bank that they had earned from a previous visit. The
Hey, so we're
impressive
gonna
attendance
transport
and
some
positive
salmon, I
reception
guess, 'cause
kickstarted
that,
talks of
has a good
expansion,
return
and within
rate.
months of opening, the City of Children had bold plans for their future. Lariscotti and Lopez Ancona partnered with amusement park operator Grupo Mexico to expand
So we're
La
going for
Ciudad de los Niños
Sunspire,
worldwide.
which
The partnership
is-
bred a new company,
that
Kid
one.
City International, which hoped to build 200 kid cities within 5 years. The first locations considered were Sao Paulo, Buenos Aires, Munich, and Tokyo. The group would start by building a new location in Monterrey, which was expected to open as early as late 2000. However, it was at this point that Lariscotti and Lopez Ancona began to disagree about the future of the company. Lariscotti appeared to side with Grupo Mexico's proposal of expansion, while Lopez Ancona and his brother wanted to go in a different direction. Behind closed doors, tensions rose, and Lariscotti and Lopez Ancona decided that something needed to change with their business partnership. Unfortunately, neither wanted a cash out of La Ciudad de los Niños, and both seemed interested in expansion. In August of 2001, just 2 years after the City of Children opened, it was decided that Lariscotti would leave the company. As part of the agreement, Lariscotti would receive a payout from La Ciudad de los Niños, as well as the rights to build his own children's cities in specified territories. Lopez Ancona would retain the rights to expand La Ciudad de los Niños throughout Mexico, California, and Spain, while Lariscotti and Grupo Mexico could build the concept in Miami and parts of South America. It was also agreed that for every location that Lariscotti built, Lopez Ancona would receive 0.25% of the revenue for the first 5 years of operation. In return, Lariscotti would be given access to the existing La Ciudad de los Niños in Mexico City to showcase the concept to potential investors. With the divorce finalized, the group split, each looking to conquer their respective territories and populate the Americas with more kid cities. Lopez Ancona's initial plans for an expansion to Monterrey, Mexico continued, but an unexpected complication
This
arose.
is the only thing about
In
accepting
2001,
too many
it was
jobs at
announced that
once.
a
It
new
does
theme
this
park was to be
sometimes, and
built
it's
in
just like,
Monterrey,
no.
named Mundo de Adeveras, or World of Reality. The new park would be a role-playing theme park with a very similar premise to La Ciudad de los Niños, with the two main differences being its larger scale and outdoor setting. Reports speculated that Lopez Ancona was planning a plagiarism suit against Mundo de Adeveras to block it from its opening. Despite this, plans for a La Ciudad de los Niños in Monterrey continued, but it appeared that Lopez Ancona and company were prioritizing a location in the United States over everything else. Plans for a City of Children in Los Angeles and New York were put into development, despite the latter location not being specified in the parting agreement. The Los Angeles location was being planned as part of a brand new mall project, while the New York location was to lease a space in the Palisades Center shopping mall, located in Clarkstown, New York. Lopez Ancona and company pitted the two mall developers against one another, pursuing the Los Angeles location and New York location at the same time. Unfortunately, both projects ran into issues. The Los Angeles Mall project struggled during its development, and the Palisades location had to be put up to a public vote due to a covenant between the mall owners and the local community. On top of this, the Monterey location, which had its opening postponed to 2002, was delayed indefinitely. On November 5, 2002, the City of Children plan for the Palisades Center was rejected by local voters. This was due to the community's poor relationship with the mall and its owners, and the fact that the City of Children had been labeled a theme park, which many feared would bring in additional issues to the area, such as traffic. 3 days after this vote, a City of Children announced that it had received approval to move forward, but it would not be any of Lopez Ancona's. Instead, it would be Lariscotti and Grupo Mágico that would strike first, announcing that their Children's City concept would be built in South Florida, under the new name, Wanna-Do City. Lariscotti's new Kid City venture was to include everything that made La Ciudad de los Niños a success, but on an even grander scale.
We got lucky with this
The new project
set of
would cost an
shipments.
estimated
It's
$40 million
90% like
to
the
construct, and it would be more than double the
high
size
value
of the
commodities,
original City of Children. Wanna-Do City would be located just outside of
typically
Miami in
translates
Sunrise,
to
Florida.
small
Lariscotti
and
Grupo
lightweight.
Mágico would lease a large space in the Sawgrass Mills shopping mall. The space was previously the home decor
The
superstore,
oranges and the silk are the
Waccama's
only
home
thing that
place.
are like
Wanna-Do
particularly
City would be
heavy.
the size of 3 football fields, around 140,000 square feet. Sawgrass Mills was one of the largest shopping centers in the United States and a well-established tourist destination. The mall was the second largest in the country
more
in
black
terms of
tobacco.
shopping traffic. The Mills Corporation, the owner and operator of Sawgrass Mills, would also invest in the Wanna-Do project, believing that the concept would cement
Due
Sawgrass
tomorrow.
Mills as South Florida's premier tourist attraction,
So
as
we
well
gotta
as
hurry up.
encourage children's retailers to lease space in the mall. Lariscotti hoped to sign as many as 70 corporate sponsors to brand the various city buildings around Wanna-Do City, as had been done at La Ciudad de los Niños, estimating that each sponsorship would be worth around $250,000. The concept art for Wanna-Do City showcased its many similarities to La Ciudad de los Niños, including the entrance theme to a plane terminal, with a real out-of-commission DC-9 being brought into Wanna-Do City to serve as the park's icon. Although many parts of the concept appeared identical to the original City of Children, Wanna-Do City's expansive scale promised several original and ambitious experiences. Concept art showcased a second entrance, in which families could travel to the city via a large cruise ship. Initial reports also touted more role-playing areas than La Ciudad de los Niños, with over 60 venues, as well as additional careers for children to try out, as many as 250. Lariscotti and Grupo Mágico had high hopes for the project, hoping that between 800,000 and 1 million guests would enter Wanna-Do City annually. This estimate was based primarily on the success that La Ciudad de los Niños was experiencing. Wanna-Do would focus its attractions on children ages 4 through 12, and would charge between $15 and $30 for children and around $10 for adults. Construction would begin in 2003, with opening targeted for early 2004. During initial announcements, Lariscotti and Grupo Mágico made it clear that the Florida location would be just the beginning of the Wanna-Do franchise, with a second location already under development in the Mills Corporation's new shopping mall, the Meadowlands Xanadu complex in New Jersey, which was set to break ground in 2004. After this, Wanna-Do City would expand further, with Dallas, Atlanta, Chicago, and Toronto all under consideration for the new locations. Within weeks of Lariscotti and Grupo Mágico's announcement of Wanna-Do City, Lopez Ancona contacted Lariscotti, informing him of Wanna-Do City's possible intellectual property infringement. It is unclear what these initial concerns were, or how Lariscotti and Wanna-Do City violated the terms of the La Ciudad de los Niños parting agreement. But within just a few months, Lopez Ancona filed a lawsuit against his former business partner and friend, as well as Grupo Mágico. Lopez Ancona and company reportedly demanded $6 million from Lariscotti and his investors, which was swiftly denied. The Wanadu City Group offered to advance Lopez Ancona's 0.25% of Wanadu's revenue over the first 5 years of operation, which they would calculate based on their projections, but Lopez Ancona rejected this offer. Deliberation was held in May of 2003, as Wanadu City was well under construction. At one point, it was reported that Grupo Mexico had offered Lopez Ancona and company $2 million and an additional $1 million for each of the first 8 Wanadu cities that Grupo Mexico would open, for a maximum potential settlement amount of $10 million. However, this proposal was also rejected, and the lawsuits continued. In early 2004, Wanadu City delayed its original April opening to July. With construction almost complete and employee training already underway, Lopez Ancona and company filed another suit against the project, this time in Fort Lauderdale federal court, in an attempt to block the opening of Wanadu City. The opening was delayed once more, now slated for August. Lares Gotti and Grupo Mexico refused to allow Lopez Ancona to prevent Wanadu City from opening. Fortunately for Lares Gotti, the court denied the immediate request to block the park's operation. With several lawsuits still pending and no settlement reached, Wanadu City officially opened its doors on August 13, 2004, and handed over city operations to the children of South Florida.
It's the fantastic all-new Wanadu City, the very first Wanadu City in America. We train them, we gear them up, then they do the coolest jobs in the world.
Wanadu City claimed to be the first indoor role-playing theme park in the United States, with advertising encouraging visitors to tap into, quote, your child's inner adult. While the majority of those visiting Wanadu City were greeted with an experience unlike any other, those familiar with La Ciudad de los Niños would notice even more similarities than originally advertised. Wanadu City used almost identical role-playing experiences, thematic elements, and game design. The city featured a similar adult lounge on the second floor in the same watchtower configuration, with Wanadu City's being dubbed the Eagle's Nest. The city even used the same wristband security technology of La Ciudad de los Niños to ensure a safe experience for parents and kids. As promised, the expansive space allowed for additional venues of a larger scale, such as a big top circus and ancient ruins. These massive areas resulted in a capacity nearly double that of the original City of Children, with 2,700 kids able to visit Wanadu City at one time. To handle these crowds, 400 employees were hired to operate the city. The original promise of over 250 unique job experiences was reduced to just over 100 when the park opened. Many of these jobs shared the same venues and worked closely with other positions. Wanadu jobs included firefighter, police officer, lawyer, jury member, journalist, newspaper editor, airplane pilot, chef, baker, pizzeria employee, dentist, anesthesiologist, surgeon, emergency medical technician, pathologist, maternity ward nurse, musician, manicurist, hairstylist, fashion photographer, runway model, interior decorator, theater actor, theater director, film actor, film director, radio station host, DJ, television news anchor, clown, juggler, crime scene investigator, bail bondsman, librarian, archaeologist, rock climber, miner, jeweler, nightclub manager, and grocery store clerk. As with La Ciudad de los Niños, the citizens of Wanadu City, known as Citizens, would be handed their first check when they entered, which was worth 150 units of the city's unique currency, known as Wangas. Citizens could earn Wangas by performing jobs and spend Wangas on activities around the city. Children could buy a ticket to the circus or a theater show, cookies from the bakery, a manicure, a pedicure, a hairstyling, or a rock climbing experience. Wanadu City also had multiple items that could be bought, not with Wangas, but real US dollars. With a parent's approval and money, kids working at the television news station could take home a DVD of themselves on the air for 10 real dollars. Children working in the maternity ward could pay to adopt a baby doll to take home with them. Some jobs also cost real money to perform, such as the pizzeria employee, which parents would need to pay for beforehand so that their child could eat the pizza at the end of the activity. Wanadu City had a similar continuity to La Ciudad de los Niños, with certain jobs intersecting with one another. For instance, a child buying a ticket to the theater would see a show with the group of children that at that point in the day were role-playing as actors. Despite these few synergetic elements, the activities in Wanadu City were mostly isolated, and the progression of events would reset multiple times throughout the day. Wanadu City also featured event space for birthdays and other party groups. Lares Gotti and the developers worked with local educators to meet state educational standards, so that the complex could act as a field trip destination, with special discounts given to school groups.
to investigate a story, put it on paper, and see it printed out can never match an assignment in a classroom.
Wanna-Do City even opened up at night for adults-only events such as corporate parties, so that they could get drunk and pretend to be giants. Attendance at Wanna-Do City was strong right out of the gate. The experience appeared to be as big of a hit as La Ciudad de los Niños, with the potential to grow into something even bigger. Plans for the Wanna-Do City expansion were put into motion after opening, with Larascote and Grupo Mexico hoping for 9 additional locations. However, the multiple lawsuits from Lopez and Kona threatened to slow these ambitions. By this point, the exact allegations of the lawsuit were more clear, as were Larascote and Grupo Mexico's defenses. Lopez and Kona claimed that Larascote had stolen La Ciudad de los Niños' intellectual property rights. Larascote maintained that the parting agreement gave him the rights to the concept in the agreed-upon territories. Lopez and Kona and company asserted that the parting agreement only allowed Larascote to build a child role-playing theme park, and that he and Grupo Mexico had not been given the rights to the exact architectural plans and gameplay. Furthermore, Larascote was claiming both in the media and to investors that he was the originator of the concept.
I came up with the idea of Wanna-Do City looking at my kids.
While Larascote had personally come up with the idea, from a legal perspective, the originator of the concept and the owner of the intellectual property was La Ciudad de los Niños, and by extension, Lopez and Kona and his investors. At one point during the discussions, Grupo Mexico offered to buy the concept and the original La Ciudad de los Niños from Lopez and Kona, with Lopez and Kona setting the price at $27 million. Apparently, this number differed so greatly from the evaluation at the time of Larascote's payout that Larascote believed there to be a case of accounting fraud, launching a criminal complaint against La Ciudad de los Niños. As Wanna-Do was under construction and neared opening, Larascote continued to claim that he was the originator of the concept, further fueling the lawsuit against him.
So for those wondering why I'm like jerking the camera as I start to pull those in, it's the fishing in this game is physics-based.
Larascote added a new defense, at least in the press, that no one could own the copyright of
if you can get the fish out of the water when you're reeling,
this was a universal experience
it's way easier to reel them.
However,
so I give that jerk to try to rip them out of the water before I start reeling.
And decided to pursue a lawsuit
Saves you a fair
against
bit
the
of
Mills
time with
Corporation as well
the fishing.
for leasing space to and investing in a venue that they saw as an infringement on their intellectual property. Then, Larascote added an additional defense, that the concept of children's role-playing was not only not unique, but that there were already 120 similar venues to La Ciudad de los Niños and Wanna-Do City in existence. Since the relatively recent invention of childhood, role-playing has been a favorite activity of the youth. In the early 20th century, children would often act out fantasies of their very gendered futures, with boys playing with toys resembling trains and farming equipment, and girls nursing baby dolls to sharpen their maternal instincts. This was a common experience among American children, mainly those born after the 1920s. As before this, children were often too busy working their real jobs to fantasize about working fake ones. Once it was a common idea in the US that children were innocent beings in need of protection, and not just tiny adults whose hands can reach that part of the machine that I can't, venues were constructed specifically for their enjoyment. Amusement parks, originally designed for local perverts,
they're just
drunks,
tiny
and
adults that I
picnickers,
can't
were
that can
transitioning to
reach the things
attractions
I
made
can't.
exclusively for children, relegating parents to park benches to merely observe
They yearn
their
for the
children's joy.
mines.
As Kittylands
Clearly.
and similar children's amusement parks sprout up, so did alternative entertainment and educational centers designed for little ones. In 1899, the Brooklyn Children's Museum opened, offering unique exhibits tailor-made for children to interact with. This concept slowly spread throughout the United States during the 20th century, and by 1975, 38 children's museums had opened across the country. These concepts originally focused on science and local history, but eventually, economic exhibits allowed children to role-play various jobs in small mock-ups of consumer spaces, such as banks or grocery stores. By 2004, when Wanna-Do City opened, the number of children's museums had grown to 220, with an additional 80 planned or under construction. Children's science museums were not the only source of educational role-playing for kids. In 1930, an Ohio-based children's writer named Mildred Roberts wrote a book called Safety Town Stories, intended to help children navigate the new and dangerous world of automobiles. A Mansfield, Ohio police officer named Fred C. Bowles was inspired to take the lessons found in Roberts' book and put them into practice. Bowles created a program in which children could role-play various traffic scenarios to learn the best practices for both drivers and pedestrians. Using pedal cars and bikes, children steered around mock roadways and simple building sets that composed Bowles' Safety Town. The initial program was transient and moved from school to school in the nearby area, but its effectiveness and popularity in Ohio resulted in the
It's
concept
funny,
of being
I've
adapted
experienced
in other
both of
states,
these things
many
that
with
they're
permanent
talking
and
about.
elaborate safety towns that school
I've
groups
been
would
to
travel
a kid
visit.
city when I was a
According to the
kid, and I
National
have
Safety
done
Town
one of
Center,
these
by
little car
2019,
track things
3,500
as well.
safety towns existed in 23 different countries around
So the
the
car
world.
one was just, they made it in the gym. They put tape down to make the other roads and whatnot.
While children's science museums and safety towns were primarily designed for younger elementary school
But I do
children,
remember going to
similar
one of those kid
concepts with more
cities as a
complexity
child.
were created for a slightly older crowd. In January of 1981, a new
I think I
educational
worked for
center
a
opened
bank,
in Kansas City
Arvest,
under the name
I believe it
Exchange
was.
City. Exchange City was an ambitious new teaching tool that allowed
You'd never
children
heard
to
of Kid
spend a day
Cities? I mean,
role-playing
fair.
in a miniature city in order to learn the basic principles of commerce. The children's visit was preceded
It wasn't
by a
until the
4-week
2000s where they
curriculum
started to
designed teach
become
the
like
basic
more
principles of
widespread.
economics
I don't know
and
if I
prepare
went to
kids
this
for their visit to
kind,
Exchange
like
City.
the,
The scale of the town
I
was
don't
much
know if it
smaller
was a
than the
wanna-do
indoor
city,
Kid City
but-
theme parks that would be built decades later. Exchange City encompassed a mere 8,500 square feet and was built with a $100,000 grant from Hallmark Cards. Local businesses would donate a combined $140,000 annually to cover operational costs. For maximum irony, the city designed to prepare children for economic success was built inside of an abandoned warehouse in downtown Kansas City. Exchange City was specifically designed for 5th graders. Founder and executive director Janice Creamer said that the experience was designed for this age group because, quote, this is the time when many youngsters get their first jobs babysitting, shoveling snow, or mowing lawns.
I think this is
In
closer
Exchange
to the
City,
one I
and with
went
its
to.
accompanying curriculum, children would learn simple economic concepts such as supply and demand, as well as run
Because
mock
that's what I
elections
remember
to
ours
determine
being
Exchange
focused
City's
on.
government officials, including mayor. Depending on the school, the election campaigns leading up to the Exchange City visit could be extensive, with children creating campaign posters and placing them throughout the hallways of their elementary school. This also served to excite the younger children, building their anticipation for the 5th grade and their trip to Exchange City. However, this
I think
was
it
not
was
true
an
for every
Exchange
child,
City
as
was
despite
actually the
seeing
one that
these
I had
posters
gone
for
to
my
as a kid.
entire elementary school experience, the year I was in 5th grade, my school did not go to Exchange City for some reason, despite going every year prior, which means that I was not able to run for mayor, despite the fact that I had been preparing my campaign and policy since the age of 5 years old.
He got a little heated there.
Exchange City's daily operation was fully continuous. While there were around 90 jobs that children could perform, students would only hold a single job for the entire day, and all activities affected one another. Professions included bank president, postmaster, waitress, journalist, arcade owner, factory worker, and radio DJ. But Exchange City's gameplay focused primarily on the role of business owner. When these tiny entrepreneurs arrived to the city, rather than being handed a set amount of money in Exchange City's unique currency, business owners would need to take out a loan to receive their starting funds. They were then sent to a miniature warehouse, which was stocked full of materials with which they could start their business. Materials included games, posters, jewelry, lemonade, and popcorn. Business owners had to pay their loan back with interest by the end of the day, and they also had to pay taxes on their income. If they wanted to advertise their business, they had to purchase commercial airtime from Exchange City's radio. Citizens spent their time off work using their funds to purchase products from business owners, and they could also pay for song dedications on the local radio.
And how much money do you make? $4.50. And how much have you spent of it? $5.50.
In some versions of the gameplay, business owners were given the option to purchase insurance, and throughout the day, fake emergencies would strike Exchange City's businesses. Owners that had purchased the insurance would need to file a claim, while those that declined coverage were absolutely screwed. At the end of the day, the citizens debriefed with the educators on their experience and the economic lessons that they learned. When school was out during the summer, Exchange City ran a one-week camp for students to extend their role-playing over several days. In the mid-1980s, Florida Superintendent Howard Hinesley visited Kansas City and observed Exchange City, recognizing the value in the concept and hoping to build a similar program for his own school district. After convincing local entrepreneur Gus Stravos to invest in the project, Enterprise Village was constructed for the children of the Tampa Bay area, opening in 1990. That same year, another educational center resembling Exchange City opened in Denver, named Young Ameritown. In 1998, Enterprise Village was expanded to include Finance Park, a similar but slightly more mature version of the concept for middle schoolers. This simulator was more complex and focused more on family budgeting than career role-playing. children would be given a set of circumstances with which they would have to develop a budget, including deciding which house to purchase and what kind of car to buy. Throughout the day, children would be given a life circumstance card, referred to as a bad luck card, that would impact their financial outlook and force them to re-budget. Bad luck events in Finance Park and equivalent family budgeting curriculums included sudden unemployment, a car breaking down, a water heater leaking, the sudden death of a relative, the sudden hospitalization of a relative, a bridge collapsing causing the sudden death of several relatives, an unexpected child, imprisonment due to public intoxication, and a terrorist attack. The year after Finance Park opened, Junior Achievement,
that's how you know it
a
didn't
nonprofit
exist until after
specializing in children's
2001.
financial education, approached both Exchange City and Enterprise Village about the prospect of expanding their operations into a franchise of locations. Throughout the early 2000s, Junior Achievement would construct and operate 20 additional Exchange Cities throughout the United States, and they would also expand the Finance Park curriculum to middle schoolers across the country. During this period, additional educational role-playing centers and children's museums were being constructed, and by the time Wanadu City opened in 2004, Kid Cities were already a cornerstone of American childhood. However, since the space was not dominated by a singular national chain, most children in the United States were unaware of how common the formative Kid City visit was to their generation. The presence of children's museums, safety towns, and educational Kid Cities seemed to bolster Wanadu City's defense against the lawsuits brought about by Lopez and Kona and company. Despite the heavily publicized conflict, it is unclear exactly when and how a resolution was reached. Reports indicate that sometime shortly after Wanadu City's opening in August of 2004, the two parties reached a settlement in which Laris Gotti and Grupo Mexico agreed to pay an undisclosed amount of money to Lopez and Kona and company to drop the suits. The only other reported condition was that Laris Gotti could not open any Wanadu City locations in Mexico. Just a few weeks after opening, Wanadu City announced their plans to open their first international location in Japan. They also reiterated their intention to build a second U.S. location with the Mills Corporation within their new Xanadu Meadowlands complex in New Jersey. This ambitious $2 billion mall project would include a 30-story Ferris wheel, an indoor ski slope, and a thrilling roller coaster. The Xanadu Meadowlands broke ground just 6 weeks after Wanadu City opened. Laris Gotti and Grupo Mexico hoped for 10 Wanadu locations, and their collaboration with the Mills Corporation was key to this expansion. Renee Aziz, CEO of Wanadu Entertainment, said, quote, "We expect to grow with the Mills Corp." 2 additional Wanadu cities were planned, one for the existing Gurney Mills Shopping Center in Gurney, Illinois, and another for Mills Block 37 project, which was under development in downtown Chicago. Lopez and Kona was skeptical of Wanadu City's future. According to Forbes magazine, Lopez and Kona expressed his belief that Wanadu City was too big, pointing out that the park was nearly 3 times the size of the original City of Children, despite being located in an area with a much smaller population. He also made it clear that he was still in the process of expanding La Ciudad de los Niños to the United States, but he seemed to be far behind Laris Gotti and Grupo Mexico. Complicating expansion further, Mundo de Adaveras, the outdoor children's city that was dubbed a knockoff of La Ciudad de los Niños, opened in early 2005. This $25 million park offered similar attractions, but on a scale that only an outdoor space could allow, with operable excavators, drivable streets, and a sheep dressed like an astronaut hanging out with a water droplet wearing a cowboy hat. Contrary to initial reports, Lopez and Kona and company did not sue Mundo de Adaveras over the park's similarities to the City of Children, and the group continued to pursue their Monterrey expansion plans despite the presence of the similar park. The success of both of these expansions would be largely determined by the reaction of those visiting, and as the prevalence of kid cities grew throughout the 2000s, more children, parents, and educators were able to judge the value of spending the day in a miniature metropolis.
What are we working with? 823. So I'll grab a quick bite
of
up
La
here.
Ciudad de los Niños and Wanadu City were overwhelmingly positive.
fill our character back
6-year-old
up.
Yvette Sierra, while employed as a grocery store clerk at the City of Children's grocery store,
No,
exclaimed,
it's starting
quote,
to rain.
"I love working here. It's fun." This response was expected for a venue primarily designed for entertainment. However, the reviews of the junior capitalists of Exchange City, yes, that's what they called them, were more mixed. At their core, the City of Children and Wanadu City were indoor theme parks with educational components, while Exchange City, Enterprise Village, and the other financial role-playing centers were more geared toward education and preparation for the real world of capital. This greatly affected the children's enjoyment and stress levels during their role-playing.
In our business, we We sell business phones.
Some were able to find simple satisfaction in their jobs. 6th grade DJ Brian Burnett said, quote, I'm just putting out things that sound good. Newspaper editor Blake Jones said, quote, I liked working in Exchange City because it was very educational. I bought a Slinky from the sports shop. Student Jeff Davenport said, quote, being mayor of Exchange City was exciting. Yeah, I bet it was. Some children found their jobs stressful and the pressures of the free market overwhelming. 10-year-old Keith Jacobs struggled with his jewelry business, lamenting, quote, business is pretty lousy. We're lowering prices, and I guess we're going to have to do some advertising on the radio. I'm worried about the bank loan. Others proved to be surprisingly good at the gameplay. 10-year-old Todd Flager's t-shirt business was so successful that he was raising the price of t-shirts while kids were in line to buy them. In Enterprise Village, 11-year-old Stephen Mala hosted the Home Shopping Network, where he proved to be a natural-born salesman. Mala hawked his products, raving, quote, these little cards are great, simply great. You want these. You do. You need these cards. There are only 2 left. Send them to your mom. They can be used for any occasion. And for all you girls out there, we have keychains with pictures of men in them. These men are handsome and they are in our keychains. Men. Or you could put your boyfriend's picture in there. Whatever. Either way, they're only $1.50. When a Florida Today reporter asked Mala what he would be when he grew up, he responded, incorrectly, baseball player. The cutthroat nature of these economy simulators was encouraged by the teachers and program staff. One of Exchange City's program directors, Ellen Pittman, explained, quote, it's sink or swim. Some of the kids make a profit and can repay the bank loan with which they start the day. Other kids go broke.
You got a busy job.
Yeah.
Are you having fun?
The post office got shut down because no one was in here working.
Are you having fun? Business good?
Yeah, business good so far. We sold to 1 person so far.
He's having fun. A Kansas City Times report on the summer camp version of Exchange City reported that on one of the days of the week-long camp, students were required to eat their bagged lunch inside of Exchange City, but were not allowed to bring drinks. An Exchange City director explained that as a result, quote, thirsty consumers will pay premium prices in the Exchange City snack shop.
And do you like working? No, it's a mess.
Elementary school principal Mark Grant said that the most important lesson that his children learned was the drudgery of mundane work, adding, quote, they all want to be managers. 11-year-old Jason of Enterprise Village agreed, saying that someday he hoped to own his own McDonald's because, quote, it seems fun. You can check up on your workers and see if they're doing a good job. Staring down the barrel of monotony and being confronted with a future of mundane labor was an experience that some children had at the fun-oriented Wanadu City. 9-year-old Malcolm, who was employed at a public supermarket, was interviewed while stocking shelves. He explained that he wanted to be a soccer player, but, quote, if it doesn't work out, then I'll probably have to work in a supermarket. He also said, quote, it's nice to have a lot of money. I feel rich. I'm not putting anything in the bank. I want to feel the money in my pocket. At Finance Park, middle schoolers were faced with an even harsher reality as they planned their budget. Reporter Adam Hughes overheard one interaction between a real adult and a child role-playing as an adult, when the real adult scolded the child, quote, Mallory, you have such a boring life on paper. Do something. To which the 8th grader responded, quote, I can't afford to.
Students are learning to do what I pretty much do every day.
Beyond financial education, Kid City's imparted various other lessons in careers and civil service. Wanadu City
Kids
Hospital
out here
was
learning
elaborate
early.
and realistic, and the surgery performed in Wanadu's OR was shockingly graphic. Many children reported being grossed out by the task of slicing open the fake human body, and the images of the children doing this are as repulsing as they are adorable. These children are operating on a dummy, but if you are sensitive to imagery of bloody lacerations, I would recommend skipping to this time code STAT.
Good luck,
Okay,
everybody.
here we go.
I'm not going to be able to skip to
Reporter
that
Peter
time
Hosley
code, so
observed
hope
birthday
none of
girl
you are
Bianca
particularly
and her
queasy.
friends attempting to remove a kidney stone that was ailing a fake patient. To do this, they needed to make a small incision in the skin near the kidney. The girls scrubbed up and prepared to perform the surgery, but soon after slicing into the skin, one of Bianca's party guests became sickened by the sight and had to leave the tiny OR. Bianca simply shook her head in annoyed disappointment, quietly concluding, quote, she'll never become a doctor, before continuing on with the surgery.
I didn't think that the actual detail of what I see on a daily basis could be found in an environment like this.
The Wanadu City EMTs had to respond to fake emergencies, with one of the children playing the part of an injured kidison in need of help. The EMTs would find the child, move them onto a gurney, and then push them into a tiny ambulance. There were also plenty of options for children wanting to participate in the justice system. the Kid Cities did an excellent job of taking the playground game of cops and robbers and augmenting it into a complex experience that occurred throughout the city's streets. There was some effort made to reduce the typical stakes that come with real-world law and order. For instance, the courts in Wanadu City would typically take on imaginary cases based on fairy tales, such as should Goldilocks go to jail? However, depending on the staff, Wanadu City and La Ciudad de los Niños would sometimes have the courts prosecute child criminals who had been arrested by the child police. One report read, quote, "This place is not free of troublemakers and disputes, which is why there is a children's prison, and it holds little ones who try to abuse or fight with each other." The most common crimes in Kid Cities were running, spitting, littering, and cursing, but other cited infractions were more intense. Due to the high-pressure nature of Exchange City's business operations, children found it rewarding to write bad checks, which would inevitably bounce when a child bank teller discovered the scheme. Program director Ellen Pittman recounted, quote, "We had 2 kids go in and rob the bank last week. That really stirred things up." Some children were more extreme in their law enforcement role-playing. At both the City of Children and Wanadu City, children could make up any
it's
excuse
funny
to
the
imprison
idea of the
another
kids
child,
committing a robbery.
as the
You're
bars
just
of
like,
the
oh
cells were
no.
made of rubber and were fun to escape from. Some of the false narratives created to justify their arrests were alarming to say the least. 10-year-old cop Jorge tackled 11-year-old Luna, taking a shot at his jaw before placing him under arrest for possession, explaining to a nearby AP reporter, quote, "I found on him. Plus, he resisted arrest." Some detainees were less innocent. During one exciting day in Wanadu City, kid criminals reportedly broke into the maternity ward and began kidnapping babies. Some children working in Exchange City's law enforcement found the power of their position intoxicating, believing that their assigned profession should come with a limitless, unwavering respect and admiration from their fellow citizens. This belief was systematically supported throughout the justice system. One student judge snapped at a citizen that was talking back to a police officer, threatening them with additional fines, saying, quote, "If you want to argue, you can have another one." If the accused did make it into mock court, they often got off scot-free thanks to a brilliant defense counsel. At Wanadu City, a journal was kept in which all of the child lawyers wrote about their experiences and passed advice to future attorneys. A Wanadu City visitor recalled reading a takeaway from one of the former lawyers who claimed to have cracked the code to the courtroom, writing in the journal, quote, "This job is so easy, all you say is, can you prove it?" Wanadu City seemed to be off to a fantastic start. The lawsuits were gone, the reviews were positive, and the attendance was great. Unfortunately, this streak of success was short-lived.
Alright, now the question is, do we risk it and shove off and hope that we can avoid the eye of the storm? It's looking like the storm's mostly past
throughout
us.
the Miami metropolitan area. The southern Florida tourism market was severely impacted by the storm, and Sawgrass Mills saw a decrease in visitors over multiple weeks. On top of this, the disruption forced many local schools to cancel their field trips to Wanadu City. Representatives for Wanadu Entertainment claim that the storm resulted in a huge financial hit and the loss of nearly 6 weeks' worth of revenue. Coincidentally, around this same time, the Securities and Exchange Commission began investigating the Mills Corporation for accounting errors. The probe uncovered that the company's annual profit was $200 million less than initially reported. In 2006, the Xanadu Mall development was sold to Colony Capital, and just a few months after this, Mills was on the verge of bankruptcy. The Simon Property Group and Farallon Capital Management would purchase the corporation for $1.64 billion. The Mills Corporation was dead, and with it, Wanadu City's primary partner in expansion. Wanadu Entertainment was not giving up on opening additional cities, but the lack of assistance from the Mills Corporation was just the beginning of the setbacks. Just over a year after opening, it was uncovered that Wanadu City was not meeting its attendance projections. Laris Gotti and Grupo Mexico had hoped for between 800,000 to 1 million guests per year, with a resulting $30 million in expected revenue. While throughout 2005,
no, wait, there's this
claims
core
were
of the
made
storm.
that Wanadu had achieved or even surpassed these targets, in 2006, reports revealed that these goals were far from met. As a result, Wanadu City fell behind on tax payments, and after being threatened with an account freeze from the Department of Revenue, Wanadu Entertainment paid the $200,000 in missing taxes. Additionally, 3
I forgot to
vendors
put
would
on
bring
my
a
music,
lawsuit
too.
against Wanadu City, claiming they were not paid for their services. In spite of this, Wanadu Entertainment was adamant that expansion was imminent, but this opinion was not shared throughout the entire organization. Rodrigo Gonzalez, vice chairman of Grupo Mexico's parent company, CIE, clarified that expansion plans would not move forward until the company was, quote, completely comfortable with the level of performance of the unit that we have opened. Gonzalez also expressed the belief that the existing Wanadu City was too big, claiming that it was, quote, larger than the attendance it currently supports. In an attempt to
How's
right
that
the course, Wanadu City brought in a
volume
consulting firm to
balance?
suggest
Is the music
operational
too loud
changes.
compared to the
The
video?
most
or
common
what?
feedback that they received was from parents, who felt that it was odd that they had to pay admission to the park since they could not participate in any of the activities. Anat Moyal, a parent visiting Wanadu City, told the South Florida Sun Sentinel, quote, "It's truly ridiculous to pay for a parent just to sit here, and you cannot leave your kid to go shopping. They're not a babysitter." Adding, "It's not Disney World. You're here for 3 or 4 hours, not all day. There are limited activities. There are no shows. At Disney, they're putting a lot of money into entertainment for the adults too." Parents also felt that the ticket prices for children were too high. As a result of the feedback, Wanadu City stopped charging admission for parents and discounted admission for children, with prices dropping to as low as $20. While this change would address the common criticism, charging less would result in a loss of revenue. To offset this, Wanadu's Wanna-Finder security bracelet system became a premium $2 add-on. For a $6 upcharge, parents could receive a short massage in a spa while their children worked in the city. To save on costs, Wanadu City closed on Mondays and Tuesdays during the school year. While Wanadu City was addressing its issues, Lopez and Kona and company were moving forward with their expansion. In 2006, the second City of Children finally opened in Monterrey, Mexico under the new brand Kidzania. The name would allow for a recognizable brand that could expand far beyond Mexico, and a new backstory was created to explain the formation of Kid Cities. The story reads that children felt that, quote, governments operated inefficiently, societies were becoming inequitable, valuable resources were routinely squandered, and values were seemingly more and more negotiable.
Too much already. Something had to be done, and kids would be the ones to do it.
As a result, the children created Kidzania, which the story claims roughly translates to Land of Cool Kids. Just a few months after the second city opened, the first international location, and the first to be franchised, would open in Japan as Kidzania Tokyo. The new Kidzania brand was immediately effective, and the franchise model proved to be a successful expansion
Maybe
strategy,
the music is a bit
with another
much
location in
with
Indonesia
the
named
video.
Kidzania Jakarta, opening in November of 2007. Plans for additional Kidzania locations were swiftly put into motion, with interest shown in markets all around the world. While Kidzania was on the rise, Wanadu City remained stagnant. Even after operational changes, Wanadu City was struggling, and they were experiencing a consistent obstacle that Kidzania was not. The elementary school explanation of economics is that in order to succeed, a business needs to sell their products for more than they cost to produce. However, in the complex economy of the real world, there are many businesses that are able to profit even with a lack of direct revenue from their customer base. The most common method to do this is through advertising, especially with businesses that require significant startup costs. For example, if the cost of constructing and operating a new baseball stadium was entirely put on the spectators, then the ticket price would likely be higher than most are willing to pay, which would in turn result in less revenue as most fans would decide to not attend. Pricing tickets in a range that fans were comfortable with would result in stronger attendance, but the reduced price might not be enough to cover the stadium's construction costs in a reasonable time frame. So to make up for this gap in revenue, the organization turns to other companies, signing multi-million-dollar contracts for advertising on physical and digital signs throughout the stadium, on the players' jerseys, and the most expensive, the naming rights to the stadium itself. Offsetting costs with advertising is a common practice in many businesses, especially those in which the product requires attendance and/or attention. When these savings are passed along to the consumer, some services such as newspapers, cable television, and streaming services are sold at a significant discount thanks to the advertising contained within. Some services are even free thanks to advertising, such as radio, broadcast television, and YouTube videos. Advertising has long been a way to offset the high cost of constructing a theme park. Disney relied heavily on advertising to construct Disneyland in the mid-1950s, and only became more reliant on them in the following decades. Recently, the Disney parks have required less advertising revenue, as they have found that a large portion of their customer base is willing to pay for tickets at a high enough price to offset most costs. This is not normal, and many themed entertainment venues are dependent on income from advertisers to continue operating. The benefit of the advertising revenue to the business is obvious, but what is the benefit to the advertiser? In the case of a baseball stadium, the advertising can increase brand awareness and recognition, while also creating a positive association between their brand and the sports team, psychologically implying to potential customers that the brand is part of the team. In the case of Disney parks, sponsored attractions also increase brand awareness and recognition, and since most often the theme of the attraction relates to the brand's business activity, a positive association is formed. For example, AT&T was once the sponsor of Epcot Center's Spaceship Earth, a ride about the history and future of communication. Therefore, the sponsorship psychologically cues riders to think about AT&T when they think about communication and the future. In family entertainment venues, the advertising is primarily directed at the adults of the group, as they are the ones with the money and the power to purchase the product. Children's advertising is a huge industry, but the products are mostly limited to things that children want to consume, such as foods, toys, and entertainment. When United Technologies agreed to sponsor the Living Seas at Epcot Center, one would assume that they saw revenue potential from the adults in the crowd, and they were not performing some long-game psyop on 8-year-olds, hoping that the positive association would stick, and in 30 to 40 years they would choose the Otis Elevator Company as their building's escalator provider. But what about an entertainment venue that is designed solely for kids, in which the adults are sent to a boring lounge to read a book while their children experience the product and its advertisers alone? What would the motive for the advertisers be in that scenario? As proved during the development of La Ciudad de los Niños, megacorporations have a consistent, almost suspicious enthusiasm for funding Kid City projects. The original sponsors of the City of Children were some of the largest companies in the world. These partnerships were, in part, a result of Lopez Ancona's business contacts from his time in finance. But even with this advantage, major corporations clearly saw something in Kid Cities worth investing in.
Yeah, setting out at nighttime in a
it
storm
was reported that Wanadu City had a harder
plan.
time securing sponsors than the City of Children had.
I can't see
and as a result, the
squat
project
out here.
relied
I
on
can't
many
even try to
regional
navigate by the
partnerships relevant to
stars, 'cause they're all
Florida, such as
hidden.
Plantation General Hospital, the Miami Herald, and Publix grocery stores. However, Wanadu City still received money from a few well-known brands, such as State Farm Insurance, Cartoon Network, Spirit Airlines, CNN, and Johnny Rockets. Soon after opening, Coca-Cola was added to the lineup, sponsoring a bottling factory and a drink delivery vehicle. Exchange City and Enterprise Village were smaller venues, designed primarily for education and built for a fraction of the cost. And yet, they still had sponsorships from major corporations. Enterprise Village had a McDonald's where kids could actually serve food. When Finance Park was being developed years later, brands such as AutoNation and Outback Steakhouse were so emphatic about being part of the project that a waiting list was created for the potential sponsors. Children's museums, which were even smaller in scope and directed at children younger in age, also have partnerships from corporations such as Bank of America and Wells Fargo. There are a few innocuous reasons as for why these Fortune 500 companies would give money to these unproven small-scale regional theme centers. For one, these corporations could simply be investing in these communities and in their children's futures. Another reason for these corporations' involvement was simply realism. When developing Wanadu City, Lariscotti pointed out that, quote, a city without corporate names doesn't look like a real city. Anna Martinez, a mom visiting Wanadu City with her son, agreed, explaining, quote, it's reality, what they're familiar with, what they're comfortable with. These justifications did not stop critics from voicing their opinions on the product placement. Speaking on Wanadu City, Harvard psychologist Susan Lin argued that, quote, it's one more step that corporations are taking to insinuate themselves into the fabric of our lives. University of Florida professor Paul George critiqued Enterprise Village's sponsorship model, saying, quote, I'm not convinced that reading, writing, and retailing are the 3 R's. Further assessing that, quote, it sounds to me like a giant commercial aimed at students who have no choice and who are incredibly impressionable. I feel like I'm constantly having to protect my own children from avaricious retailers as it is. The idea that we're going to install them in the curriculum and make it mandatory is just mind-boggling. Incredibly, the advertisers' stated motivation sided more with the perspective of these critics, as one could argue that some seemed a bit too excited about the collaboration. When State Farm was initially contacted about a partnership, representatives of Wanadu Entertainment proposed that the insurance company could sponsor the city's tiny fire department, as State Farm was well known for selling fire insurance policies. However, upon hearing that Wanadu City had a bank, State Farm asked if they could sponsor this venue instead. State Farm sponsorship manager Bobby Wilkinson explained, quote, a lot of people don't know about State Farm's bank. That's what made Wanadu a great marketing opportunity. How awesome to have a 3 or 4-year-old with their first bank account and debit card from State Farm. We can introduce that brand early to kids and bring some awareness to parents that we have a State Farm bank. And if we can introduce this brand early to these kids, then the potential that these could be lifelong customers just increases. Lariscotti agreed, claiming Wanadu employed, quote, quality advertising rather than quantity advertising. It leaves a deep mark in very little time. The half hour the child plays with something will stay with them for their entire life. It's something they'll never forget. Adam Cadamaccio, an executive at the firm hired to recruit Wanadu City sponsors, explained that children would, quote, live the brand at Wanadu City, leaving a lasting impression that companies will translate into parents' dollars for them. Rich Engwall, vice president of the foundation that operated Enterprise Village and Finance Park, clarified, quote, the sponsors believe wholeheartedly in the value of public education. But there's no denying that when the kids walk out of here and open their first bank account, they're thinking first of Bank of America because that's where they had their first checking account.
So what can we learn from this amazing Kidzania concept? That if companies are planting a seed in consumers' minds and in kids' minds as they're very young, it's going to stay with you forever. That emotional engagement is really important to plant in our minds as we're very young.
The advertising theory was just as effective in practice. One example could be found in La Ciudad de los Niños, which featured a pastry factory sponsored by Mexican snack company Marinela. At the factory, 8-year-old Regina was learning how to create the popular Gansito treat when she experienced a lucrative shift in perspective. She explained, quote, it's neat because we get to find out how Gansitos are made.
Lord.
I always gave them away to my brothers, but maybe now
I'm glad that I
I'll
don't
start to
have
like
the
them.
1,000-pound
Spirit
nails
Airlines
on
hoped for a
board
similar
for this
outcome with their
run.
Wanadu City sponsorship.
We
Lynn
would
Foreman,
be
Senior
so
Director of
dead.
Marketing and Communications for Spirit, hoped that the Wanadu City Flight Simulator would make, quote, all the kids think good things about Spirit. When they're sitting around home planning the family vacation, we hope everyone will be saying, we're flying Spirit, right? Despite the abject terror that is learning your child has been spirit-pilled without your consent, most parents had a more optimistic view of the kids' cities, believing that it was a good way for their children to learn financial responsibility. Moreover, many saw no difference between Kids City sponsorship model and other children's entertainment spaces, which either featured similar brand partnerships or were directly operated by mega corporations. After all, not every children's role-playing space can be as wholesome and brandless as a safety town. Wait, is that a McDonald's? When building Wanadu City, Lariscotti employed all of the same strategies that he had with the City of Children, but the project was proving to be too ambitious given the amount of support. Unlike La Ciudad de los Niños, which had relied mostly on its sponsors to cover construction
particularly
costs,
choppy
Wanadu
waters
Entertainment
for a
had
ship
taken out a
this
$10 million
size.
loan. This needed to be paid off, but operations had already found the maximum most guests were willing to pay for the experience. To close this gap, Wanadu Entertainment continued to add attractions to entice visitors and recruited more advertisers to cover costs. A veterinary clinic sponsored by animal pharmaceutical manufacturer Muriel was added. Here, children could diagnose and treat fake pets, some of which were animatronics that, quote, look so real that kids ask if they're okay when the dogs go motionless. A new experience for older children was added, which focused on work in STEM-related fields. This experience, sponsored by Motorola, allowed children to operate a virtual submarine. Nestle would join the project as well, sponsoring an elaborate Wonka factory where children could learn to be Oompa Loompas. Nestle, who also sponsored La Ciudad de los Niños, was a perfect fit for the Kids City because they have a long history of relying on children to make their chocolate. The new attractions and sponsorships received positive reviews and significant press. Wanadu City appeared to be making positive changes, and the future of the company seemed bright. In late 2007, it was revealed that real adults working real jobs messed up the real economy so badly that the world entered the Great Recession. The global downturn negatively affected both real cities and miniature fake ones. Schools cut back on field trips, and families reduced their leisure spending. As a result, attendance fell at both Kid City theme parks and educational centers.
If we didn't have enough money, we would need to get stimulus.
Throughout this period, Junior Achievement was in the midst of transitioning many exchange cities into an updated version of the concept with the new branding, J.A. BizTown. While this was occurring, the recession forced many exchange cities to reduce staff and cut costs. One location in New Hampshire closed their doors due to financial difficulties. The original location in Kansas City was in the process of moving from its downtown location to the Kansas City Underground when the recession hit. Meanwhile, the recession served as another in a long list of setbacks for Wanadu City. In 2008, Lariscotti exited Wanadu Entertainment. No specific reasons were given for his departure, but by this point, Wanadu City's expansion plans had almost certainly been abandoned. Around the same time as Lariscotti's exit, Wanadu City designed an extensive overlay to boost attendance at the park. Dinosaurs were added to nearly every corner of the city, adding new experiences and a new job as a paleontologist. Multiple other professions were affected by the prehistoric invasion. The cooking had dinosaurs, the modeling had dinosaurs, the theater had dinosaurs. CNN was rebranded to the Caveman News Network. There were dinosaurs placed all throughout the city, and the city bus was rethemed to allow children to take a guided tour of the featured creatures. The following year, when most of the dinosaur theming was removed, the vehicle became a Broward County transit bus as part of a 13-month, $50,000 sponsorship with the Florida Department of Transportation. In August of 2009, the recession, along with the H1N1 influenza pandemic, resulted in Mundo de Adaveras closing its gates. The park was left abandoned, and many urban explorers have documented the park in recent years. The derelict attraction still has much of its original signage and theming. The factory is still intact, as are many of the building facades. The park is now overrun with miniature graffiti, tiny debris, and child-sized collapsing infrastructure. Mundo de Adaveras would not be the only kid city to fall post-recession, as only a year later, on November 18, 2010, it was announced that Wanadu City would close for good.
Otherwise,
Few were
we've
surprised
sailed
by the
through the
news,
night for no
as attendance
reason.
had remained a significant issue for Wanadu City. Management had failed to properly address it, despite the addition of new attractions such as the Flavor Maker's Taste Emporium, in which children could take on the role of a taste tester and try multiple snow cone flavors, and a new show in Wanadu City's theater named Help, which was described as a psychedelic puppet show tribute to the Beatles. Meanwhile, some aspects of the Wanadu City experience had become worse. Admission was increased to $40 per child, which many parents felt was outrageous. Some believe that the experience itself had deteriorated, with some attractions closing during slow periods. When a busy day did occur, queues for the city's jobs could be long, leading many children to spend a significant portion of their day waiting. Other issues were not new. While Wanadu City had clearly learned that charging parents admission was a major deterrent to visiting families, the park was still charging a $10 entry fee for parents in 2010. Even with new sponsorships throughout its life, lack of partnerships was still cited as one of the main reasons for its closure. When contacted, a spokesperson for Wanadu City stated that the park had no statement on its closure. Wanadu City was planned to close on January 12th, but just a few weeks after this announcement, the date was moved up. Wanadu City would officially close its doors on January 2nd, 2011. 314 employees were laid off, and many of the park's props, structures, and rides were put up for auction, including the DC-9 airplane. The airplane was purchased for $20,000 by a man named Joe Axline, who planned to turn it into his house. Axline's lifelong dream was to live inside of an airplane, a dream he was finally able to achieve after the closure of Wanadu City, as well as his divorce. Axline dubbed his airplane homestead Project Freedom, in a reference to his divorce. There's something poetic about the Wanadu City plane, which allowed children to live out their dreams of becoming pilots, now being used to help an adult to achieve their childhood dream of living inside of an airplane. While the closure upset many of Wanadu City's frequent visitors, a group that did not seem disappointed was the management of Sawgrass Mills, who seemed eager to fill the void that the city would leave behind. The large space used by Wanadu City would be gutted and transformed into a new shopping area, where multiple luxury retailers would set up shop. The new section, named Fashion Row, opened in 2013.
So he did not overshoot by a huge amount. Yeah, okay.
While Wanadu City was falling, Kidzania was rising. A second location in Japan was constructed, along with new parks in Portugal, Dubai, and South Korea, bringing the total number of Kidzanias to 8. Luis Javier Larescotti had left both La Ciudad de los Niños and Wanadu City behind, but he could not stay away from kid cities for good. Throughout 2011, Larescotti developed a new role-playing theme center under the new brand Can Do. Can Do was significantly smaller and cheaper than Wanadu City, costing just $5 million to construct. According to Larescotti, the most notable difference between the new project and his previous ventures was that in Can Do, parents could participate in the fun. Larescotti acknowledged that the sidelining of parents and guardians was the most common complaint in both the City of Children and Wanadu City, and he believed that Can Do would find more success in including everyone in the city's activities. Can Do was branded as, quote, the first job-experiencing theme park where 3 generations can enjoy themselves. Can Do opened in Bogota, Colombia in January of 2012, with the promise to build 4 more kid cities throughout the country. That same year, Kidzania opened 2 new locations in Santiago, Chile,
right, so we
and
gotta
another in
turn around
Mexico
and
City.
then we'll
in
sail
2013,
in there, make
Can Do
port.
opened 2 new cities, a second in
Unload
Colombia
our
in the city
cargo.
of Medellin, and another in Chiba, Japan. At the same time, Kidzania expanded to Kuwait, Egypt, and Thailand. In 2014 and 2015, new Kidzanias opened in Turkey, Saudi Arabia, London, and Brazil. Kidzania's expansion remained aggressive, but just 3 locations in, Can-Do had already stalled. In 2015, Can-Do Medellin closed its doors after just 2 years of operation. The following year, while Kidzania was expanding to Russia and opening additional fun centers in South Korea and India, Can-Do was facing another closure. After 4 years of operation, the Can-Do in Bogota, Colombia closed its doors, leaving the Can-Do in Japan as the sole operating location. In 2016, the Exchange City in Kansas City ceased operations after several years of financial difficulties and a long series of mayors who couldn't be bothered to take their job seriously. I would have run laps around this kid. I would have won that mayoral race in a landslide. This kid would cry if he saw my campaign. Kansas City's Exchange City was one of the last remaining Exchange cities to not transition into a junior achievement BizTown, which by the mid-2010s had dozens of locations around the United States.
I recognize that name.
Can-Do would finally open an additional location in 2018, when Can-Do Torino debuted in Italy. Also in 2018, Kidzania would open an additional location in Mexico and a new location in Costa Rica. The following year, 4 new Kidzanias were opened, including finally a location in the United States with Kidzania Dallas. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic forced most non-essential businesses to close their doors, including Kid Cities. While most centers would reopen months later with modified experiences, many would cease operations for good during the shutdown. This included 4 Kidzania locations and the Can-Do in Torino, Italy. The latter resulted in Can-Do once again having just a single operating location. Kidzania would recover well in the years following the shutdown, with most locations reopening and several new cities being constructed. As of 2024, 26 Kidzanias are operating, with 5 more in development. Junior Achievement has enjoyed a similar success, with over 40 JA BizTowns now operating throughout the United States. In 2021, Junior Achievement opened a new BizTown in Kansas City,
I didn't
bringing
know
the
they
concept
were
back
still
to
around.
the city in which it originated.
Which is interesting.
Thanks to the success of Kidzania and JA BizTown, Kid Cities are as popular as ever, a truth that many feel conflicted about. The effects of Kid Cities on children is rife with debate. School curriculums, especially in the United States, are often criticized for being too academic, theoretical, and according to some, useless. It is common to hear complaints that what is taught in schools has no real-world application. Why did we spend so much time learning about the Pythagorean theorem when we could have learned about credit scores or how to start a business? Why did the Department of Education insist that we learn that the mitochondria was the powerhouse of the cell, rather than forcing us to take a government-mandated tax class that would have been great and that no one would have ever complained about? In many ways, Kid Cities are the other extreme, showcasing what a curriculum focused on practicality and vocation looks like. Parents and educators alike lauded the Kid Cities for their lessons in financial responsibility and career education. But at the same time, over-preparing children for the quote-unquote real world has its drawbacks. Cementing the inner workings of society into impressionable minds, to some, can come across as an indoctrination of the status quo and existing power structures.
It's very hard in our public school system for people to learn about the free enterprise system that has built America.
If all you do is teach children how to navigate the existing world, they might be less equipped and motivated to change and improve it. Even from a practical perspective, the world is always changing, and the world that you can educate children on when they are 8 will not be the world that they enter when they are 18. The stated reason that Exchange City transitioned into JA BizTown was because the Exchange City curriculum focused heavily on balancing checkbooks and filling out ledgers, skills that were becoming less useful in modern life. Professions also change over time. Today's citizens and junior capitalists can still take up work as a food worker or a firefighter, but new jobs such as Amazon fulfillment warehouse employee and Amazon delivery driver showcase the passage of time in an unsettling way. In its current form, Kid Cities act as a supplement to academics, with at most a few weeks of curriculum for the education centers and a focus on entertainment for the fun centers. Kid Cities are able to escape most criticism. But concerns over the presentation of heavier topics and the infiltration of advertising on impressionable minds should be a continuing conversation, and likely deserves more thought than it has been given over the past 40 years of Kid Cities. There will probably never be a consensus on issues such as education style or what age a child should be introduced to McDonald's, but there is a truth found in the Kid City experience that is less controversial and far more depressing.
I can't wait till we can afford that
Children
brig.
will always want to be adults,
That'll be
and
nice.
adults will always want to be children.
Look at that thing.
Children envy adults for their freedom, while adults view their freedom as responsibility. This is especially true for those that had a relatively privileged childhood, and were not thrust into adult roles at a younger age due to circumstance. It is easy to blame the existence of kid cities on capitalism, power structures, or the United States, but those are only influences on the content found within. The concept is universal. Kid cities are now enjoyed by children all around the world. Even with a different economic system, in a theoretical utopia, the grass will always be greener. And the genius of kid cities is that they harness this yearning and build a large-scale set for kids to play out their desire to experience adulthood. Adults, on the other hand, would rather build a fantastical recreation of their childhoods to return to. Envy may be the thief
Machiavellian
of joy.
doesn't
That
necessarily
is, unless you build a giant simulated environment so that you can experience the object of your envy, in which case, envy rocks, and if managed well, is extremely profitable. And that, kids,
I see what you're
is
going
your
for, my
lesson
friend.
in the grown-up world. Man, I would have made a great
Well, yes, there is always the threat that is part of governing, and that's what Machiavellianism is about at the end of the day, is governing. So there's always going to be that. Cool looking game. If you like sailing games, this is one of, if not my favorite one on the market right now. It's pretty slow. Don't buy this game if you're looking for like high intensity combat or something. If you come here looking for that, you shall not find it. But if you want to like a relaxed merchant focused game where the whole idea is that you're a merchantman sailing around and you have to learn navigation, like old school navigation traits, then this is the game for you if you're looking for that kind of a thing. I do enjoy it, personally. This used to be the main game that we played on the stream. Unload my cheese first, that way we can sell it before we deliver theirs. That's all their cheese. So we'll sell our cheese first, then we should deliver theirs. That way we can get a good profit off
Sports
that.
shop, international shop, nature shop, sign shop that produces a sign for every business.
Because as one would imagine, in business, it is a matter of doing it. 99% of business is just supply and demand. Do you have the supply for the demand? Well, I'm delivering cheese for someone else, but I am also carrying several crates of my own cheese. Once I turn these crates in, the price is going to go down. Hence, my cargo gets sold first, and then theirs gets delivered. The privilege of being the one that's delivering, I get to decide to do that, even if that would perhaps hurt their bottom line. At the end of the day, I'm not hired to watch their bottom line. You do like how calming it looks? 90% of the time it is calming.
It's the early 2000s, and being famous sounds like a good idea. Fame and fortune are timeless objectives.
Whenever you're in like
but
the
pop
larger
stars of the
ships, like
late
if you're
90s
on a
and early aughts
brig
had reached unprecedented
doing a
levels of
region
notoriety
travel,
and
so
denim,
you're sailing from
innovations
like
in technology,
this area
such as
to
portable
one of the
devices,
other
the
major
internet,
areas,
and denim,
and
were
you
making
get caught in a
celebrities more
storm,
accessible to their fans than ever,
it can
while
become
at the same time elevating their social
kind of
status
tense.
to a point that many contemporary commentators felt that the only apt comparison was idolatry. To many, these were gods, untouchable beings of talent and fame, but some believed that they had a chance at reaching this status themselves. They just needed to be discovered.
Deliver the
Unfortunately,
medicine,
the only surefire way to
and
become
then we'll
absurdly
deliver the
famous
mail.
at the turn of the millennium was to have starred in the 1989 revival of the
But
Mickey
yeah,
Mouse Club.
99% of the
If you
time,
weren't a
this game is
Mouseketeer,
quite calming.
You could try
It's very
forming a boy
chilled
band
out.
or a girl group and pray that you were the best, the most attractive, or ideally
2019.
both. Short of these strategies, the path to stardom was less clear, but that was about to change. Throughout the 20th century, music competitions had often elevated hopeful nobodies to stardom. For instance, Frank Sinatra got his start on
We're gonna
Major Bow's
need
Amateur Hour,
about
a radio
8,000,
talent competition.
I think.
With the emergence of television, competitions such as Eurovision and Star Search would be popular
Oh, the
among
rate
audiences
actually is
and
improved right
successful
now. It's
in finding
73.
stars. However, there were very few active singing competitions on the air by the late 90s.
Let me do some math
but a
real
new
quick.
wave was on its way. In 2000, ABC began airing a music reality competition named Making the Band. In another format, Pop Stars would begin airing in the UK and the US in early 2001. Both of these shows sought to find new talent
give or
and form
take
the
a
next
bit
big
is our
music
goal.
group. Both programs
So we
heavily
can buy the
integrated
larger
elements
vessel.
from the new reality television genre,
Ooh.
and the winners of these programs would be immediately signed to the record label of the show's producers. In early 2001, the winners of Pop Stars UK formed the group Hearsay, which according to the
Are we just
Observer's
gonna end up
relevancy
sailing
test
back
was
and
a
forth
massive
between here and
success, as they had
Sunspire?
attracted one stalker. And according to my relevancy test, all 5 members have Wikipedia pages, but only 3 have photos attached. B-. Pop Stars US formed Eden's Crush in early 2001, which launched the career of future Pussycat Dolls lead singer Nicole Scherzinger. But unfortunately, only 2 of its members have Wikipedia pages, and only Nicole has a photo. F. Making the Band on ABC had formed O-Town. Of the 5 original members and 1 replacement, 2 Wikipedia pages, 1 photo. Also F. Wikipedia is not always correct when it comes to facts, but the Wikipedia Music Group relevancy test does not lie. In 2001, British music and television mogul Simon Fuller noticed the interest in these new programs. Fuller was best known as the manager of the Spice Girls, until he was fired by the group in 1997. Seeking other ventures, Fuller attempted to create a music competition and star-launching format of his own, which would be named Pop Idol. The show would begin airing in the UK on ITV in late 2001. Pop Idol combined multiple successful elements of other music competitions, with 3 key differences that set it apart. First, unlike Pop Stars and Making the Band, the goal of Pop Idol was to find a
Alright, so we got
singular
2 barrels
star,
of rum,
not
2
form a
things
group.
of rice
Second,
that we're
the show
going to
would have
transport
live
to
episodes
Sunspire.
featuring the competitors' performance.
And then we'll see what,
Third, and most
what
importantly,
cargo
Pop Idol would allow
contracts
the
there are.
audience to vote and decide its winner. Fuller hoped that the show's format would be popular enough to
Rum
launch
and
the
rice.
career of
That's
the
an
UK's
interesting,
next big recording
combination
star. But the
for
show's
cargo.
popularity would receive a major boost from the harsh critiques of one of its judges, music executive Simon Cowell.
I believe you.
I remember Simon
Mark
Cowell.
yourself out of 10 on that one.
About 7 with a bit of a sore throat.
2.
Cowell became known for his honest and often cruel feedback to performers, and Pop Idol would make a celebrity out of Simon before the show's actual winner had been chosen. Pop Idol was an immediate hit and was watched by 10 million viewers a
we'll
week.
do it
Over
this
15%
way.
of the country's population tuned into the competition. The 2 finalists instantly became charting musicians. The winner, Will Young, immediately broke the record for the fastest-selling single in British history, outperforming the Beatles in this category. The show's success in the UK led Fuller and Cowell to pitch a version to networks in the US, eventually convincing Fox to air a season of the competition. The show, renamed American Idol: The Search for a Superstar, began airing on June 11, 2002. American Idol would feature a panel of 3 judges.
All right,
Simon
now let's
Cowell
see
would
what
also serve on the
contracts there
American
are
Idol
going to
panel,
Sunspire.
bringing the same
Copper,
surly
not
energy that had
happening.
made
That's
him
too
famous on
heavy.
Pop Idol.
I can honestly say,
Rice, too heavy, and I've already got my own.
Cal would be joined by Randy Jackson, a bass player and music producer.
Tobacco
and
is
Paul
always a
Abdul,
good one,
a pop
'cause
star who had
those
found
are
success
small
in the late
crates.
80s and early 90s. 2 hosts, Ryan Seacrest and Brian Dunkelman, would guide contestants and audiences through the competition. The first step in finding the new American Idol was an elaborate open call audition held in multiple cities throughout the country. Thousands of prospective contestants were judged by casting directors, and a select few of these singers made it in front of the 3 celebrity judges and potentially onto national television. The contestants that made it to the filmed auditions were either good enough to move forward or bad enough to make compelling TV, with a handful of singers that were just okay to make the process feel realistic. Throughout these first 2 episodes, Cal showcased his signature snark, shocking the contestants and his fellow judges with how far he was willing to go to shut down the hopeful singers.
Well, Jennifer, here's a new word. That was extraordinary.
Thank you.
Extraordinarily bad. You taking singing lessons?
There was this lady up in Montana.
Do you have a lawyer?
No, I don't have a lawyer.
Get a lawyer and sue her.
I thought you were fantastic.
I didn't.
The harshness of these critiques was an immediate point of discussion around the country, as was the poor singing ability and lack of self-awareness of some of those auditioning. These humorous auditions were presented alongside contestants with true talent, many of which were immediately relatable to audiences, showcasing their singing abilities, confidence, and denim.
I like this. Is that a skirt?
These my pants.
The show had an obvious bias towards singers who matched the ridiculous beauty standards of the early 2000s. A bias that the program
thing of
stated
silk,
explicitly
I'll do that.
and justified as a
Thing
necessary
of oranges,
entry
I can
for
do
any
that.
potential idol.
The problem I have is that you don't look like an American Idol.
And she just sang an Aretha Franklin song.
I do not believe that if Aretha Franklin entered this competition, she would win it. Now, I don't make the rules.
Evelyn McDonnell, writing for the Miami Herald, said, quote, American Idol takes our cultural obsession with celebrities, strips it bare, abuses and humiliates it, then redresses it in its own mode and sends it smiling back at us. This was written 2 weeks after the show premiered. Evelyn, pace yourself. This show might be around for a while. Whether it was a genuine interest in vocal talent or some biological yearning for the age of public executions, audiences were hooked on American Idol from the very beginning. The program was the breakout hit of the summer of 2002, and as the competition progressed, ratings continued to climb. Of the 10,000 auditions, 121 singers were asked to come to Los Angeles for Hollywood Week, a grueling audition process in which the 3 judges narrowed the field down to just 30 contestants. After this, the true appeal of the program began, as from this point on, it would be up to the audience watching at home to decide which contestants moved on and which were eliminated. The 30 contestants were split into 3 groups of 10, with an episode dedicated to each group. 3 contestants would emerge from each pool, with an additional wildcard show allowing for 1 additional contestant to round out the top 10. From there, 2 contestants were eliminated to create a top 8, and after that, only 1 contestant was eliminated each week. Finally, on September 4th, 2002, the Season 1 finale of American Idol aired, and Kelly Clarkson was announced as the show's first winner. As with Pop Idol, the promise of the show was fulfilled, and Clarkson was immediately elevated to mainstream stardom. She signed a record deal under Simon Fuller, and soon she was a legitimate charting musician. It was completely fabricated, planned from the beginning, yet it was more authentic than most industry success stories. The show was filled with these dichotomies: the cruel mixed with the wholesome, the staged mixed with the democratic. The value or morality of the program was up for debate, but it was certainly gripping television audiences. Just 1 season in, the show was already an overwhelming success, both in terms of ratings and star creation.
There we go.
But the phenomenon that would be American Idol was just beginning.
Alright.
While thousands of Americans were dreaming of receiving a golden ticket to the real Hollywood, a fake Hollywood in the swamps of Florida was struggling with its identity. Disney MGM Studios theme park had been put into development
they already
in the
cleared their
mid-1980s,
stalls.
shortly
They're
after
closing.
Michael Eisner had become CEO of Walt Disney Productions. Eisner had come
I'd
to
hope
the
to buy a
company
meal
from
real
Paramount
quick
Pictures,
before we
and
left.
he brought with him
guess not.
energy,
I'll have to catch
creativity,
some fish.
and knowledge from a pitch he had been given by MCA in July of 1981 detailing their plans for Universal Studios production facility, tram tour, and theme park in Central Florida. They had plans for a recreation of a Golden Age Hollywood Boulevard, a stunt show, a sound effects demonstration. They wanted him and Paramount on board. He had been shown the plans. He knew the plans. Allegedly. Less than a year after Eisner took the helm at Disney, plans were announced for a new Walt Disney World attraction, named the Disney MGM Studio Tour. Disney planned to build production facilities and sound stages for both live action and animation production. This new experience would also feature a recreation of a Golden Age Hollywood Boulevard, a stunt show, a sound effects demonstration, and more. Disney entered into a licensing agreement with MGM to use their name as well as properties from their film library. Similar licensing deals with Paramount and Sony were signed to create a more authentic and modern Hollywood attraction. In late 1986, MCA would finally greenlight the construction of Universal Studios Florida. Due to Disney MGM's similarities to Universal's original plans, MCA evolved their concept to feature more large-scale attractions resembling those found at Disney parks. Meanwhile, the Disney MGM Studios Tour was developing into the Disney MGM Studios theme park, which would now feature a tram tour to closer resemble Universal Studios in Hollywood. A key feature of both parks would be the film production facilities being built on site, but Disney MGM was relying on theirs to be the star attraction, with the signature studio tour to last 2 hours. Disney would beat Universal to the punch, with the Disney MGM Studios theme park opening on May 1st, 1989. Along with the studio tour, the park would feature a dark ride depicting scenes from famous films, as well as a stunt show themed to the Indiana Jones franchise. The park also offered several themed dining experiences, and more modest shows and demonstrations were scattered throughout the park. Just off of the Mickey Mouse-shaped hub was Superstar Television, a show in which audience participants were inserted into their favorite television programs through the use of physical sets and clever compositing. Over the course of the 25-minute show, guests would be inserted into vintage shows such as I Love Lucy and The Howdy Doody Show, and contemporary programs such as Cheers and The Golden Girls. The Disney MGM Studios theme park was an overwhelming success in terms of attendance, but it lacked the breadth of attractions that guests had come to expect from a Disney park. Disney already had plans to address this. The popular Disneyland attraction Star Tours was already under construction at the park, and a new Muppets area and attraction was on the way. However, Disney MGM had bigger problems than guest satisfaction. The park was reverse engineered. Rather than a tour being added to an operating movie studio, an operating movie studio was created so that it could be toured. Producers on the West Coast were cautiously optimistic about Orlando becoming the Hollywood of the East, but many were skeptical on Disney's dedication to operating Disney MGM as an actual studio. Less than a year into the park's life, issues had already been found in the design that made production difficult. The New York street set was placed too close to the park's signature Catastrophe Canyon tram stop, which simulated practical film effects such as pyrotechnic explosions and a flood. Sound from this area bled into New York Street and other portions of the backlot, which rendered these filming locations, quote, virtually useless, which in turn hurt the tram tour, because now there were less productions to tour, which was ironic because the reason there were no productions was because of the tram tour. Throughout the 1990s, in almost every instance in which Disney had the choice between improving the vitality of Disney MGM as an operating movie studio and improving the quality of Disney MGM as a theme park, they almost always chose theme park. In 1994, a new expansion named Sunset Boulevard added more shops and the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror thrill ride. In 1998, Superstar Television was closed to make way for Doug Live, which opened on March 15, 1999. Doug Live was based on the television series Doug, and the show translated perfectly to stage, with no issues at all. It closed 2 years later with no planned replacement, leaving this theater space at a prime location in the park empty. In September of 2001, Disney MGM Studios unveiled the Sorcerer's Hat, a huge hat themed after the iconic cat from the Sorcerer's Apprentice segment in the 1940 film Fantasia. The Sorcerer's Hat was constructed to celebrate the 100 Years of Magic celebration at Walt Disney World, celebrating what would have been the 100th birthday of Walt Disney. Surprising to many guests, the hat would not be deconstructed after the celebration, and it would instead become an icon of the park, and a signifier of a very specific period in Disney MGM history, one that could be described as a middle period, a slump, or even a dark age. At the same time that Disney MGM Studios was entering this dark age, American Idol was entering its golden age. After the success of the show's first season, a second season of American Idol was quickly put into production, moving the program up from its summer slot to begin airing in January of 2003.
You sounded like a dog dying.
The next American Idol.
Season 1 had not only created multiple stars, but it had motivated thousands of prospective ones. The open call for auditions saw 70,000 people try out for the show, and the production had to begin renting out stadiums to handle the crowds. The show started splitting the process over multiple nights, with 3 episodes dedicated just to auditions in Season 2. The number of singers moving on to Hollywood Week was increased from 121 to 234, and this stage now featured multiple elimination rounds, resulting in 32 singers moving on to the semifinals. Other changes this season included Brian Dunkelman quitting the show, leaving Ryan Seacrest as the sole host. Another exit from the show was the foldable audition table with its Party City-esque tablecloth. This was replaced with a more sturdy and sleek-looking table that took a lot of the edge and rawness out of the production. This season also allowed viewers to send their votes in via text message, which one would think was due to young people preferring this method over calling in, but rather, it was cell carriers that were using shows such as American Idol to interest young people in SMS. The rise in texting among young Americans in this period would actually be attributed in part to American Idol pushing it.
Oh, it's
Another
smoked.
technology
Okay,
evolving
so I didn't need to
alongside
worry
the show
about
was
eating this
digital media
soon.
players, a landscape
It
that
actually
was
will last
dominated
a
by
while.
Apple's iPod and iTunes. This added an unprecedented level of freedom to the music listening experience, and the instantaneous delivery of singles and albums to audiences would be huge for Idol, which itself was already expediting the path to musical stardom. The show's supplementary media was already strong, with the Season 1 cast having embarked on a tour, recording a compilation album, and filming a television special. A spin-off show, American Juniors, sought to create stars out of a younger pool of contestants, and ended up discovering such talent as Christina DeBarge, Caitlin Tarver, and Lucy Hale. But the show made the mistake of trying to form a child supergroup rather than a single star.
Oh no.
The group, also named American Juniors, had 5 members, and only Lucy Hale has a Wikipedia page, F. American Idol's second season concluded with Ruben Studdard narrowly beating out Clay Aiken, and both would find success after the season's conclusion. The show's third season began airing in January of 2004. The season featured more hopeful contestants, more audition sites, and more episodes than the previous season. 5 episodes were now dedicated to auditions, and 2 episodes were dedicated to Hollywood Week. The nightmare that was the audition process was becoming a key part of the show's content and reputation. Long lines, packed stadiums, and the call number taped on the contestant's shirt were all iconic imagery of the full-day affair. For many, this exhausting process was part of the excitement, but it also served as a constant visualization of the improbability of not just winning the competition, but even making it to the celebrity judges' room. The show was also leaning more into the funny auditions, which would result in the most famous funny audition in the show's history, courtesy of a man named William Hung, whose performance of Ricky Martin's She Bangs would become a viral moment.
She bangs! She bangs!
Thank you. Thank you.
This audition was enough to elevate Hung to celebrity status within the American Idol fandom. Many critics speculated if Hung's fame as an anti-idol was due to the show's reliance on humiliation for entertainment, or if the audience's racial bias is where the humor of Hung's performance was being derived. Others took a more optimistic approach, believing Hung's confidence, positive energy, and resilience was the reason so many fans took to him.
Get around this,
Regardless,
this
Hung had
section
become
of the
a
island
star
that way we
without
can
going to
make
Hollywood,
port before
and
the
the
storm
existence
really
of
gets
such a
here.
success story would motivate the public
that's
and
gonna
the
make
producers
life
to try
much
out
more
more
difficult
humorous
if we
auditions than they already were. Along with this showcase of poor singing ability, the show's third season again found star power in both its winner, Fantasia Barrino, and also in its 7th place finisher, Jennifer Hudson. The same year that American Idol Season 3 aired, Simon Cowell debuted a new singing competition format in the UK named The X Factor. This program was similar to Idol, with a few rule changes that placed more control in the hands of the judges, and Cowell would get full creator credit on the new show. The X Factor's similarities to Idol enraged Simon Fuller, to the point that Fuller sued Cowell over the new program. The two settled out of court, with the reported conditions being that Cowell must stay on as judge of American Idol for 5 additional seasons, and must delay the launch of an American version of The X Factor until after this period.
Don't like that there's water in the boat right now.
Would begin airing in January of 2005. And while this season would
wasn't
have
much.
one less episode
And we're
overall,
close, so
there were now
it's not a
6
big
audition
issue.
episodes and 4 Hollywood Week episodes. The show's star-making power was as strong as ever, with Season 4 winner Carrie Underwood becoming a platinum recording artist within months of winning the competition. American Idol's 2006 season produced winner Taylor Hicks. Hicks would not reach the level
I
of
forgot to
stardom
get
that
a
the show's
receipt.
previous winners had, but Season 5 would find a bigger star in 4th place finisher Chris Daughtry. Season
I gotta
6
start
began
remembering
airing in
that way I
January
can
of
better track my
2007,
profits,
now with
but-
8 episodes dedicated to auditions. This season started with strong viewership on par with the show's past success, but ratings gradually began to decline as the competition progressed. Many speculated that this was due to an uninteresting pool of contestants, an overemphasis on celebrity guests, or the show's focus on the bad singers rather than the talented ones. This season also featured an unexpected run by 17-year-old Sanjaya Malakar. Sanjaya showcased his singing ability in his audition, but his performances after Hollywood Week were less than stellar. These lackluster, shaky performances became the most memorable storyline of the season, and despite the frustration of the judges, Sanjaya developed a cult following and continued to escape elimination. Ironic voting campaigns for Sanjaya began, with radio personality Howard Stern pushing his audience to vote for the singer as a joke.
Vote Sanjaya! No, I'm an American! I will vote for Sanjaya!
At the same time, Sanjaya developed an authentic base of young fans who supported him for his looks and hairstyles, which he would dramatically change from week to week. Some speculated that Sanjaya was the reason that Idol was dropping in the ratings, but this was proven false, as after his elimination from the top 7, the ratings dropped even lower, suggesting Sanjaya's presence was actually helping the show. At the very least, the existence of a Sanjaya spelled danger for the competition, as it indicated that American Idol fatigue might be setting in, motivating viewers to memify the voting process just to make the show feel fresh. Despite the show's dip in ratings, this season would still find A-list talent in its winner,
There we
Jordan
go.
Sparks. Whether
At least we
American
made it
Idol was a
safely.
fading star or had simply experienced an off-season had yet to be determined. But the program was still one of the most popular shows
Immediately
on television,
unload our
and a bright
cargo.
spot in Fox's lineup. In fact, American Idol's position in pop culture was so strong that a struggling theme park was seeking to borrow some of its star power. Throughout the early 2000s, the Walt Disney World Resort struggled to maintain the theming of some of its signature parks. Both Epcot and Disney MGM Studios were in a similar position. Both had opened with a unique concept, Epcot's being a technology showcase with World's Fair elements, and Disney MGM Studios being an operating movie studio the guests could tour. Both faced unique challenges with their conceit. Epcot could not keep up with the exponential growth of technological innovation, and the park struggled to maintain the corporate sponsorships that helped fund many of the attractions. Disney MGM Studios required the park to constantly court and work with film and television productions, hoping that they set up shop in the park and didn't mind the nearby explosions that were rigged to go off every 20 minutes. In 2001, Disney MGM filled one of its sound stages with a new show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Play It, an interactive recreation of a taping of the popular game show, complete with a Regis Philbin-type host.
You just got yourself 1,000,000 points! Yeah!
In 2002,
1596,
the state of Georgia created a
we had,
tax
what,
incentive
1,000?
program in an attempt to
A little
attract
over 1,000
entertainment
at the last
productions to
port,
the
so
state,
that
an
is
initiative that would eventually succeed.
good stuff
in
right
following
there.
years, Atlanta would become the production hub that Orlando had once hoped to be. In 2004, with live-action productions already non-existent, Disney shut down its Florida Animation Studios, officially ending Disney MGM's time as a working film and television studio. While the lack of corporate sponsors for Epcot and the lack of productions for Disney MGM were huge issues, there was a bigger problem with both themes from a guest perspective. Both Epcot
the
and
rest of
Disney
this is stuff
MGM were
that's not due
conceived at
till
a time
tomorrow,
in which
so we
Walt
can
Disney
sleep.
World was seeking diversity in their attractions. A vacation to Walt Disney World in the late 1980s and early 1990s would feature the thrills and fun of an amusement park, as well as edutainment experiences in subjects such as technology, culture, and entertainment production. However, over time, guest demand indicated that the theme park experience itself, with its unique presentation of storytelling and thrills, was more engaging than a wide variety of experiences. For general audiences, 2 themed thrill rides was better than 1 thrill ride and 1 edutainment demonstration. This left Disney MGM and Epcot in a predicament. With so much infrastructure and attractions dedicated to their respective concepts, both needed to pivot to meet the demands of guests without completely abandoning their original themes. The solution for both would be similar. Epcot would remain a park focused on technology and information, but new attractions would be built that presented these topics in the most thrilling and adrenaline-focused manner imaginable. 1999's Test Track and 2003's Mission Space were original attractions that focused on key industrial themes, transportation and space respectively, but both did so with a focus on speed and force. Disney MGM would transition from a park showcasing the behind-the-scenes of actual entertainment productions to being a park with attractions themed to the entertainment industry. 1999's Rock and Roller Coaster and 2005's Lights, Motors, Action Extreme Stunt Show were still within Disney MGM's Hollywood theme, but both were focused more on intensity, and when combined with Star Tours and Tower of Terror, Disney MGM gained a reputation as a park for older kids who were seeking thrills. In August of 2007, it was announced that Disney would finally excise MGM from the park's name. MGM and Disney had been in conflict over the name usage since before the park opened, but despite Disney still legally having the rights to use the MGM name, it no longer represented the direction of the park. Many speculated that the new name would incorporate the ABC television network or Pixar Studios, both of which had been acquired by Disney. However, the new name for the park would simply be Disney's Hollywood Studios, leading many to point out that there were no longer operating studios in the park. Despite new attractions and the name change, the park was still in desperate need of a hit, an attraction so appealing that every Walt Disney World visitor would be forced to find time to visit the park. Disney's Hollywood Studios needed a star, and it had something big in mind, an experience that would keep the park above water based on a property that America could not get enough of: Toy Story. In 2007, it was announced that a new interactive Toy Story ride, named Toy Story Mania, would be coming to Disney's Hollywood Studios. This shooting dark ride would utilize 3D imagery and interactive screen technology, allowing guests to participate in a series of carnival games hosted by Toy Story characters. At the same time that the Imagineers were working on this, they were also working on an attraction themed to American
what's our budget?
Idol.
$16.93. So,
in February 2008,
what have we
Disney
got
announced
for
that they
sale
had entered
here?
a licensing agreement
That we
with
can
Fremantle
sell
Media
back
and
at the
19
Capitol
Entertainment,
for a
the
good
producers
bit.
of American Idol, in order to create an attraction based on the show.
Northfish,
This new
actually,
attraction
is not a
would
bad
utilize
return.
the theater space
What's the
left
price?
empty by Doug Live in the former ABC
186
television
for
theater.
36.
The description of
That's
the
not bad.
attraction seemed to combine elements of the original Superstar Television and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Play It, allowing guests to participate in the park's own
medicine.
version of the American Idol television show.
That-
Early
that
plans
margin
indicated
is
that
so
the attraction
narrow
would feature
price.
24 audience participants, ages 14 and up, competing in a dramatic singing competition live on stage. Disney Parks chairman Jay Rasulo indicated that rather than 3 judges with entertainment industry experience, 3 audience members would be pulled on stage to judge the performers, with a Disney cast member serving as host to facilitate the new show, likely to appear as a Ryan Seacrest type. While many of the details were still being decided at the time of the
finally
announcement,
at the stage
Disney did
that I
reveal
like.
the attraction's grand prize for the winning
Most of the
singer,
cargo on
a
the ship is going to
front-of-the-line
start
pass to
being
an
our
actual
cargo
American Idol
instead of
audition,
other people's
a lucrative
cargo.
item that could save American Idol hopefuls from trudging through the dreadfully
So we'll
long
fill
audition
the ship
process.
up with our stuff,
Disney,
and then we'll,
Fremantle, and 19 Entertainment
essentially
clarified that
use
these contestants would
other
have no
people's
advantage in
shipments
the
to just
producer's
fill her
decision
out.
making, only that they would not have to wait like everyone else. There were still many questions about how exactly this competition would work and operate within a theme park. It was predicted that the American Idol attraction would have 6 to 8 shows per day, but just 1 grand prize would be awarded. It was also estimated that around 400 guests would be able to audition. Initial concept art indicated that a major overhaul of the ABC television theater would occur, with a grand entrance alongside Echo Lake. However, this planned renovation was scaled back significantly, with the theater's exterior to be changed very little, with the most notable addition being a large video screen. Disney celebrated the announcement of the attraction by staging an excited crowd at Hollywood Studios in the vein of those seen on American Idol, complete with homemade signs that said Disney Rocks, Hi Mom, and Pick Me Dog. Throughout early 2008, the stage of the Superstar Television Theater was transformed into one that closely resembled the set of the show, with American Idol set designer Andy Walmsley consulted on the design. The set featured a 35-foot by 7-foot video wall, 1,000 seats, a 3,000 square foot stage, and 113 video screens. While the attraction was being designed and constructed, American Idol Season 7 was underway, and the ratings for the show continued to fall. The brightest spot of the season was the thrilling finale, in which David Cook barely beat out David Archuleta after the competition received the highest finale vote total in American Idol history. After Cook's win, he shouted the iconic phrase, "I'm going to Disney World." And a commercial was created utilizing this moment, in the same format as the famous series of Disney Super Bowl advertisements. The commercial featured a rendition of When You Wish Upon a Star sung by Cook. When you wish. This display of synergy between the Fox show and Disney, owners of rival network ABC, might have been surprising to many viewers, but this is because they weren't paying attention, not to the theme park news, but to the true underlying loyalty of both corporations. As since their inception, the Disney parks have had a close partnership with soft drink manufacturer Coca-Cola. And anyone that has watched American Idol for more than 2 frames knows that the program also has a close partnership with Coca-Cola.
You're a sweetheart, you're a sweet soul, and it comes across when you sing.
After nearly a year of development on the stage and format, the new attraction, officially named the American Idol Experience, was ready to open to guests. A few soft opening previews occurred in January of 2009 to work out the kinks of the new attraction's format, but the official opening would not be until the following month. Finally, on February 12, 2009, Disney rolled out the blue carpet for the first official round of hopeful pop stars to take the stage at the American Idol Experience.
Now to
A
see
gala
what
was held to
cargo we
celebrate
can
the
take that's
attraction's
not
opening,
ours.
and it was truly a
some extra
star-studded affair.
cash.
Journalists from around the country were invited to the gala,
Mail
and
to
if
the
you squinted your
porch.
eyes or videotaped it in 144p, the event appeared to be a true Hollywood premiere. Corralled theme park guests, journalists, and even Disney characters lined the blue carpet, and a special motorcade was held with an impressive cast of special guests, including Ryan Seacrest, Paula Abdul, and multiple recent American Idol finalists. For the first time ever, all 7 American Idol winners, David Cook, Jordan Sparks, Taylor Hicks, Carrie Underwood, Fantasia Barrino, Ruben Studdard, and Kelly Clarkson all appeared together. An actual run of the American Idol Experience was occurring simultaneously to this event, with guests competing in the singing competition, but the hopeful idols took a back seat to the real ones. The big show of the day, in which the American Idol Experience winners were to be announced, focused very little on the attraction and its contestants, instead dedicating time to multiple musical performances, including ones by David Cook and Carrie Underwood. Ryan Seacrest came out to host the show, and he even got to interact with the attraction's Ryan Seacrest-type host.
You couldn't have gotten a bigger guy? They gave me all your old students.
Valmont, welcome in, my friend. How are you?
Every American Idol celebrity guests were asked the same 2 questions. First, was the American Idol Experience like the real thing?
Apparently it looks exactly like last year's stage.
Looks just like American Idol in Hollywood. It is very, very realistic.
It's fantastic. It's very exciting.
Second, What
You're good,
advice
but
do you have for
bored.
those participating
Well,
in the
welcome
American
in.
Idol experience?
Just have fun. You gotta have fun. Enjoy life.
Be responsible and go to school.
During the press event, all 7 winners were presented a trophy by Ryan and series creator Simon Fuller. This microphone-shaped trophy was created by the same designer that created the Oscar statuettes, and it was to be awarded on the actual show in future seasons. The 7 American Idol winners were awarded their retroactive trophies one by one, then forced to hold them for several minutes while the winner of that day's American Idol experience was announced. Gold confetti rained down and fireworks exploded in the theater.
That's good
It
enough.
truly was an American Idol experience. But it was not the American Idol experience. The attraction received great reviews from the media that had attended the gala and been dazzled by the literal parade of stars, but this was not an accurate depiction of the attraction. What was this going to be when Carrie Underwood wasn't here, and when Ryan Seacrest wasn't hosting? What actually was the American Idol experience? Two days after the gala, on February 14th, 2009, the American
Spelled the
Idol
way I
experience
say it. What do
officially
you
opened
mean
to
by
guests.
that?
For those
So,
wanting to
Mark,
participate in the show, the experience began the moment they entered the park.
I thought I would take you in and show you what it's going to be like to have dreams come true here at the American Idol experience.
The hopeful idols were directed to the back of the Superstar Television Theater, where they would find the American Idol experience audition entrance. This backstage area was just as themed as the stage itself, and those brave enough to try out were taken through a unique experience. Guests were handed an audition card with a Q&A and a list of 113 songs to choose from for their audition, including Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen, Colors of the Wind from Pocahontas, Achy Breaky Heart by Billy Ray Cyrus, and Play My Music by the Jonas Brothers. The first stage of the process was an a cappella audition
I don't
between
spell
the
it
guest
like a
and a
heathen.
casting director in a private
I
room.
speak it
This
the way I
intricately
do, but I
themed
also
room was a
spell it the
one-to-one
correct way,
recreation
so
of the normal boring
incorrect,
rooms
good
that tens of
sir.
thousands of people get their dreams crushed in across the country during the actual
Outrageous.
American Idol audition process. It even had a desk.
Complete with desk.
There were 4 of these private casting rooms. After touring the attraction, Canadian Idol winner Eva Avila said that this room was very authentic, and that, quote, the office part with the producers was actually dead on exactly like when I auditioned.
Okay,
Most
now we
guests
just
would
gotta
be
get
rejected
those
at this
wine
point and
barrels
given
on
some
board,
advice
and
for
we're
their
ready
future
to go.
performances. The few that did make it forward moved on to the Red Room, in which contestants were given an iPod with the most intense security lock possible, so that they could rehearse their performance and familiarize themselves with the lyrics. This room was also referred to as the Coke Room, which was either a reference to the soft drink sponsorship or a way to really prepare these contestants for Hollywood. Auditioners would then be called into a second office room. This room was even more impressive, featuring a flat screen TV with the lyrics to the song and a camera to capture the performance. If the guests passed this audition, they were sent forward to perform on stage. At this point, they would be assigned to one of the 7 preliminary shows occurring throughout the day, and they were allowed to go explore the rest of Disney's Hollywood studios until their call time, which would be an hour before their show time. Once they returned, guests waited in a green room and were pulled into both hair and makeup and a practice room in which a vocal coach would work with them before their performance. Finally, before the crowd was allowed into the theater, the singers were able to rehearse their
Where to
song
put
on
you?
stage. To those visiting Disney's Hollywood studios that only wanted to watch the American Idol experience, they entered the Superstar Television
That
Theater
one
under the large
there.
marquee. The unique covered pre-show corral
Play
was
some
originally designed
Stardew.
for Superstar Television, and it featured a ramp design that
Yeah, I'm not
matched the
against
slope
it.
of the theater itself.
I'm
At
just
the
doing
bottom
my
of
little
this was an
sailing
area
game
in which a
right
cast
now,
member
so
could
it's
host
not
a
a big
pre-show
deal.
for guests. In Superstar
Let's
Television, this is
see.
where guests would be pulled to participate
Where
in
to
the
put
show.
this one,
In the
though, is the
American Idol
question.
experience, guests would watch a short video in which Ryan Seacrest described the process that the performers had gone through to this point. A pre-show host would then enter to hype up the crowd, accompanied by a cameraman. This host would then film a brief segment, instructing the crowd
Or
to say
played up,
something
I'm
specific
on
in order
board
to
for either
surprise
one,
one of
my
the
friend.
contestants later in the show. After this, the crowd would enter the theater, and the American Idol experience show would finally begin.
Just allow me to make this
The
return
preliminary
trip
show
to
lasted
the
around
fort,
25
and
minutes.
then
The pre-show host would come
I
out and
would
get the
be
crowd excited and ready to be a
golden
supportive
ready.
audience for the group of performers.
And start rocking like this. Every day I'm shuffling.
After this, a short intro video
But here,
featuring
I
Ryan
will
Seacrest
hop
would
into
play on the
VC,
large
so if
screen.
you wanna-
This would lead into a faux
wanna
credit
hang
sequence
out while we're
with
getting-
the names of that show's contestants
while
displayed
we're
on the
sailing
screen.
back.
After this, the Ryan Seacrest type would come out on stage and take over hosting duties, introducing the 3 contestants as they marched out from backstage and hit their mark. The host would then introduce the grand prize, the Golden Dream Ticket.
Well, hello.
Introduce the grand prize. The coveted front-of-the-line pass that evoked the iconography.
Okay. Did that work?
Yes, hello.
Oh, okay, good. Hi.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm finishing my extremely late lunch. But the salad that was left over, it's like this apple pecan spinach salad. It was really good, but it got left in the top of the fridge.
Oh.
And so it's like partially frozen.
Ah. I probably shouldn't unmoor my boat and then go to get food, but I'm going to do it. We gotta eat fast, chat. You, cheese me. Thanks, sir. Just run up, throw some money at him, take a slice of cheese and a piece of bread, or a loaf of bread. Just run off.
A whole loaf?
Yeah, a whole loaf and like a quarter of a wheel of cheese, and I'm just like, that'll do, bye.
He's gonna have to drink some serious amounts of coconut water later.
Yep. I got plenty of wine and water. Actually, I've got... No, yeah, we got a full barrel of water now. We're good. There we go. Now we're nicely hydrated. In the game. I should not speak to the level of hydration in real life, but... I have to climb over crates to get to the sales controls.
Here, we can fix that.
Oh no.
I am in no position to make demands, and yet I demand you take care of yourself.
Outrageous. All right. Huh. My mute keybind is also a keybind to pause in this game. I didn't know that. Because I always mute whenever I finish a bottle of water because I crush them.
Well, yes, I do demand that you take care of yourself, though. Continuously.
Now consider it.
But you can't be my best friend if you're dead, Joseph, so you have to continue to take care of yourself.
I suppose you'd make some level of point there.
By the way, you were promoted.
I was promoted to best friend?
Mm-hmm.
Glorious. I've been pursuing that particular promotion.
I know. Congratulations. I'm proud of you.
Continuous self-maintenance. I mean, when you put it that way, it tempts me more. When it's put as maintenance, I don't know why. That makes it more appealing to me, but... You can close the square sail, because it's not doing nothing for us now. And then we gotta stand on this side of the boat, that way we don't tilt her. You know what else is tempting? Farming. You're not wrong. Farming, factories, and logistics. I don't know why. Those are the things that make my brain very pleased. I like seeing productivity charts that improve over time. And I'm just like, ah, glorious. Yes.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back.
All right.
But I have to keep myself hydrated or else you won't have a best friend.
Fair. There we go. Tighten that one down. Get back to this side of the boat. It's how you know that your boat's heavily loaded, chat, whenever you're, like, having to shift the weight of the ship yourself by standing to one side or the other. I've got a bit of cargo in here, though, you know, it's not as bad as that 1,000 pound of nails that we took earlier. That was a risky shipment. And no worries, Varkin. I mean, I'm going to be playing Stardew here in a couple of minutes once we get back to Fort Aestrin and unload all this stuff. So I still get my farming fix. Just not quite the same as yours. You know what? We got daylight. Might as well do some fishing while we've got a chance. Ooh, I love this song. Yeah, it's more like a sustenance farming, whereas yours is like industrial farming. Yours is commercial farming. So the scale's a wee bit different. But both appeal to me.
So, Joseph.
What's up?
We may be buying a little house.
Oh.
Maybe.
I shall pray that it goes well.
Thank you. It belongs to my husband's uncle at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it a little easier, typically. Sales among kin.
Well, my husband's kind of the opinion that if we don't buy it, then, like, knowing his uncle, that house has been in the family for over 100 years.
Oh, no.
And so he's like, you know, he's going to sell it one way or another.
Yeah.
And the land that it's on and the house itself that was built from the ground up by his great-grandfather. He's like, it really needs to stay in the family.
Yeah, I would fight to keep that in the family, too. Sadly, we don't have anything like that in ours, but...
It's on like 8 acres.
Nice.
Now, most of that acreage is unusable. It's a gully, but it's still 8 acres.
I mean, there are uses for gullies. There's just not very much use for them.
Mm-hmm. But, yeah. So we're thinking of selling our camper and getting the,
this is not
getting
good
a little
either,
house.
Steve.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah, we'll be adding John, the maintenance fellow that worked here, his family, to our prayer list as he is unexpectedly passed away.
Oh.
I was unaware. I have had many a conversation with him. That's sad.
That is sad. The sweet little old man who lives in the house next to my mother-in-law, which is coincidentally the house we're trying to buy, he's having to break his lease, and because he takes care of his wife who has dementia, and she's just gotten so bad that he has to put her in a home now. Well, it was really sad for him. He's a really sweet old man. We feed him like every holiday, and he's super sweet.
That's always rough. That's got to be really hard, actually, honestly, to...
Yeah.
Having to see someone like that at that stage, that's not enjoyable.
Well, no. I've never met his wife. She doesn't go outside because she's too disoriented, but I'm really sad.
Understandable.
For him. He's so sweet. He's that little old man that, like, anybody would wish to have as a grandfather.
Yeah.
Like, I adore him. I would adopt him if I could. I never had grandparents, so. You know, I don't know how my husband always does this. It's like he just knows. The second I decide to do, he hasn't called me all day. The second I decide to do something, I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be back.
Alrighty. Oh no, I'm realizing at some point I'm gonna have to get some like fruit or something for this ship because I forgot that they said that they have changed the nutrition in the game to where you can't actually get stuff like scurvy and whatnot if you're not maintaining a good diet for your sailor. Curses. Those are expensive. Stow that, go to sleep, and we'll see how close we are to the fort when we wake. And why is it everyone that I'm lurking on, they all keep raiding into people I've never heard of? What is this? And back to sleep we go. Ooh, bit of chop going on. Eat this fish before it goes cold.
Bruh.
Wow. Imagine braying me for no reason. I'll admit, it's a simple sail setup.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Hey, don't run from the Lord!
I also think we've packed it rather efficiently. Look at all that cargo we managed to get in. She's a little front heavy, but that's alright. It's not a big issue, yeah. Swing out a little bit so that we don't hit this. Let's see, we bought 8 things in Northfish, so we need to deliver our Northfish first. Especially because one of the jobs is Northfish, and if we turn those in, we could potentially lower the price. And we do not wish to do that. Of course, once we want to really start making money, the big money is made in, like, the shipping between regions, rather than just inside a region. We're making pennies compared to what we could be making once we get to that.
Huh?
Oh. Alright, we'll start unloading our cargo first. You just discovered these? My goodness, my friend. I suppose better late than never. Wait. Almost fell in. I can't wait to see how much money we make off of this shipment. Okay, got the wine upright. Hoodies Ninjas. Welcome in, my friend. It has been a while, hasn't it? How are you today, my friend? How's the sea treating me? Well, it doesn't say anything on OBS, so what is... There we go. That was strange. I don't know when that cut out, so I don't know how much all was cut off. But hopefully it wasn't too much. Please let me put this down, game. There we go. As soon as you typed out your last message, that's a little bit longer than I would have liked for it to be disconnected. My apologies. I said that I was doing well enough. I'm doing good. We're going to be playing Stardew here shortly with our friend Valmont. So we're going from one cozy game to another. But we're unloading our cargo first, because we brought a large shipment of Northfish. Stardew or Played Up. I mean, whichever one you prefer, my friend. Both are fine by me. But we also brought someone else's shipment. Those 5 crates there are also Northfish, which is what I brought. So we will sell ours onto the market first, and then we will deliver theirs. Because if we deliver theirs, it improves the... or it reduces the ratio of supply to demand, and I do not wish to do that to myself. As I want to sell those for as much as I can. So, we bought them for $15.24, sold them for $17.71. Not a massive price, but... as far as I can tell, yes, I think. I don't know if it's for certain, because I've never, like, closely monitored it. But I just function on that assumption of the market working that way, you know? That's how market works in real life. If I'm delivering cargo, and I have my shipment and someone else's of the same thing, I will sell mine first. Playing the beta? Yeah, it's not a full release game yet. But if you like logistics, you like exploration, you like a little bit of the merchant side of gaming, this is great. It's a physics-based sailing game with customizable ships, and most of the navigation is going to be done by, you know. So I do love the game a fair bit. Yeah, I just like to give it a rundown, as it's been a while since I've played this on there.
Wow.
If I'm playing the unstable beta, I don't think this is the beta, no. This is the most recent update, though. I do wish they'd bring back how the mooring lines worked, though. As this kind of sucks. I liked when it used to drag it into place a little bit more, you know? I do miss that one. Because right now this is just... like, it looks silly, you know? Rip the elastic mooring ropes. Yeah, I'll admit they were a bit much at one point, hence why there's some of the testing that I did early on with them where we were pulling the ship from like miles away using them. But at least bringing back some of their elasticity so that they would pull the ship into the spot where you're trying to moor it. That, or just give me the option to, like, whenever I'm on the ship, have it to where I can interact with it on this end. What? Huh. I didn't know I could pick that knot up. But at least let me pull this line, you know, so I can pull the ship into position. Because this looks silly. But 1996, oh, a good year. You can? You right-click it? Oh. Right-click it, now use the wheel. Oh. Ah, okay. That's not so bad then. I didn't realize you could do it that way. The old ropes were still way more fun. I will agree with you on that. But this isn't so bad. I didn't know I could do it that way. That's good to know, though.
The more you know.
Honestly, yeah, because mooring is one of the, like, the important bits of doing this kind of thing, because I gotta be able to get on and off my ship with cargo, so it's like...
You know, that wasn't even a purposeful pun. That was a happy accident.
Better system overall, less janky and more serious. Yeah, fair. A good way to describe it. Our big goal with this run is get the brig, and then once we've got the brig, we're going to have to go and we're going to go to the fire bay and check out the new ship there, because I'm curious about it. Want to give it a try, check out the unstable beta? I might have to. I do love this game. Put many an hour into it.
Are those fish?
Hmm?
Or was that just reflections on the water?
Oh, that, no, you can't see the fish right now. In the beta, they have food spoilage and you need to eat different types of food. Oh, I thought that was in the proper game already.
What? We can't just survive on bread?
No surviving off of just cheese and bread anymore. Most unfortunate. You can buy salt to preserve fish. You can just eat cheese and bread, but you'll get tired very quickly. I mean, that checks out. Alright, so which one are we playing, friend?
I'm good with either. I do have a question about this picture.
Which picture?
This picture of the desk looking at the Old West. What is that thing right above the desk? Look at between the desk and that building.
Let's see. Where? I mean, I don't know. Most of it's going to be illogical. This is an AI-generated image that I was just wondering
because like that thing has like 5 legs, and it was just concerned.
Yeah. It's just meant to be a little background as I swap between stuff.
Okay, well that's fine.
Yeah, so we a bit illogical. at times.
It kind of looks like a tiny elephant, so maybe that's not a leg. Maybe that's its trunk.
Could be.
Tiny elephant in the Old West.
Well, since you were is she making a choice?
Yeah. It was.
What was it? What was the decision?
I was gonna say played up.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I was going to choose. So that worked
Well,
out.
good. Fine.
It all worked out in the end. Alright, time to swap back to our normal music for this game, instead of our sailing music. There definitely will be some Sailwind getting mixed back in, though. I want my old cozy sailing game back. Especially if we, I hope that it'll let us transfer our save into the... Oh, I guess I don't need my music, I forgot. This one has its own... There we go.
Unfortunately, I do not have enough bits to play Rotate Banana.
Most unfortunate.
Why is Played Up having issues? It only lets me remote play with other people.
I don't know. Let me see if the invite works. I sent you one.
Give it to me. Gimme. There we go.
Set up our open chef.
We're looking at a black screen. Did it work? It did.
There they are. Look at her. She's here. She has arrived.
Ah! What happened to my hat?
I don't know. Hot Cake Hostel and then Panacea Pancakes. So we have 2 pancake restaurants.
My hat! My hat vanished!
Can you not find it in the thing to swap back to it?
Oh, found it. I found it.
Hot Cake Hostel's on day 15. Oh dear. Fast microwaved fish. Morning After. Existential Dread. And Sewer Rat Pancakes are our 4 franchises. Truly spectacular places.
I can't find my sweater. My sweater is gone.
Has been stolen.
It is gone.
Most unfortunate.
This will have to do. It is not good enough, but it will do. Panacea Pancakes. Shall we do cereal? Shall we do burgers?
Boiga? I am okay to do boigas.
Or omelets, American breakfast, steak. Not in the mood for that. Dumplings was fun.
It looks like they changed the cosmetics system a wee bit. What was it that you said? That you were on? What was fun?
Dumplings or pizza look fun.
I am on board for either one, friend.
There's tacos? I didn't know we had tacos. Let's do tacos.
Glorious.
Oh, that is a difficult recipe. Well, good thing you're in the kitchen.
Wow.
Ooh, pingy dingied me.
were not I.
How dare?
How dare I not ping you? I see.
How dare you not ping me? I'm actually waiting for a pingy dingy, and every time I hear one and it's not the one I want, it aggravates me.
She's fled. Outrageous.
Got any trash?
Not yet, no.
Just in case so.
Trash? Yep, trash. Oh wait, I guess you don't even need that because they don't. Guess I'll put it in here then for now. So you can move those as close as you want then, actually, because there's no dishwashing in this one yet. So you can creep them closer if you so choose. Like what? I think you can go to there almost. Something like this, maybe. See what I'm going for? Of course, you're also front of house, so at the end of the day, if you want to do it a different way, you can, my friend. Nice and contained.
Early morning panic. Early morning panic. Hey, welcome in to Nacho Everyday Taco Stand. How may I help you? What can I get for you today? Tacos. Give it to me. Give it to me. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Now get out. Quit leaving piddle on the floor.
You animals.
Hi, how are ya? Welcome in. Oh my gosh. Filthy.
We may want to call in customers. Also remember, chat, !visit will add you to the list of individuals who shall come to this wonderful establishment.
How many tacos do you want?
A lot of taco. I mean, it is a tortilla and meat.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure in most areas of Mexico we would probably be shot for trying to pass those off as tacos, but... Ooh, a research desk. That's not a research desk, give me that.
That was a counter.
Yup. Do we want another dining table, or do we want to save for the...
Sure. Can have another dining table.
Merry Christmas. Oh dear. What's going on over there? Okay, now remember, that means you're always going to have to, like, come in at an angle to serve to this table, or push this person out of the way. So in a clutch situation, it may cause
True. You're right.
slight trouble.
You're right. That should go here.
Oh no.
And this should go there. No. This should go. I guess they'll have to go here. I just thought it was funny. This one's funny. Poor guy in the corner over here is just so uncomfortable. He can't help but hear these people's conversation constantly.
No one saw that.
I saw that.
You didn't see nothing. It's well known that possums are blind.
You're thinking of love. You're thinking of bads.
No, it's possums. I'm certain.
Alright, because I don't know what my own people are like.
Yeah. I have to tell you about your people, Lucy.
You know what? You probably only want, like, what? One taco? I was mistaken. I was very mistaken. I should have given him the whole tray. Take the taco.
I have called them all.
You people are filthy. This is fine. Don't take my job! Don't take my job! Joseph!
Stealing your job.
No! You're fired. I'm leaving. Oh no! My soul is bound to this this establishment.
Yep, you are bound eternally to this taco stand.
No, it's not even an everyday taco stand.
Another research desk. Twice the research.
All the research.
Son of a gun. Okay, so I can't do it that way. I keep hoping that I can get away with it, then I can't.
Gosh. Just take the whole tray, why don't you?
Feel free to call more customers whenever you feel ready, friend.
I just heard one of my puppies, like, freaking out. Like, in pain. I'm kind of concerned. I don't know if the other puppy is, like, attacking his ear and that's why he was crying, or if one of the cats got him and he just learned to hate cats just now.
He just developed a foundational life skill that all dogs should.
Eating cats. Well, our cat eater, the battery in her collar died.
Yeah, you were telling me.
Yeah, she definitely knows that the battery in her collar is dead.
Oh no.
So she has been chasing the cats nonstop, so I have to put her in the crate. If it's not time to, like, let her out to go pee.
Mm-hmm.
I feel terrible for her because I need to go get a new battery so she can be free again. But I'm like, you can't run around actually free because you're not just a cat murderer, you're a cat eater. So.
Soup. Meat soup.
Yes, Varcon. Trish.
So we have tortilla and meat, and then soup and meat.
It adds a meat soup as a starter for your meat taco.
Yep. This is the carnivore restaurant. If you want meat, we've got the meats. I think Arby's is going to sue me now, but which is terribly unfortunate. But
I'm changing the name.
Oh, no.
I'm changing the name.
Uh-oh, what are we becoming?
Come on. Come on. Give it to me. You want more taco trays? What did we get?
No, I don't think more of them will help. A blueprint desk. Wait, hold on. Pull that out and set it on the ground so we can read what it does. Place 1 blueprint per day. Oh.
Do you want that or do you want the taco trays?
I mean, taco trays won't be of any use to me. If anything, I'd almost go for the hob. If I'm getting something.
Because we have a hob. We have enough for a hob.
True. Not the prettiest layout, but it'll do. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Indeed. Hi, how are you? Welcome to Carnivorous Tacos. Would you like some carnivorous soup?
Okay, hold on. So we'll do it this way then.
Oh.
Oh, dang it. That one doesn't work either.
Yeah, I kind of need this table to be in the corner or something.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure something out.
You might as well go ahead and make another one. Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
The patron piddle is getting out of control.
I can't believe it.
That is like the indestructible onion. You really only need one onion.
Yeah.
Reuse that same onion over and over again.
It is an impressive onion.
The impasa onion. The impasa bunion. A bunion is a very different thing from an onion.
Indeed. Some would almost say night and day.
Just enough tacos. Wait. Soup! Give it to me! It's mine, it's mine!
I've got a whole nother pot of it. That's alright. The meat soup actually produces a good bit of money too. So that's actually not... Yeah.
Loud too, hi! How are you?
What kitchen protector is tempting?
Breadsticks.
Discount desk. Ooh, but it's expensive.
Put it back in there and we just won't research it again and we'll hold on to it.
Okay, hold on. Then we'll rearrange things. Glorious.
Do you need another hob?
Nah, I think we're alright.
Then Lego. Alright, I gotta help you in the kitchen.
too much meat.
Do you have to? Do you just?
Yeah, just toss it in. All right, we're good back here.
In your kitchen. Shoop.
Shoop.
Oh my gosh.
They got it in the
Did you
office.
get any of that in your mouth? Did you get any of that in your mouth?
I don't think they did.
Spilled the whole daggone thing on the floor. What's wrong with you people? I need more soup.
Shoop on the way.
On the way. That wasn't what I wanted. I wanted soup. No, they didn't want that.
They wanted shoop.
They wanted soup.
Come for the tacos, stay for the shoop.
Stay for the soup. No. No.
A disaster.
So much piddle.
Yeah, and then I've got a bunch of grease back here. It's just like,
Oh my gosh! What is wrong with you people? Why are you like this?
Animals. A whole lot of them.
Please.
We both
Please
have
leave.
soup, as much soup as we want, and tacos. A glorious day. And we've got enough money now. Yeah, baby.
Do we want it to be a charming carnivorous taco stand or an exclusive carnivorous taco stand?
I mean, exclusive makes sense. It's exclusively carnivorous. We don't allow vegans in.
We don't add lettuce or tomato or cheese.
A vegan walks in and we're just like, how dare you get out? You disgust me. You animal.
Disgusting creature. Joseph, you can't work here anymore. You were once vegan.
Once. That's previous. It's years ago now. And don't forget, chat, ! Visit. We'll add you to the list of customers if you wish to come and visit the carnivorous tacos.
Come visit.
Yes, Lao too. I was vegan for 3 years.
I couldn't do it. I really like chicken.
Trust me, I wouldn't go back to it.
I'm pretty sure I would get very sick as a vegan. Not gonna lie.
I mean, most people
I did have
do.
a friend. Yeah. I did have a friend who went vegetarian for a few years, and she was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go full-blown vegan. And she did, and she almost died.
Yeah, like...
She got so sick.
You've got to know what you're doing, otherwise it's a dangerous thing to dabble in if you are not, like, on top of it. Please, no. Don't use that. We don't have anything to swap it with afterwards, so we'll just be stuck with it.
Stuck with it? I was gonna put it in the office.
Which color of blue do we want on the office floor? Which one looks more unappealing?
The blue.
Disgusting.
This is the blue room.
Yep.
I'm
blue. Oh no.
Are we putting this one out here?
Nah. I swapped it to that darker wood floor out there. Looks better. It's just making the office look terrible. That's normally the objective. And it's not even so much terrible as make it look Like, you know, a place that saps your happiness to be in.
Well, in that case.
Oh, no, don't do it, don't do it. That's too festive.
Who about this one?
That's also too festive.
Why? What's wrong with it?
No. If we get the yellow walls, we'll do that, and then we can make it the back rooms.
What is this?
It's like dog bones or leaves. I can't tell. It looks like it might be the leaves. But we are ready to start.
No, we're not.
Well, most of us were.
There's only 2 of us.
That's a 50%. That's good enough for me.
Are you okay?
I just looked over and I'm like, what's she doing with the soup?
Making sure.
Shoop, my lord. Shoop.
It's stupid that they make you do 2 different kinds of meat. This one's just chopped up.
Yeah.
Yes, you want to dance?
Hold on. Gotta get us a discount. Yeah, the statue's only $50 now. Lao 2's here. Look at that.
Lao 2? You're my favorite customer. Don't you ever let anybody tell you any different. I'll give you the best trash.
Only the finest trash.
I'll save some of the good stuff for you, my friend.
That's an onion. That's not meat. There we go. Meat.
I like onions.
I too like onions, but it is not meat.
Is it not?
Yes. Unfortunately. This is the case.
Choop. Try to get some of it in your mouth, friend. Not all over the floor.
Give us those bonuses. Thank you.
Bonuses.
More money, my lord. More money.
More money. More money, more better.
Exactly. Is that from something?
No.
No? Okay, then that's just
In the dark
a weird
corners
coincidence.
of my mind.
I have to tell you a story about that then sometime. When we're not on stream, as it is rather personally revealing information if someone else knew it.
I see.
But remind me to tell you the story about Mo Money.
Oh, I won't forget. I'll make you spill the tea.
It's not all that interesting, it's just kind of a funny coincidence.
But it's information that I wouldn't otherwise have, and therefore I wish to have it.
Oh dear.
I am nosy. I have a friend, Joseph, that I have been friends with strictly online.
Mm-hmm.
I've been friends with this guy for almost 10 years. And I know his first name, which he told me about 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that is it.
Ah. Yeah, some people are...
And I have like poked and prodded this guy for years. And we're really good friends. I mean, I wouldn't have done this to just anyone, but we are very good friends.
Mm-hmm.
I love him to death, and I know nothing about him. He is one of the most secretive people on the face of the planet, and like I dog him all the time because he'll offer up like some tiny tidbit of personal information, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. I'm like, don't overreact, or he's gonna shut down. Don't overreact.
Oh, dang.
Don't act too interested or he'll shut down. He won't tell you anything else. So I'm like, we're friends. We've been friends for 10 years. Like, you can tell me stuff.
A tie, so it's our choice. Do we want lettuce or herd mentality?
Herd mentality.
We want herd mentality?
We are a carnivorous taco stand.
So, no lettuce? Go for herd mentality?
No lettuce.
All right, we're maintaining meat only.
We can't have lettuce. I'd have to change it to omnivorous tacos.
This just doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well, does it?
It doesn't sound like you're gonna get eaten. I am a little sneaky. I am. But like, okay, to be fair though, like, wouldn't you be curious about the person that you've been friends with for 10 years that you've never met? I've never seen a picture of him. I've actually talked in like a voice chat with him maybe 5 times in the past 10 years, and only because the game that we were playing together required that he speak. It took 3 years, Varcon. 3 years for me to hear his voice for the first time. We played video games and were friends for 3 years before I ever heard the sound of his voice. Like, I'm curious, okay? Like, he's given me a physical description of himself, and only because I, like, pulled it out of him, like, over time. Look, I know the color of his hair. I know the color of his eyes. I know about how tall he is. And that's friggin' it. I'm aware of the fact that he has a scar on his head, and that's it. Like, that's all I've got. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We're I don't know, I still consider us friends. Like, anytime there's like a major update like in his life, he'll come talk to me about it, or like if he's going through something, he'll come talk to me. And he's a very good listener. I rant a lot to this person because he's non-judgy and he listens very well.
She do be a bit of a ranter.
I do be a ranter. And the fact that I am extremely annoying. I am an extremely annoying person, and he's still maintained being friends with me all these years. And he's very quiet and he's very standoffish with a lot of other people. And I tend to be drawn to those kinds of people, probably because I don't know, I guess I take on that role of that extroverted friend that pulls you out of your comfort zone in those situations. But he's really, and this is going to sound really weird, like he's really grumpy with everybody else. And he's kind of mean, but not to me.
Ah, I see.
And so, like, I'm the happy friend, and he's the grumpy friend.
Exactly, Varkin. She always says this. I don't know why. It's a lie. You can also just drop the pot onto their table.
What?
And it'll automatically serve it.
I didn't know that. But I can just do that with the tacos. Like what I do with the tacos. Just drop the whole thing and they just take what they want.
Yep.
Gosh, this one table is real greedy.
They're real hungry.
They still need to. Though I have been trying to convince my friend. He lives in the northern areas of North America. And I have been trying to convince him for years that he needs to move to the south. Because he complains about the cold all the time. And I'm like, well, you could just move to the south. And then we could be real best friends. You can come be my neighbor. I've tried to lure him with food even, and it didn't work.
That's a very tempting offer. She makes
like,
good food.
If you come move down here, you can come be friends with us, and I'll feed you.
Food. Glorious.
He reminds me a lot of a friend that I grew up with who was the personality was very similar, which is probably why I took to this online friend so quickly. Because I had a friend who was just this really like standoffish, really grumpy, like not personable guy at all. And I was just like that one friend that he was just always nice to, and like no romantic interest whatsoever. But we were just good friends, and like I don't know, we just got along really well, and I would do a lot of the talking for the two of us, or between the two of us. So like he would just listen all the time and kind of interject every now and then, or I got bullied really badly in school, like horribly, because I'm annoying. And so he would stand up for me all the time. It was like the only time he ever talked. But so That friend sadly passed away.
Oh.
Right before we graduated high school. And that was really hard. But yeah, this guy reminds me a lot of him, and I think I've told him that before too. I'm like, you remind me a lot of a friend I used to have, and I'm like, I don't know, it's probably why like I latched on so quickly to this guy, because we became friends like immediately. I don't remember how we met. We met in a Discord server. I just don't remember which one. You good, Joseph?
I put an extra table out there. I don't know if it's in a good spot for you.
Yeah. I don't know. It's good times. Good times. Let's see. Yeah, that's probably good. That's good. Do we need anything discounted?
We need research first. Research first.
But yeah, friend, acquaintance, however you want to call him, Varkon. I still call him my friend.
Compatriot and wait, we don't need that one. We don't need that one. Wait.
It's over here.
Hey. Get out of my kitchen! Get out of my kitchen! No, it was on the faster cooking one.
Oh, I didn't know that was a burner. I'm just sitting here causing chaos.
Get out of my kitchen! Outrageous.
Well, see, look, we needed that anyway.
I'm going to fight you.
Patron pedal everywhere. You want to fight? We'll go.
That's it.
We'll go.
It's
I'm
time
down.
to throw hands.
Fisticuffs.
This
Joseph.
possum needs to.
Fisticuffs. I've been trying to get somebody to fight me for years. Just ask Chonky.
True. You do constantly try to provoke Chonky into fights. She yearns for conflict in her life.
Fight me, Chonky. Fight me. No, didn't realize I still needed that. So much patron piddle.
That was close.
Although I will say this though, for as pushy as I tend to be, I do let it drop. I'm not like constantly pushing the poor guy. It's just anytime he offers information, I'm like, I'll just tuck that away. It's something.
A nugget of knowledge.
A nugget of knowledge, yes.
You animals. I'll have you both shot.
Drawn and quartered. Oh.
I don't know why you run out of the kitchen. I've got 2 pots of it and a bunch of tacos back here, and I'm just like, where's she going?
I wanted the one that was slightly cold, okay? It was at eating temperature.
Mm.
The other ones were too hot. I couldn't steal the pot.
I see.
Would you like a danger hob? We have a danger hob.
No, the game is to get the idea is to get 2 safety hobs that I can put up here. And using the discounter to cut the price in half. That way we can afford them better.
Very well.
More readily.
Mo better.
Mo better.
I'm just gonna slap this desk for a while. A safety hob.
Glorious. Son of a gun. That little bit of piddle was enough to stop me from reaching it in time. Oh, we've got several people coming in. Battle stations. Oh, she wants more.
Loud too. Hi, friend. Hi. Do you want shoop? Do you want shoop? All the shoop and all the piddle, apparently. My gosh. These people are animals. They want shoop.
Shoop for the shoop gods.
Tacos to the taco throne?
Something like that.
Something. Oh no.
Something
oh no.
along those lines.
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, whew.
Disaster narrowly
There's so much
avoided.
piddle. There's so much piddle, I'm slowing down.
Good lord, you animals.
Oh no. Give me this pop. Oh my gosh. Ow. So much piddle. Anybody want this cold taco? It's going stale over here in the corner. I have a feeling that you would like this stale cold taco. Oh my gosh, so much piddle. I think that's it. Oh, look at that. I can transfer them.
Yeah.
It's important for me to know these things, Joseph.
10 out of 10 service.
10 out of 10!
Wonderful. That's the highest rating we've ever received. Oh no.
Keeps trying to throw lettuce at us.
So chat, are we going to break the carnivorous run, or are we getting high standards, in which case everything burns faster?
Oh my gosh, everything's gonna burn immediately. We're gonna burn down. We don't have a fire extinguisher.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Put that over there with the fire.
Put that over there with the rest of the fire.
Also, I've just noticed you didn't actually choose your character. That's why you didn't have your stuff selected. You're a new chef right now. So when we get done with this restaurant, whenever we go back, you can always swap. High standards it is. Oh boy.
Right.
This is why I'm glad that we were working on safety hubs. Because I'm gonna need them. What are you renaming it to? We're still carnivorous. What's going on here? I'm kind of scared to see what she's doing.
You can't even see it.
Oh.
What? You got rid of it.
Okay, apparently that's not a way to view it. It just resets it if I do it that way. Noted. Now that wouldn't actually work. Okay, fair enough. Why do you randomly have the statue? What are you doing there, friend?
So you can read.
Oh. Carnivorous taco ash. Oh dear. Oh no.
We're gonna burn down.
Nah. We're okay. We're okay. I also
The cost
redid
of staying carnivorous.
I may have redone the dining room.
It's alright. I'm only gonna die.
Ah.
Is this just a hob in here?
Yep.
It's a danger hob. Do you want me to discount it?
There's no point. What are you doing? Madman.
Oh no! I think I just killed him.
Every day she wakes up and chooses violence. Yeah, you're gonna have to be all on top of it out there.
Oh yeah, it's not happening.
Love you, Mom.
Love you too, sweetheart.
Who's there?
She may have doomed us all. Oh, just barely.
Move out of the way. I love you too, sweetheart. What have you done, Joseph?
I have done nothing. Don't worry about it. I believe in you, friend.
I'm the green one. Oh no.
I can't pre-queue as many. They burn so quickly now.
Oh no. Oh no! Oh no, no!
Goodness gracious,
I forgot
my
about
friend.
them. I forgot. I'm just gonna put this down. Here we go.
Holy moly, look at the dining room.
Look, I can only do one thing at a time, okay? Don't judge me.
I'm judging you
I'm
slightly.
trying. Soldier, welcome in.
Hello, soldier. Ah, soul-absorbing black. There we go.
Ooh.
Ooh, a calm
Are
painting.
we gonna do some more? Want to put some highly flammable stuff out in the dining room?
Oh yeah, why not? Just really spice it up a little bit, eh?
Spice of life. What, honey?
That is painful to
Sure,
look at.
baby.
Not
I'm gonna
even
come
that.
out and make sure that you get some supper here in a little bit, okay? God bless you too, my sweet baby Adam. There's another calm painting. Does it stack?
No.
That's like.
We'll just have the weeping angel wall over here. And
What about
blank.
this hideous wallpaper?
No, don't do it.
No?
No, don't do it.
What about in here?
No, I already swapped it to a slightly different color of blue, please now. I beg of you. Do not. If you do it, I will make this place so atrociously hideous that our eyes shall burn.
Okay. It was motivation. Yay!
That'll really help the patron piddle stand out.
be easier to spot.
Yup. I hate it here. It's terrible. One of the tables is not or some of the tables aren't facing the correct direction. No, it's more than one. There's like 2 of them that are just randomly facing the other way.
These 2.
Yeah. Oh, I
blame the government.
That near instant burn time is crazy. Oh, look at all them.
I didn't even call anybody.
Here, I will.
No, Joseph. Joseph, don't do it.
I've done it.
Joseph, no.
They're on their way. We've got a line outside.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to wait. That was not what I wanted. Whose order did I take? Oh no, Joseph, hurry.
You may have done us over doing it the way that you've done it, but we'll see.
No.
Just barely staying on top of it.
No. Okay.
It's a wee bit messy out there.
So much piddle. Soup. I have to remove this or I'll get stuck.
Why? Why do you
I ate
keep
that last taco? Because I'm just putting it down.
This is outrageous. It's too far this time.
Too far.
Yeah, look at all that mess out there. No soup for the soup stays in the kitchen.
No soup.
No soup.
But soup.
No soup.
But soup. It's like the trash rat is in her place of comfort and all that filth. You know what? Maybe I like it this way. Maybe I do. Maybe grime makes me happy. Ooh, a prep station.
That'll do.
Shoop.
Shoop.
Is 2 safety hobs enough?
Yeah, should be. Go, 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 go!
You're trying to be as fast as possible. Cook faster, Shoop!
Well, at least now we don't have to worry about anything burning. The only stuff we have are either on safety hobs or our soup, so they can't burn.
Well,
We're
soup can
safe.
definitely burn.
Not in this game. Alright, they're arriving. Good luck. Good luck to us all.
The person is stuck.
Oh no, we forgot to fix the, We forgot to fix the tables. Some of them are still off.
They all bum rushed the door.
They're just tackling you out of the way, like, go! I need tacos!
Carnivorous tacos.
I need meat tacos, and I need them right now.
I need meat.
Meat's back on the menu. It's the only thing on the menu here.
Meat's the only thing on the menu, boys.
You want anything else? Wrong. Get out. No.
Get out. We don't serve no rabbit food here. I know. Eh. Just mop up the patron piddle with this taco. Here you go, sir.
They are known to be absorbent, so.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So much patron piddle. No!
Look how tidy it
I
is
got
back
stuck
here,
in
man.
it.
Look out there.
Shush. Look, you knew when you hired me that I was a trash rat, okay? You cannot be rude because I am what I am, okay?
I can be rude, and I am.
No. I'm just gonna have to give you that for a moment. Put that right there. There you go.
Oh, even Hoodie's coming in to get some tacos. That's a rare sight. Whole new meaning to mess hall. Yup.
Don't judge me.
It's only a little judgment. Don't worry, friend.
A little judgment is too much for a possum. I'm only a small North American marsupial. I can only take a little.
I'd like
And
to
even then,
imagine
it's too
all
much.
three of those statues are like the most judging faces that we could find too. So they just stare into the dining room judgingly. 170. We're making so much stinking money. We're making money ham over. Oh no.
Hmm.
Oh no. Health and safety, or we're no longer carnivorous, one or the other. Those are the options. They're going. Oh no, we're not going to be carnivorous anymore. They're ruining us.
No, but
They're
we're
choosing broccoli.
carnivorous.
Oh no, health and safety is tied now. Health and safety is winning now. Broccoli is winning. Oh no, we've got people using points. I don't know who's using points for what, but there's some kind of voter interference going on here. Nar.
Nar.
Nar. Aww. Soldier, of course it's Soldier. Soldier, I didn't know you were the vegan. I'll make sure to exclusively give you broccoli. Don't worry about it. I'm on it, friend. I know what's best. The kitchen shall be able to meet your needs, soldier. No worries. I will have your what are they called? The rabbit pellets. I shall have them on standby for you, friend. Spent 3,000 points just to do that.
It won't let me put the table the other way.
Put it in.
Ah! Ah!
She has been contained. Arnar. Oh wait, nope. Gotta put something in there to start research on. That's gonna block you from being able to... This is a bold strategy, friend.
We have group sizes of 1 to 2.
"11 expected groups. Holy moly.
We'll be okay.
Omnivorous tacos? I see.
Just don't, don't go calling anybody yet.
Also, that means I can't queue as many tacos anymore, because now I gotta be able to have a spot to have the nasty side. Oh no, that also means you're not gonna be able to, like, just reliably run out there with that tray. Because it might not actually meet the order requirements now.
Oh no. No.
Wait, hold on. What do I actually need to do for this? Is it just... Oh, it needs to be in a pot as well? Ah, crap, really?
What?
Soldier, you disgust me.
It's boiled broccoli?
Yep.
Ew. The worst way to eat broccoli. And of course, the person coming with Soldier orders the broccoli.
Disgusting. He brought a rabbit into our restaurant.
Our once beautifully carnivorous restaurant.
Yep. He's ruined the dream. This is a sad day. This is almost as sad as when Heron wasted my points. Almost.
close my door? Oh, we don't need those tacos fast.
It's raining tacos.
Oh no.
But did you hear me, Mom?
What? What you need?
I said I'd really like if I was able to watch YouTube.
Nope, no YouTube.
But also, ew, disgusting. Use the restroom for once, guys.
Mr. Joseph is screaming, my son. Broccoli.
Disgusting. Rabbit food. I thought Soldier was in the army, not the navy. He's old. Voting for veggies.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, it's really is our fault. Their restaurant has no bathroom. You're right.
It's got 3
I almost
very
gotta
judging
clean up.
statues, though. And
Those are
once,
3 very judging statues.
and once
I
upon
mean,
a
it can be
time,
hard to hold your piddle.
it once
to be
also had the good stuff. It had only meat on the menu, and then some liberal voted for vegetables. It's very unusual, very disgusting. Fatherless behavior.
Why didn't the makers make a bathroom?
I don't know, but you're too loud, my son. It's so funny. He developed his habit of singing everything from me.
Yep.
He does it. He's singing piddle, piddle.
Please, video just do this.
Darn it, there's no need to do it. That's no good.
You kick them out of this place. Why won't you let's build a bathroom in this restaurant? Thanks,
Good Lord.
thanks, What?
Joseph.
Constantly underfoot this one. Oi! Get out of my kitchen! Get out of my kitchen! Get out of my kitchen! Shoot! Go! Go! Go!
Thanks. That's right there. What the heck? Why'd you do that? Oh, don't put that there again. Don't put that raw steak meat. Shh. Soup.
Oh my gosh.
Why don't they let us put down toilet seats? We need it. They're leaving their disgusting piddle all over the floor.
Just gonna sop up the floor with this here taco.
That is what they're there for.
Sop up the floor with this here taco. You're hilarious, Mom.
I'm glad you think I'm funny.
My face all that.
Daddy says I'm not funny.
My face all that being like, oh no. Oh no, help us.
There we go. Put that in. Alrighty.
Put on the floor with your hands.
Ew.
I'm feeling at that.
You queued way too many orders in a row. Holy moly.
Even.
Alright, tacos! Let's go!
Goes.
No raining tacos. I hate that song. I hate that
You're
song.
also gonna need some broccoli out there real quick.
But Mom, I feel another one of the statues used the bathroom on the floor. Stop it.
Where? Was there broccoli anywhere?
Nope. You got them all.
People who need broccoli just left into the oven. Into the oven.
Get out. Get out. You'll start banging the door on things, you're gonna get out.
Can't sing it where I can hear you. I hate that song. Sing to your heart's content, son. Just sing that particular song somewhere else.
I'd like to let you two personally know I'm going to kill you. You're both dead. You'll not leave the restaurant alive.
Poison.
It's a bad sign when the chef has to come out and be like, you're all going to die. For the sins of one. Oh, those are the last customers.
Yeah.
I've got a little
Look,
bit
I
of
almost
food
got it
built
clean in here. Almost. So close.
So close. And nothing of use.
What is it, sweetheart? What? I prefer if you didn't, because Daddy doesn't like Kid City. So why don't you just go play a game or watch a movie? Or you can put on a jacket and you can go play with the dogs. I'm sure they would really appreciate having their boy actually play with them.
Oh wait, one of the how is there? Oh well, that's annoying. I missed one of the frozen broccoli. Ah, glorious.
We had that to begin with, and you.
No, they look similar, but it wasn't that, unfortunately. Madame.
Madame.
I'm gonna become French with the hatred of the women at this rate. Get out of my kitchen! Out! It's outrageous. Whoever said that women belong in the kitchen is obviously wrong.
It's only in the kitchen at home. I definitely do not belong in a professional kitchen. Can't hear you, honey. Okay, throw a stick for them. They're dogs. And there is, in fact, a dog toy out there. Corvo's always chewing on it.
Obviously been spending too much time in professional kitchens. It's turning me French. This is outrageous. No one warned me that this was a risk.
Sometimes we tell my dog Corvo that he's a good boy, and then we call him Quarvois because it sounds French for no reason.
Ah.
We'll walk up to him. He hasn't like quite figured out yet that Quarvois is still him. Because like, you know, he knows Corvo and he knows Corvus, but like, I'll be like, oh, who's a good boy? Who's my good boy Quarvois? And he's like, what?
Oh.
Who that? That me?
Who you complimenting?
What?
I'm right here, Mom. What the heck?
Corvo is best good boy. You must be talking about Corvo, but Corvo does not know this Quarvois. Oh, Joseph,
Joseph the tacos. I'll clean piddle for as long as I can. Oh no. I'm stuck, Joseph. I'm trapped.
Don't get stuck.
Goose is out there honking at my son. Just like going wild. Wow! Like freaking out. We really need to sell the goose and find him a good home. Because he can't stay here. He doesn't have enough water here, and that makes me sad for him.
The trays! I'm just like watching as they're all sitting out there, and I'm like, I'm gonna lose it. What's going on?
I'm not gonna make it. I got it.
Now I understand why cooks smoke so much. I finally get it.
They have to.
They've got no choice.
They're poor nerves.
Second helpings or supplier error. Definitely would lean towards second helpings. And remember, on this one, you're choosing a reward for the staff, not a punishment. So in this case, I would lean second helpings, because that is actually a useful one. Getting to be able to purchase an item a second time sometimes could be huge. Huge.
Changing.
Indeed. Whereas supplier error, I feel like that one could actually shoot you in the foot if the shop costs are random and it like raises the price on something you needed. Just like, oh,
yeah.
Oh no.
It's looking kind of vampire-y in here now.
So we've got Vampire Lair, the back rooms.
Yeah.
And then
the back room
incoherent
needs like
screaming.
the damp yellow carpet.
Yeah, we're getting there though. We got the walls at least, so we're getting there.
Gosh, that goose is freaking out. I don't know if you can hear that. It's so
No.
loud. It's like, what?
No, nothing is picking up on our end.
So loud, like right outside the window. What happened? Okay, try.
But I can make out that I got hit on my side and also right here.
You got hit by a dog?
I'm pretty sure it was Trap.
Chapel jumped on you. Are you okay?
Yes, but it really hurt.
Did you hit your head?
No.
I'm sorry.
I
that happened. I'm sorry that happened. Look, I know this sounds really mean, but when Chapel tries to jump on you, you have to like karate chop him in the throat, or he won't stop jumping on you. You gotta like just like jab. You have to whack him.
But it was hard to see because the dogs were everywhere.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to assert dominance over the dogs at some point, or they're gonna keep trying to jump on you, honey. It's okay, we'll go out there with the shock collar another day, and if they jump on you, we'll shock the living dog snot out of them, and then they'll know not to jump on you. Yeah, you can stay in here. So sensitive. I understand that it hurt, but it's over now. It's over now. I know. I understand. I'm sorry that happened to you, but you gotta toughen up, bud. The dog jumping on you is not the end of the world. Yeah, I'm aware that it hurt. I mean, I get it. The dog weighs more than he does. It's just...
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how many times I gotta tell him, like, if he tries to jump on you, you have to, like, karate chop him in the throat. He's not gonna jump on you if he gets hurt when he does it.
Yeah, if he associates jumping on you with ouch.
Not being able to breathe for a few seconds because his
Yeah.
friggin' esophagus just went into his rectum, then, you know, he's not gonna do it again.
Yeah, he's gonna start to associate that and be like, nope, don't want to do that.
Why he doesn't try to jump on me anymore, because I've Judy chopped him in the throat, like, 3 times when he's jumped on me. This is also my Riri dog, though. So
Mama
I
possum,
mean,
indeed.
he is Mama Possum. Yeah, it's me, Mama Possum. Yeah, this particular dog is not smart. He's the one that was born with mental issues, like actual brain issues. Oxygen was cut off to the puppy for like potentially 45 minutes before he was born.
Holy moly.
Yeah, he was not breathing when he was born, and I resuscitated him. And now he has mental disabilities.
Yeah, he's a little special.
He's a special puppy. He's very, very sweet. It takes a really long time to teach him anything. Anything at all. It takes 3 times the amount of time to teach him a trick than it does other dogs that I've trained. You people. Suppose a nicer way to say that would just be to say that Chapel's faculties are limited.
They are somewhat diminished.
Depleted. Breathing takes up a lot of mental energy for that dog.
I can relate.
Are you mentally deficient as well?
I have my moments.
I mean, it's not like I regret resuscitating him or anything. Like, he's a good dog. He is. He's just not... His capacity for learning is severely limited.
Yeah. It is somewhat restrained.
Yeah, restricted. It's like trying to pass a river through the eye of a needle, you know what I mean? Like, eventually it'll all get there, but it's gonna take a long time.
It's gonna take a hot minute to get it there.
I think it took me an entire year to teach him the command sit.
Holy moly.
On command. Like, he would do it sometimes, like after the first 3-4 months, he would do it, but getting him to do it consistently when I told him to, it took about a year.
Goodness. Yeah, that's it's a wee bit longer than expected, typically.
Yeah, no, you know, most Huskies or Husky mixes are smart enough to get that one within, you know, a couple of days.
Yeah.
Oh, my poor chappy boy. He's so lovey, too. Like, all he really wants to do is just kind of sit in your lap and lay there, and he's very snuggly. he would make a really good like house pet. The problem is he's too dumb to be inside because he can't hold his bladder. Like he gets excited and then immediately pees on himself.
Ah, yeah, that'll do it.
It's like, oh man, you're sweet.
Go, wrongy.
You're sweet, but that's all you got going for you, hun. I mean, he's a handsome dog too. He's good looking. He's just dumb. Don't do it. Okay. I thought you were going for the phone.
He's going for the
Is
phone.
this it?
I think so. I wish they'd make it more visually distinctive, which is the fancy tablecloth and which is like the shared tablecloth type.
Nab it. I'm just gonna sop up this patron piddle. Extra flavorful tacos. There you go. Now the tray is extra flavorful. Oh dear. No, give it to me. This is disgusting broccoli.
Filthy.
Not even good broccoli. I like broccoli, and that's not even...
Ours is frozen.
Frozen boiled broccoli.
Indeed. About as bad as it can get.
Not gonna need that for a minute. Okay. Funny how everybody orders soup. Like every single person.
Yeah. If there's an appetizer, they always will order one. I don't know why, but...
Alright. Oh my gosh, the patron piddle.
Trying to make onion soup back here, don't mind me.
My husband is calling, so as soon as this round is done, I'm going to mute and call him back.
Alrighty.
Oh no. This is the last customer, so you're good.
Okay. Now, fingers crossed.
Will
It'll
I get
give
it?
us
Will I
two
get it?
of
Will I
those
get it?
days.
I got it!
Yeah.
I cleaned it! I cleaned it!
We're making so much money too. Holy moly.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna call my husband.
Alrighty. And not a single one of them is what we want. Outrageous. Ay, 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 ay. So, let's see. $1,222. Ooh, Lord Almighty. I don't even know what we do with this much money. We're rich.
Hey, Joseph, I'm going to
Mhm.
be gone for a few minutes. Do you want to go back to watching media stuff for a bit?
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Let's see. So, chat, we're going to swap back over to. Actually, we'll just go to the full screen version for now.
Of the golden ticket that sent Idol contestants to Hollywood. It was described as the best fast pass ever. Fast pass. The age range for the competition was,
Well,
according
I'm
to
going
at
to take
least
this
one Ryan
moment to
Seacrest
step away
type,
for one
between,
second.
quote,
I'm going to grab
14
something to
and
snack
death,
on because
despite the American Idol
been a little
television
bit-
show
I'm
having
getting
an
a wee
age
bit
range between
peckish.
16 and 28. The host would explain that the winner of the Golden Dream ticket could gift it to a friend or family member, but they were not allowed to sell it. The 3 contestants were asked to leave the stage, and the 3 judges were then introduced. The original plan to have audience members fill in as the judges was abandoned, in favor of 3 actors mimicking the American Idol judge types, trying to match the energy of Randy Jackson, Paula Abdul, and Simon Cowell. In order to make the 3 actors seem qualified to judge the contestants, their resumes were listed out by the host. This part in the show is almost like a magic trick, because anyone that would be hired in a performance-based role such as this at the park would already have a resume with other entertainment industry projects on it. So the host reading them makes them sound like highly sought-after talent judges and not just working performers past their 20s. While the panel would be switched out with different actors filling each role, the typical portrayal was that the Randy type would be the most constructive to the contestant.
It's about your initial attack on a song, which will determine how well you do.
The Paula type would be the most positive, and the Simon type, somewhat surprisingly, would be mean.
I never intend to be mean or hurtful, but these singers will probably give me no choice.
Of course, fake Simon could not be as cruel as real Simon.
Juvenile, tuneless, mediocre, and horrible.
Simon was in a bad mood,
as this was Disney World and the contestants are paying park guests, but he would be as rude as possible without going too far over the line.
You are to pop music what Hannibal Lecter is to the Food Network.
The audience was encouraged to boo fake Simon as if he were a villain in a melodrama. The 3 contestants would come out one at a time to perform. Before their performance, they would be given a staged introduction in one of 3 ways. The first was pre-taped advice from an American Idol contestant.
Just have fun with it.
These segments were filmed and the contestant was placed in such a way to make it appear that the idol was speaking directly to them. The second introduction was a video biography that the contestant would shoot while they waited for their performance. These would hone in on an interesting, relatable, or sympathetic aspect of the singer's character, in a similar way that the TV show treated its vignettes.
What brought me to American Idol is first we were here on vacation.
At one point in my life, I found myself homeless, living out of my car.
The final introduction was a crowd of fans chanting the contestant's name. This was the surprise that the audience had filmed in the pre-show corral. The crowd shot was a way to increase audience participation in the show, and it was a nice surprise for the singer, even though this moment was completely fabricated and directed by the pre-show host. These were fake fans. Literally. Each performance would last about 90 seconds and was immediately followed by critiques from each judge. Reportedly, the producers of the attraction would try to place the strongest singer in the final spot in hopes that the recency bias would move them forward in the competition. After all of the contestants had performed, the Ryan Seacrest type would introduce another pre-taped Idol cameo featuring Jordan Sparks, who would lead the audience in a rendition of I've Got the Music in Me, For clarification, I've Got the Music in Me is a 1974 song by the Kiki D Band. It is not You Are the Music in Me by the cast of High School Musical 2, which was being performed just a few feet away in front of the Sorcerer's Hat. Coincidentally, this video featured Jordan Sparks and other singers performing outside the Sorcerer's Hat, along with footage of the Lights Motors Action Extreme Stunt Show. After this, voting would begin, and highlights from the 3 performances were displayed, reminding audience members of each contestant's designated number. The voting mechanism was embedded in the seat's armrest, and within seconds, the audience was polled and the results were tallied. The Ryan Seacrest type would round up the contestants and dramatize the reveal. The lights on stage turned red, and just like the television show, the contestants were read a recap of their performance and the judges' reactions. The Ryan type would often make a joke about cutting to commercial.
Should we cut to like a Ford video or something, or we just...
Before finally revealing the winner. Another pre-taped idol would congratulate the contestant, and the Ryan type would wrap up the show, reminding guests that the competition was just beginning, because the winner of the preliminary round did not win the Golden Dream ticket, but rather the opportunity to move on to the American Idol Experience finale show that would be occurring later that evening. There were as many as 7 preliminary shows per day for a total of 21 singers competing for a spot in the finale.
That's
Each preliminary
crazy
show's
to
winner
me.
would move forward, resulting in
The
as many as
logistics
7
of
singers competing in the
shifting
final
this
show.
many people
If a singer moved on to the finale, they were
for this
allowed
kind
to
of thing?
explore the theme park.
It's
that they had paid
insane
to
that they
enter
ever did
before
this.
their second call time of the day, again being asked to arrive at the attraction an hour before showtime. The final show began with the Ryan type introducing the 7 contestants and then the judges. This show would last around 40 minutes, 15 minutes longer than the preliminary rounds, to account for the additional contestants. Each singer would take the stage one by one, preceded by advice from an idol star or the contestant's video biography if they had created one during the preliminary round. The last performer to be introduced would receive the chanting pre-show crowd, which was the only segment to be reshot for the finale show, again in order to add to the sense of audience participation. The finale show was unique in that it was the only show to be displayed on the screen outside of the attraction near Echo Lake, allowing the Ryan type to claim that the show was being broadcast live, which was technically true, although it was likely no one was watching. After all of the singers had performed, an American Idol celebrity would appear on the screen
Technically
and
true.
speak to the full group of
The
contestants.
best kind of true.
The audience would vote for the finale's winner, and the Ryan type would draw out the results, eliminating 1 or 2 of the final contestants at a time until the top 2 singers remained on stage. After stalling as long as possible, the Ryan type would finally reveal the winner. Gold confetti rained down as the singer was presented the Golden Dream ticket. The show closed with more pre-taped appearances by Idol winners sending their congratulations to the newly crowned champion, before the Ryan type waved goodbye and the American Idol experience concluded for the day.
You never know, you could be the next American Idol!
From an audience perspective, the attraction was initially met with mixed to positive reviews. Fans of the experience loved how similar the competition was to the American Idol television show. Others felt that the experience was merely karaoke with elaborate set dressing, and if the competitors of any given show were not exceptionally talented singers, this review was more common. However, from the perspective of the performers, the attraction was incredible, a bespoke, intricately themed adventure through the world of music, entertainment, and all things American Idol, culminating with them getting to perform in front of a live audience of tourists, far more than most karaoke bars or school talent shows would allow. Even those that
I
were
don't
not
know if
chosen to
calling it
perform
karaoke
often walked
would be
away
the,
with glowing reviews, as the
apt
Disney cast members tasked
comparison,
with turning
you know?
hundreds of people down per day were exceptionally kind and impressively trained in the art
Just
of
due
rejection.
to the amount of logistics that this takes is crazy.
Others, on the other hand, still felt a bit odd about the process after getting turned
So,
away.
trying to say
One
it's
forum
just
poster at the
karaoke,
time
that's-
explained their experience, how they
Nah,
auditioned for the
I
show
get the
during
idea.
soft
I
opening
get the
for
comparison,
fun, not
but
expecting
nah,
to get on,
don't
but after getting
translate there.
rejected, did, quote, feel a little bad the rest of the day, and that it felt weird being at the park after being, quote, rejected by Disney.
It's all part of the experience.
The cruelty of the Simon type judge also depended on the performer and their improv. And while most of the time, this character's biggest insult was suggesting that a performer should take singing lessons, some comments could be much more pointed.
It sounded like a Norse god gargling a hammer.
The mean-spirited nature of the character was authentic to the television show, but not in line with the expectations of a Disney theme park. Compare this to Monsters, Inc. Laugh Floor, a comedy show that opened at the Magic Kingdom in 2007. This virtual puppetry show relies on audience participation and is set in a fictional comedy club. But the furthest the monster comedians will ever go is some softball joke about how a random person in the audience is going to buy everyone churros after the show. Completely toothless, cowardly even, to look out on a crowd of sweaty, entitled Walt Disney World tourists and pull punches like that. But these are paying guests and also children. So the furthest you should go is saying that someone is feeling the urge to get up and dance. I guess in universe the funniest Mike Wazowski gets is just getting racked as if he has reproductive organs on the bottom crest of his sphere body. But the point is, insulting paying customers and children is a big risk. And if your themed environment is a comedy club or a mean-spirited reality show, you should probably just go through the motions. Fake Simon, at times, did not fall in line with this idea.
The bridge part, I consider jumping off on.
Oh. In these instances, the attraction's reception was the most split, with some being legitimately offended and others finding it genuinely funny. However, reception
Okay,
was
I'm
not
gonna be
the
real
main
honest. If you go into something like this, and you know one of the characters is playing the role of, like, a Simon type, and you still get offended, I don't know what to tell you other than you're probably not cut out to be going to these kind of things. You know? It's like, okay, you got some growing up still to do.
issue with the American Idol experience. Daily operation was. The elaborate nature of the competition required a huge time commitment from contestants. When auditioning, guests were told that, if they were to make it to the finale, 6 hours of their park day would be dedicated to the attraction. This was around half of the park's operating hours. On top of this, contestants could not join lines at other attractions if the wait would make them miss their callback time. Disney did sometimes offer fast passes to contestants so they could enjoy the park, but for the most part, the American Idol experience was an all-day affair for those performing. For many, this was not an issue, and they knew this going in. Dream Ticket winner Claire Ann Martin said, quote, "We planned our whole week around the Disney Idol experience. We heard about it online, and we decided that we definitely wanted to try it out." Claire also said that, quote, "Getting the ticket was the high point of my life." She was only 14 at the time, so that's fine. The biggest issue that the operations team faced was recruitment. To coincide with the attraction's debut and to attract potential contestants, Disney created a web page with information on the process and how to audition. There was also a mini-game called Judge This that allowed you to play as a judge.
La 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 la.
Ouch.
Nice. I got a dog from the Randy type.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Take me out to the ball game, take me out with the crowd. Row, row, row your boat.
Yikes.
Wow, this is an old website. Just look at that graphic in the corner.
Affordable
On this site,
Disney
guests could
vacation
sign up
package.
to audition ahead of their visit to Hollywood
affordable in
Studios.
Disney.
The attraction would mainly rely on
Not
walk-ins
two words you
and would cut off
associate in the
auditions
modern
when
day.
all of the shows were filled or at 2 p.m., whichever came first. The American Idol experience relied on a constantly refreshing pool of contestants, making daily operation less predictable than a typical theater show. But there were other issues on the horizon. The American Idol experience's debut in 2009 coincided with several turning points in the history of Disney, the American Idol television show, and the world as a whole. The most obvious was the Great Recession, which was in full swing while the attraction was being developed and was still ongoing when it opened. At the same time that Disney was developing the American Idol experience, the parks were feeling the effects of the economic downturn, with many families not having the resources to spend money on vacations. Considering the scale of the recession, the Disney parks fared better than many expected, thanks in part to Disney offering generous promotions, such as free admission on a guest's birthday. Still, the company laid off 1,400 people at Walt Disney World due to the downturn. These layoffs began 4 days after the American Idol experience opened. Apart from the recession, another global trend was occurring. This one, cultural. The accessibility of the internet was growing at an exponential rate, and the ability to share media was becoming easier and easier.
Oh,
and
the
almost
old,
overnight,
the old
real
YouTube.
mainstream
I remember
stars
that.
were being discovered on platforms such as YouTube. For instance, Justin Bieber became the world's premier teen pop idol, despite having never served his time in the gauntlet of shame known as American Idol. The internet took the American Idol competition, once the fastest track to stardom, and made it look like a slow process in comparison. The American Idol Season 7 finale set the record for the highest number of votes cast, but the show itself
And
was
yes,
dipping in the
Critter,
ratings.
we are doing
The
Play
show's
Tough.
fifth
We're just
season,
waiting
which aired in
on
2006,
Miss Valmont
received an
to
average of 30
return.
million viewers per episode. By the show's 8th season in 2009, this was down to around 21 million viewers per episode. As the ratings continued to slip, more change was on its way. When Season 8 began airing in 2009, songwriter and producer Kara DioGuardi was added to the panel of judges. While DioGuardi no doubt had the industry experience to serve on the panel, many speculated what this change meant for the future of Idol and the show's original 3 judges. Rumors circulated that Paula Abdul was set to leave the show, but this was denied by both Abdul and DioGuardi. Season 8 attempted to scale back on the show's trademark cruelty, putting more focus on sympathetic contestant biographies, which were derogatorily referred to as sob stories by critics.
I live with my 93-year-old grandmother. Did you know that I sing?
Do I what?
This season was won by Chris Allen, who beat Adam Lambert to win the competition. Allen taped his own Walt Disney World commercial and traveled to the resort for a special appearance at the American Idol experience. Allen also filmed new segments for the attraction, which were integrated throughout the show.
And I know they'd appreciate any encouragement. Just get up there and have fun.
Despite denying her intention to leave the program, in August of 2009, Paula Abdul announced on Twitter that she would not be returning for American Idol Season
the
9,
old Twitter
with pay
as
disputes
well.
being cited
I
as
don't
the
miss
reason.
that.
Simon, Randy, and DioGuardi would be returning, and the producers raced to fill the empty seat before the next season. They needed to find someone who was marketable, likable, easygoing, and all around kind.
I am the next American Idol judge.
Ellen DeGeneres.
This was also the
Good
season in
Lord.
which General Larry Platt auditioned with his original song, Pants on the Ground, which to this day is still charting #1 in the minds of American fathers.
Pants on the ground, looking like a fool with your pants on the ground.
The top 5 this season featured singer Aaron Kelly, the youngest to ever make it this far in the competition, at just 16 years old when he auditioned, and 17 years old when he was eliminated. Kelly is also notable in that he was a Golden Dream ticket winner, getting to skip to the front of the line at his American Idol audition as he had won the American Idol experience at Disney's Hollywood Studios. After his top 5 finish, Kelly would be integrated into the show at the park as proof of the value of the Golden Dream ticket. Season 9 of American Idol was won by Lee DeWyze, and just like Chris Allen and David Cook, DeWyze did a Walt Disney World commercial, made an appearance at the resort and the American Idol experience, and filmed segments for the attraction to be integrated into the show.
The best advice I can give you is and have fun with it.
After Season 9, the judging panel experienced even
It's the
more
same piece of
shakeups,
advice every
with
time, isn't
DioGuardi,
it?
DeGeneres,
Just
and
have
most
fun with it.
notably, Simon Cowell leaving the program. DioGuardi and DeGeneres explained the show wasn't a fit for them, but Cowell's reasoning was more predictable. The period stipulated by the settlement with Fuller had ended, and Cowell was able to both leave American Idol and launch X Factor in the US. Cowell would not only premiere the show, but he would partner with Fremantle and Fox to do so, once again enraging Simon Fuller. Fuller again sued, seeking executive producer credit and a fee, and the case was eventually settled out of court. X Factor in the UK had proven to be a star maker, having discovered and formed the boy band One Direction. The US version would also find success in the group Fifth Harmony. The same year that the X Factor debuted, another singing competition came to the US.
I'll be
The
honest,
Voice
I've
was
never
a
heard
format
of
that
them.
originated
Fifth
in Holland
Harmony.
and would debut in
Does
the
not
US
ring a
on
bell.
NBC. The show's format and marketing was a direct response to Idol, which had been accused of being too focused on a contestant's appearance and not focusing enough on the voice. Get it? The show's positive attitude and inspiring kind-hearted format has resulted in 24 seasons of friendly competition and genuinely beautiful moments.
I was
while
going
at
to say,
same
this is
time
the one I
producing
think of
zero
more
mainstream
nowadays.
recording artists as
when
winners.
it's this kind of
the
a thing
actual
you're
reason
talking
for The
about.
Voice's success as a television show and failure as a star launcher, with a few runner-ups as exceptions, is more complicated than simply pretty people sell more records. But also, that might be part of it. With Cal moving on to X Factor, DioGuardi focusing on music, and Ellen DeGeneres going back to Ellen, Idol was forced to go in a new direction.
And then thankfully
While Randy
Ellen
Jackson would
DeGeneres
remain,
stopped
2
doing
new
Ellen
judges
as
would be
well,
added.
and now we don't
Singer
have to
and
deal with her
actress
being in the
Jennifer
public
Lopez,
eye very often.
and Aerosmith
which
frontman
is
Steven Tyler,
preferable.
known for his appearance in Hollywood Studios' signature e-ticket attraction Rock and
Even
Roller
before she
Coaster,
got into
and
all that
recently
trouble,
for
she was a
alleged
terrible
crimes.
person and
This
hard
season was
to
won by Scotty
even
McCreery,
listen to
the
most
first
of the
winner since the
time.
attraction opened to not receive an I'm Going to Disney World commercial, but he did visit the resort and film segments for the attraction.
Do you have any advice? You just went through this. Have fun.
Occasionally,
Have fun.
other contestants
Yep.
would film short segments for the
Same
experience,
advice.
which were often played outside of the attraction on the big screen.
Head right around the corner to the audition experience. You never know. This could be the start of something. There.
Season 11 began airing in 2012, with Ryan and the Season 10 panel of judges returning for another year. This season featured 10th place finisher Erica Van Pelt, another American Idol Dream Ticket winner. Van Pelt told The Hollywood Reporter, quote, "The American Idol experience changed everything for me.
The
I had
AI
auditioned for the show several
experience
times
out here.
before, but winning the Dream Ticket was the game changer. The American Idol experience gave me a taste of the real thing.
Yeah, you
down to
definitely
the
wouldn't
smallest
abbreviate
detail.
it to that
Live
nowadays.
audience voting,
There's too many
charismatic
implications
hosts,
with
and a good
AI.
Simon Judge-alike or two. The Dream Ticket gave me the opportunity to go to the front of the line at the auditions in Pittsburgh for Season 11, which ultimately led me to securing a spot in the top 10. I am so grateful for the opportunity." This season was won by Philip Phillips. As expected, Phillips took a trip to the resort, appeared on stage at the attraction, and filmed new segments for the show.
I
Let me ask you
swear.
something. These three right here, they are competing to get to that finale show tonight to win that Dream Ticket.
If he
What
says
advice
have
do you
fun.
have fun?
Idol's
no.
ratings continue to drop, with Season 11
Everybody-
averaging around 19 million
everyone
viewers
that
per
goes
episode,
there have
far
fun.
from the 30 million viewers it had received just 5 years earlier. After
Advice,
Season 11,
fun.
another shakeup on the judging panel occurred. Randy Jackson would again return, but Lopez and Tyler would exit. Keith Urban would join the panel, along with Mariah Carey and Nicki Minaj, who would
Eesh.
fortunately have an alleged off-screen feud, leading fans of both to speculate on the matter, giving a bit of energy to the dying program.
Like, we can have accessories. I didn't know that was allowed. But that's the last thing I'm going to say.
Again, back to the Billboard Hot 100 #1 song, which you just performed, which is difficult to get. Not everybody has that.
This season was won by Candace Glover, who
I'm
went
gonna be
to Disney
honest,
World
I
and
don't know
filmed
how
an
that
appearance for the
resuscitates a
attraction.
show. That makes me less
Another
interested.
shakeup on the judging panel occurred between seasons
Like
12
if-
and 13, with not only Nikki and
If
Mariah
the best thing
leading,
you can
but
hit
with
me with
Randy
for your
Jackson
show is
finally
like, oh, we've
exiting
got
as well.
two
Only
rich,
Keith Urban
entitled
remained from
women
the previous
bickering.
season, and was joined by Harry Connick Jr.
That's
and
your sales
returning
pitch.
judge
I'm gonna
Jennifer
be real
Lopez.
honest with you, Chief.
This season featured multiple Dream Ticket winners
That's a
competing
terrible
in the
sales
show.
pitch.
Majesty Rose, Ben Briley, and Emily Pries, who would finish 9th, 11th, and 12th respectively. This season ended in May of 2014, with Caleb Johnson winning the competition. Unlike previous winners, Johnson's trip to Walt Disney World was not met with fanfare, but he did reportedly go and film new segments for the attraction.
Have fun.
However, these segments would not be seen for very long,
Is he gonna
as
say
Disney's
it?
Hollywood Studios
No?
was
Okay.
undergoing just as much
This is
change
so sad.
as the American Idol television show.
I was like, please, can we maintain the streak? Can he also go
In the
there and
years
be like,
following the
have fun?
Disney's Hollywood Studios name change and the addition of the American Idol experience, the Walt Disney Company was experiencing a period of massive growth and acquisitions. In late 2009, Disney acquired Marvel Entertainment, and in 2012, the company acquired Lucasfilm, including the rights to the
2012,
Star
such
Wars
a terrible
franchise.
year.
These acquisitions meant the development of
Specifically because
cinematic
of that.
universes and theme park lands, the latter being necessary to compete with Universal's
It's
successful
funny because I remember in 2012, whenever they first did that, I had two instant gut feelings, and I tried to go with the optimistic one. The first gut feeling was, oh no, they got Star Wars. Oh no. And then gut feeling 2 was like, well, maybe they'll do something good with it. I don't know. Disney's got a lot of really successful stuff in the past. Maybe they'll revive Star Wars. They did not revive Star Wars. They have been puppeting that poor corpse around like some kind of macabre, like, puppet show or something. I don't even know. It's not good. Can we go back? Lucas needs to buy it back. George Lucas, please, for the love of all that's good in this world. I will take Jar Jar Binks over any more Disney Star Wars.
Wizarding World of Harry Potter. Of all 4 Walt
I
Disney World
beg of you.
parks, it was immediately obvious to those both within and outside of the company that if any park was to receive a full-scale Star Wars area, it would be Disney's Hollywood Studios. This was not only because of the established presence of Star Tours, but also because of the park's desperate need for a new major attraction. Toy Story Midway Mania had given the park a boost in popularity, but in the 5 years since its debut, no other major attractions were added to support it. To offset this, the park relied on special events, such as Frozen Summer Fun, which premiered in June of 2014. This event brought temporary shows and entertainment offerings to the park, capitalizing on the massive success of 2013's Frozen and the insatiable demand for Frozen experiences from young guests. During this event, a new show named, for the first time in forever, a Frozen sing-along celebration, took place in the rarely utilized Premier Theater, and allowed families to sing along to the film's songs, led by Anna, Elsa, and other Frozen characters. These types of temporary experiences were common for Hollywood studios in this era, and many guests assumed that it was only a matter of time before a major Star Wars attraction was announced for the park. However, before any expansions were revealed, multiple attraction closings were announced, and on June 17, 2014, the American Idol Experience was added to the lineup of closures. The attraction's popularity had declined over the years, as had guest participation. On many days, the Experience did not recruit enough talented performers to fill all 7 shows, resulting in some showtimes being canceled and a condensed finale show with less participants. Occasionally, only 2 preliminary rounds were held, resulting in a finale show with only 2 contestants, and on some rare occasions, only 1 show was held, with no other preliminary rounds and no finale. This was especially troubling because of how many cast members the show required to operate.
Yeah,
the show needed a pre-show host, a Ryan type, 3 judges, multiple camera operators, and 3 booth techs for each show. On top of this, the audition facility had a street team to recruit guests, casting directors to judge them, and hair and makeup technicians. It was an impressive operation, but a complicated one to operate on a daily basis. The American Idol Experience's decline in popularity was not completely its fault. Rather, it was directly correlated with the declining viewership of the American Idol television show. Not only was the attraction not as enticing from a guest perspective, but its grand prize of skipping the audition line was not as valuable as it was at the peak of the program's popularity. A joint statement between Disney, Fremantle Media, and 19 Entertainment read, quote, "We are incredibly proud of the more than 2,000 Dream tickets that have given guests a chance to live their very own Cinderella story and audition for American Idol." The attraction was set to close in January of 2015, which would result in the American Idol Experience running for just under 6 years. However, 2 months after the announcement of its closure, on August 15, 2014, Disney revealed that the show would be closing even earlier, just 2 weeks from this announcement. On August 30th, 2014, the final show of the American Idol Experience was held.
Folks, are you ready for the last finale show ever?
Guests crowded the theater to send off the attraction, some even making signs expressing their disappointment at its closure.
This is a sad
The final
day.
show ended with the dumping of every
that
box
might
of
be a
confetti
stretch,
that
bud.
the production had left, and this went on for several minutes. The closing of the American Idol Experience marked the beginning of the end of the dark age of Hollywood studios. The following month, the Studio Backlot Tour, which had not toured an operating movie studio in over a decade, finally closed to make way for 2 new immersive lands, Toy Story Land and Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. The following month, in October of 2014, it was announced that the
Galaxy's
Sorcerer's
Edge,
Hat would be
which
removed as well.
has not exactly
Hollywood
knocked
Studios
it out of
began
the
a
park
years-long
either.
transformation, leaving it in a worse state than before, as the massive construction projects caused the closure of more attractions and the creation of more temporary ones. The Superstar Television Theater sat empty for several months with no announced replacement. The space was briefly used for the Comedy Warehouse Holiday Special, featuring the comedy troupe that used to perform at the Comedy Warehouse at downtown Disney's Pleasure Island. The American Idol stage was still intact, and tarps were placed to cover up the theming for these shows. In March of 2015, Disney announced that for the first time in forever, a Frozen sing-along celebration would return for the 2nd annual Frozen Summer Fun. Rather than being held in the Premier Theater, which was set for demolition, the show would utilize the Superstar Television Theater. The American Idol theming had been mostly removed, and the theater received a new name, the Hyperion Theater. This would allow the theater to act as
That's
a flex
actually kind of a
space
cool
and
name,
host
I won't
multiple
lie.
shows
The
throughout the
Hyperion.
year. On June
I like
16th,
it.
2015, performances of, for the first time in forever, a Frozen sing-along celebration began in the theater. Despite this being announced as a limited run, the show would stay a part of the park's attractions after Frozen Summer Fun ended, becoming a permanent replacement for the American Idol Experience. The Hyperion Theater would not be used for another show until 2023, during the Jollywood Nights ticketed event, during which it would host What's This? Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas sing-along. This temporary show would only
Lots
be
of
performed
sing-alongs
during
in there.
Jollywood Nights, and the Frozen sing-along operated as normal throughout the day. On the backside of the theater, the former American Idol audition entrance was converted into a new character spot for the park, named Mickey and Minnie Starring in Red Carpet Dreams. Season 14 of American Idol premiered in January of 2015, and for the first time in years, the entire judging panel from the previous season returned. Despite the American Idol Experience attraction being closed, hundreds of Golden Dream tickets were still eligible to be redeemed. Dream Ticket winner Adam Ezegalian auditioned and made it to the top 16 before being eliminated. This season was won by Nick Fradiani, and no offense to Nick Fradiani, but you likely don't recognize that name, which is proof of American Idol's slipping grip on the cultural consciousness. This is why it was not a shock that Fox announced that American Idol would be ending after season 15.
Of course, I also didn't recognize that other one earlier that they were talking about.
And was won by either Chris Hayes, Stephen Hines, or Trent Harmon. And if you can tell me which one of those people are real without looking it up, you will win this certificate. This season was branded as American Idol: The Farewell Season, which was an authentic goodbye, but not to the show, only the network. Just a year and a half after going off of the air, ABC and Fremantle Media entered into an agreement to revive the show, which would return for a 16th season in March of 2018. Ryan Seacrest returned as host, and a new panel of judges, featuring Luke Bryan, Katy Perry, and Lionel Richie, would join the show. This group has somehow remained consistent for 6 seasons, with a 7th on the way.
There's no place like
How is this still going? I don't know anyone that watches.
Was representative of America
know anyone
itself.
that watches TV.
Obviously, it's right there in the
basically at
name.
this point.
And it was a reflection of our obsession with the idolization of celebrities. Dang, also right there in the name. It's difficult to say anything about American Idol that the show itself doesn't admit overtly and unabashedly. Often the show was cruel, which it claimed was a side effect of honesty. The show was obsessed with body image and sex appeal, which it claimed was a key aspect of stardom. The show sought to discover and promote talent just to profit off of them, which it admitted very clearly was the whole point. It's difficult to dismiss any of these beliefs as shallow or cynical when the show was consistently successful in churning out legitimate mainstream stars. American Idol didn't invent the reality TV show genre, democratic talent competitions, or the aesthetic requirements of early-aught stardom, but it became a landmark example of all three. It was a reflection of the culture of that era, and in being so, it became a staple of it. The American Idol experience attempted to capture and distill that energy into a family-friendly theme park attraction, to mixed results. The attraction did its best to balance the show's tone, talent, and energy, all while being entertaining to theme park guests, but its success was directly tied to the relevance of the television show that it was based on. Whether it was the shakeup in its cast, the emergence of faster star generators, or America falling out of love with television and in love with the internet, by the time the American Idol experience debuted, American Idol was past its prime. The American Idol television show survived and evolved into a feel-good television program that, like its contemporaries, is less concerned about turning its competitors into A-listers. However, the American Idol experience was simply too complicated and expensive to run, and its real estate too valuable to survive the transition that Disney's Hollywood Studios was undergoing. The attraction is most fondly remembered by those that had the chance to participate in the full thing. The elaborate backstage audition process, invisible to the audience, was truly an experience like no other at a theme park. And for those that were talented and dedicated enough to spend an entire day's admission on participating in it, it was all worth it when they saw that desk.
It was all worth it when they saw that desk. Now for something entirely different. Yeah, I will admit it's kind of funny that they sped all this footage up. I get they're trying to condense the process down a little bit, but you could have also achieved that by just doing like shorter clips of it. But I will admit, this is a funny way to do it. Means I get to watch people running around slightly too fast, and all their pitches are just a little bit too high. Even that thing sounds a little off and a little funny. It's just a little bit too high pitched because it's going too fast. That can't be good for your back, bud. Of course, then again, I don't think there's any job at construction that's not bad for someone's back, you know? Most of construction work is hard on the human body, and it makes sense. We're literally warping nature around us to make it into a more accommodating situation for us, which takes a lot. Especially when you account for all the modern amenities that we're trying to get in. I'm curious to see what this house is going to look like at the end of it, though. This is a inexpensive house built in 10 days. And it looks like the only thing that was there at the start was the that raised foundation, essentially, and that's it. Which, understandable. That you can't get done in 10 days. It's going to take a little bit. Oh, that shouldn't be an amusing sound to me, but it is.
That took way longer than anticipated.
Welcome
Sorry
back,
about
friend.
Thanks. Sorry.
It's alright. It happens. Alright, swap back over. Alright, chat. Once more into the... not the breach, but... once more into the kitchen. I am ready when you are, Doris. There's no point in doing that. It's just a regular freezer.
We did it anyway.
Okay, well, fair enough, I suppose. Outrageous. My own kitchen. You having fun?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here they come. They promptly formed a line.
Mm-hmm. We might be doomed.
Friend, don't doom us. Don't do it.
Come on. Come on. It was the quickest thing I could do to just do it that way. Otherwise, I would have been waiting on them to decide their next order, even though there's only one thing on the menu.
Yep. Otter, howdy to you as well. Welcome in, friend. What's that one down
Are
at the
you
bottom?
getting any of the soup in your mouth? The soup is going onto the floor.
He's been waiting for some time on his soup.
Oh my gosh.
You're at soup? I see. Most unfortunate. What are you doing at soup?
I needed broccoli, not soup.
Oh, soup. Outrageous. Imagine not wanting soup. You're buying clothes at soup? I see. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Don't say, why are you at this place? Starving.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no?
Oh no.
Oh no, what's going on?
Who needs tacos? Nobody needs tacos.
Because you dressed
Ooh, that is a long line outside.
to finish the whole thing.
We're doomed.
Please get out. Please get out. Please get out.
It's so over. I don't think we're gonna make it, chat.
Mommy.
Don't touch me, child. I'm sorry, I cannot do more than one thing at a time, and if you start shaking me violently, I'm gonna lose it. I'm the green one. Do you need to finish all of your food? No. Just until you're full. Oh, shoot. Please be tacos. Oh, we're so dead.
It's Sojo over. It's Sojo over, chat. Oh, we're still in it somehow. By the hair of our chinny chin chin, we're still in. Go, 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 go.
No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Please get out.
No.
Did you win?
No, we lost.
We were forced to close. That is the dirtiest restaurant we have ever had. Like, it's not even a
There's just
debate.
no time to clean.
Oh yeah, no, it's just constant.
How about you?
But now the question is, do we want to maintain it, or do we want to scrap it?
Scrap it. There's no way to maintain that.
I mean, with a larger staff, we might be able to. Like, if we had a full 4-person team,
And
we
what do
might
you
be
think,
able to.
sweetheart?
But and I'm doing well, Otter. How are you?
Ours is, what's the other thing that likes to eat trash?
Raccoons?
You
No, the
gonna?
other thing.
Possums? Oh, sorry, I have to move onto one.
Yep.
Our favorite animals are possum and mine's are raccoon.
All right,
and
go
they
swap
love
into your
trash.
actual character.
Yeah.
While you do that, I shall.
Well, my favorite animal is a fox.
It's a raccoon. I'm gonna go ask quiet simply.
I'm good with whatever you want to do.
Ordering things for projectile instruments. What? What does that mean?
Oh, that reminds me. I never moved my laundry over from the washer to the dryer.
Oh, no.
Give me a second.
Oh, okay, no. So you have to do it that way. Okay, noted. We're going to, I'm noticing a trend. Pancakes. Pancakes. And now I'm choosing a pancake restaurant. Guys, I might enjoy pancakes. It's a possibility. Alright, now chat, remember, exclamation point visit will put you in the stock for the, or put you into the list of customers. Ah, I see, I see. Now I understand what you mean by projectile instruments. No. No one tell Rico I'm making a galley kitchen. Which is what I always end up doing whenever I'm running a restaurant solo like that, or doing a kitchen solo at least. I almost always end up with a galley kitchen whether I like it or not. I believe he takes great personal offense to it.
I'm actually here now.
Okay, well you might want to set up your area before hitting ready.
I just assumed that you knew what you were doing.
I mean, I know what I'm doing. I got my area all set up. I just wasn't going to set your area up. Combined flour, cracked or mixed egg, sugar mixed together. Okay, thought so.
No, Otter. No, no. Oh, no! I broke Otter.
I can't believe this. How could you do this to Otter?
I'm sorry. I was trying to keep Otter from coming in the building.
What did you do? I have no idea, my friend. I don't know what you did to anger the possum, but you must have done something.
Anger me? Do I have to be angry to deny service to anyone?
Typically, it is a sign that you're not thrilled with them.
No, I love Otter.
You
How
just don't-
possums show love is through aggression.
Ah, I see. I got a 3
Well,
stack.
this is the plate I wanted anyway.
There she goes. Running off with the dirty plate. Pancake paradise. Oh dear. What is this? What is this layout you've done here? Oi. I'm about to kick you into the kitchen. You can handle the kitchen. I'll run front of house.
We will fail immediately. I do not cook. It was an accident, but it was funny.
Stealing me things.
Stealing our things, comrade.
Oh no, we've become a communist kitchen. Means we can't have any food back here. Get rid of all of it. Commie kitchen. Oh no. Does the dishwashing make the floor slippery? Yes, if you do it too close to the other customers, it causes trouble. They'll make more of a mess.
Imagine running a restaurant, like opening a restaurant and only having 4 plates.
Yeah, it'd be a bold strategy.
Is that considered a strategy?
Oh no, you put it on a plate. Okay, at least
Fine.
At least it worked out.
It's fine.
Enjoy your 1 egg, I suppose.
I'm going to hatch it. It shall be my son.
Oh. Oh no.
A rolling pin doesn't really help you, does it?
Nah, not really.
Plates.
Yep, we don't have enough money for them, but we can put them in the thing for now.
Just don't upgrade them.
Oh, here. There. Can't upgrade them now.
You just stood there. It was funny. It entertained me.
Yeah,
Otter's always the first one in.
Yup. Getting in here nice and early.
Early bird gets the first on burnt pancake.
Also, are you implying I burned my food? You've gone too far this time.
I said no.
Oh, it didn't pick up.
Oh, I said no. But I said it very quietly.
You just
I
were
was
like silently
no.
running off, and I'm like,
Why did you do that?
Because why not?
Can I give them the triple stack?
No.
Oh, Joseph. Wow, this particular table was very messy. Making up for all the tables that actually eat like normal human beings, I see.
Alright, what's the poll for this time? Oh, okay, I see. Waffles or Victorian standards? Which would you prefer, chat? Waffles, oh dear. Ay, my back. Cracked my back a couple of times there. Goodness gracious.
What's the difference in recipe between waffles and pancakes?
None. You just don't mix them as much.
I thought you said there was no difference.
It's just the iron. Cook them in.
Oh.
A griddle.
You alright? Is that what all that is?
Dynamic game. Why is everyone ordering waffles?
It's a new menu item.
This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Wow, someone ordered a pancake finally. Holy moly.
That's how you know this date's not going to pan out.
I've got my stack of pancakes. I am happy. Comrade, where are you going?
I stole the waffle.
Comrade, you cannot steal the waffles. They are our waffles.
That's exactly why I stole it.
Outrageous. A soaking sink. That's not very good.
Not good at all. Okay. No, that one's wrong.
What do you mean?
It has to go that way.
You cease.
Look, the seats are on either side right there. They have to go that way. This one has to go this way.
No.
This one has to go this way.
I'm gonna burn the restaurant down.
That one's fine, and this one has to go that way. No, you know what? I like it better the other way, actually. So let's do it that way. What did I do?
Chat, release me. Free me from my suffering. Nope, I'm moving out here.
I'll cook out here.
Experimental dining time. This is what happens. She tampered one too many times. Now I'm rebelling. The system must be disrupted.
Fish!
Loud to thank you for the fish. And I could use a fish in these trying times.
You're not gonna have any room. I'm not even here.
I don't need this anymore. I'll do this on my own.
I don't need this bull crap.
Lao 2 coming in to try the experimental restaurant, huh?
Welcome to Kami Kitchen. Where do you get soggy waffle?
That's it, I'm doing it to order from here on out. Not even pre-queuing anything. Everything's to order here. Don't you do that. You put that egg down, you stop. That's...
Oh no, this one's stupid.
What's the new menu? Waffles and pancakes. And that's it. You can have one or the other. destroy you. Have you not caused enough chaos?
No, never.
Has there not been enough suffering yet? At your hands. You gotta put it in there and then close it. No, or you could turn it into pancake mix and now we can't use it.
I'm gonna let that burn.
This is for me. You don't get anything. Dang it. It's still
bowl and all, huh?
Yep.
I did a thing.
Most experimental layout for this restaurant we've ever done. We almost look like a continental breakfast kind of place now. Like
we are. Clearly.
Pretty much, actually, yeah. Are we a formal pancake house or an exclusive pancake house?
I really don't feel like either of those fit the commie kitchen.
No, not really. We might need to change its name to something else. Feels like we're moving away from our communist ideals. It's 1 in 1. Alright, dealer's choice. So I would vote for formal.
I vote for exclusive.
Do you want to keep cleaning messes?
Wait, what's happening? Ah! It's like glitching out real bad for me.
Oh, the storage room is appropriately hideous now.
I can't open any of these.
They're all open. Ooh, a calm painting. We need that.
We need the brand mascot. Brand.
The brand mascot.
Oh, we can't afford the brand mascot.
Nah.
Oh my gosh, I can't put it down. I did.
Yeah.
Oh. I can't. Everything's lagging. This does not portend well.
No. That's a not great sign.
Oh, you know what? I know what the problem is.
What?
Do you remember how I told you every time my sister-in-law shows up, I get kicked off the internet?
Mm-hmm.
But she's here.
Ah.
Man, even their internet picks favorites.
Ah, good. You do one. There you go, friend. I made it just for you, Lautu.
Oh, look, I can move again.
She's back. Otter.
But I can't put anything down. There we go.
How are you, Otter?
A rest I need. Yes.
And
Rest.
2 pancakes. Yes, I am old. You are correct. What you two want? 2 waffles. And now we're not making them. gonna riot. Get out of my way.
Didn't start the waffle.
Who needs a separate kitchen and dining area? Not us. That's a more appropriate name.
Confused kitchen. Confusion. Out of the way.
No, you get out of the way. Over there making omelets? What's going on? What? The heck was that thing?
I have no idea.
Deliver me from
Butter
my
or
enemies, O
health
my
and
God.
safety.
Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
There will be an echo from me, and I won't know which one of you is actually.
It's looking like Butter's going to win, so we're getting Butter. I hope everyone was prepared for Butter. It's what you get. It is perfectly balanced according to the game.
Butter. I feel like a real restaurant would have all of this stuff just like pre-made batter just sitting in the fridge in like a huge vat.
Probably. Not us.
Yeah, not smart.
We are many things. I've never been accused of being a smart man.
Of which I stand accused.
Lao 2, Utter Chaos, welcome to the Confused Kitchen. We don't know what's going on either. But y'all won't. Need one of each. Put it on this one.
What do you want? What? It's a whole stick of butter. A whole stick of butter?
This isn't a true American restaurant. We will serve you an entire stick of butter and you will enjoy it.
Happening.
And now to make it spicy. They're gonna get mad. They're gonna get mad if you don't hurry up. She made it this time. But will she next time?
Punishing me.
Indeed.
I don't like this side of you.
And whose fault is it that it's out?
It's yours. You couldn't control your temper.
No. Outrageous.
Yeah.
Blaming the victim. I see how it is.
I'm the victim here, clearly.
No, you targeted me first.
He's
I'm the
torturing
victim.
me.
Chat, I'm the streamer. You have to believe me.
It's even worse because I'm not even a streamer. You're not even doing this for views on my end. You're just being mean.
Well, yep, you know me. The meanest of people.
Meanest best friend ever in the world.
And don't
This is
you
a
forget it.
This is best friend a boost.
I think we forgot to research. Oops.
We did. For like 3 days. You were too busy abusing me.
I want to
You're
hear.
not gonna turn into a dishwasher.
Smack the table into submission.
As I'm running.
Lao Tzu, how could you do this thing to me? This most foul of betrayals. Alright.
Have it your way, Lao Tzu. Can you hear me squeaking, by the way? Did it work?
Yes.
Okay. Goodness, you two. You're messy. Didn't your mother ever teach you to clean up after yourselves? What is this? Either nameless individual. Are you confused? I'm confused.
There's a confused kitchen.
Hello, are you confused?
I am confused. You walk up to them and you're like, hello, how may you take my order?
Keep 'em on their toes. Will you? Like territorial animals staring at each other, just like, what are you doing? What are you doing over there? I did this.
Oh my gosh.
Me. Why is this working? I hate that it's working. What do you want? 2 pancakes. That's all we need. You don't gotta queue anymore. And she just keeps on queuing. Yeah, that's not gonna work, friend. Put it down. You, give it back.
I apologize about that. She's a crazed animal, you see. A possum broke in.
You're like, one more pancake. Come back. Here you go. Come back. I am so bound to this place. I cannot leave.
Neither of us can, friend. This is our eternity.
Oh no! We're stuck together for eternity, abusing each other?
Basically.
This is horrible.
Pretty much.
You really took best friend forever seriously, didn't you?
Yep. Careful what you wish for, friend. You may
Wish
get it.
granted. Here's the secret. I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
And I'm the entity of questionable existence, especially because I can just...
No, I'm down with that. That's fine.
You know what?
We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die.
Let chaos reign.
Oh no, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. My panic response is not strong, Joseph. You know this.
It's glorious.
Marnie, I'm just gonna mash this raw egg on your table, I think. Can I not do that? Oh, I can't prep it here. That makes me sad. I was kind of hoping I could, like, actually whip up raw eggs on their table.
How are we alive?
I'm not gonna be here in a second.
I believe in you. Or rather, I have no option but to.
What is this? It's flour.
I wonder why he didn't respond. Auto-redeemed, Krill, but he didn't say anything. How did we pull that off?
I don't know.
We actually made it through the day.
I don't know how we did that.
I don't either. 49 from the booking desk.
Nice.
It's half of the money we made yesterday just by accepting every single one of them right out the gate. Oh, they want bigger groups.
No, no. No. We're doomed. Doomed, I say. Doomed.
It says he's still connected.
You may have to put the kitchen back in the kitchen.
No. I will not. I will not do it.
Okay.
Chicken.
Chicken.
Woo.
We need another dining table? I don't think we have room for another dining table.
I don't think so.
What is that?
The chicken.
Oh no. Oh no.
It is ready.
Oh, sorry. Oh, nope. Sorry.
This is my seat loud too, excuse me? Yeah, we need one with butter. Alright, I'm gonna call everyone.
No, don't do that.
I'm doing
Don't
it.
do that.
I'm calling
Don't do that.
everyone. Everyone's getting called. I'm calling the gang. The boys are on their way.
Oh no. Oh no. I whipped the eggs too long.
Can't believe you would do that.
What?
There you go, lad. Otter. I forgot we already served love too. Alright, you guys next. Oh, do a chicken.
Oops.
This is so dumb. This is working. How are we getting away with this? Someone needs to stop us.
What do I do? How do I do the chicken? Just on the stove?
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no, the chimkin. The chimkin. Oh no. Oh no. Panic! Panic! Panic!
How did we? Butter.
Butter. I just want butter.
We served one person and then just
everyone else after that. How do we? Oh yeah, there we go. That's good.
Wait. How do I get this down?
There we go.
How do I get this down?
You're gonna have to move the table to get it.
What is this?
Oh, it's a wall thing, I guess. Oh boy. What are you wanting this for? Oh, you're putting it over the
put
dog?
it above the fountain.
Oh.
The dog, yeah.
There we go. Perfect. Just as God intended. I'm gonna go call everyone.
We survived!
It's ringing a lot. Waffle and chicken.
You might want to get that off the... Yeah, we're dead. You killed us. You successfully killed us, Joseph.
Now we're alive.
No, we're dead. This is hell.
I mean, that's been the truth all along, but...
No.
Need 2 pancakes.
Oh. Eh.
Three more pancakes. And I'll grab that. You shut up. What do you want, sir? Need chicken. You be patient. I swear I ought to smack you two right upside the head.
This has no right to work.
No, it doesn't, but it is. We've got the entire kitchen in the dining room, and we're just calling everyone in every day, and it's working. It just works.
Okay. It's gonna be. Your head might be careful. Okay, I'll wrap up here. Feed the dogs. Alright, Joseph. That was my last round. I need to go feed the dogs now.
Well, alrighty. Then we will save and return to restaurant, or to headquarters, rather.
Yes.
Do I have a shirt here?
The confused kitchen.
I think I just washed a shirt of yours. If not, you've got the you've got that collared Mira shirt. Short sleeve one.
Okay, so here, we're gonna try disconnecting him and then reconnecting him. Try turning him on and off again. Or off and on again.
Have you tried turning him on and off again? Off and on again. That's what it is.
Yeah, something like that.
Thank you for playing.
Of course.
Allowing me to play. It was fun.
But
Kind of.
Cool. What do you mean, kind of?
You were so mean.
Nah, I was keeping life interesting. That's all I was.
Honey, Joseph has been mean to me.
I'm a bully.
Thank you for filling in for me.
You're welcome.
Jerk. I'm getting beat up and ganged up on. This is not okay.
Chat. It's a great time.
This is a boost. This is a boost.
Nah, it's okay. It's
I'm leaving.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, friend. Bye.
Catch you later, best friend. Bye.
Bye, best friend. Bye.
Bye.
Everyone knows the healthiest friendships are built on mutual abuse.
In 1957, a 24-year-old Australian man named John Longhurst visited the newly opened Disneyland Park in Anaheim, California. A regular viewer of the Disneyland television show, Longhurst was interested not just with the park, but the man who made it. The trip to Disneyland did not disappoint. Longhurst recalled, quote, "It was something different to anything I'd ever seen.
Right.
There was something romantic about it." This trip
Back to
began
a bit
what
of
would become a
sailing
lifelong obsession with both Disneyland and Walt Disney. Longhurst studied Walt Disney's life and philosophy. He learned the story of Walt's inspiration for Disneyland, in which Walt describes sitting on a
stream's not
bench at
over
Griffith
allowed to
Park,
unless you're
watching
heading
his
out, in which
daughters on a
case,
carousel.
good night and God bless you, my friend. But we are still going. Now we're going to set sail once more.
A few years after he returned to Australia from his first Disneyland trip, Longhurst took his own children to a local animal park. At one point during their visit, Longhurst's children became interested in a monkey exhibit. Shortly after arriving to see the monkeys, the animals began to urinate, and the stench was so potent that one of the kids became ill. In an attempt to turn the day around, Longhurst took the children to get a milkshake, only to be served by a woman who was constantly scratching herself while making the drinks. Longhurst quickly left with his children, and as he drove away, he had his own Walt Disney moment. He said to himself, quote, "Somebody's got to do something about this." After selling a profitable lawnmower business, Longhurst began to more seriously consider the prospect of building his own theme park. He set out to find a suitable site for the project, but after repeated failed attempts, Longhurst, in his own recollection of the events, spoke with God, asking, quote, "Lord, where am I going to get this site to build my park?" According to Longhurst, God responded, quote, 10 miles out on the Gold Coast. The area was perfect. Not only was it already a popular holiday destination, but there was land available. However, Longhurst was very selective about the land he needed for his park, requiring that the property have certain features for ideas he had. In 1974, Longhurst purchased 85 hectares, or 210 acres of land, 10 miles from the Gold Coast, per God's suggestion. Design and construction would take multiple years, with Longhurst spending over 2 years operating a bulldozer by himself to construct the park's layout. 7 years and around $13 million later, the project was finished, and on December 15, 1981, Longhurst's Dream Park, aptly titled Dream World, opened to the public. When guests entered the park, they were introduced to a world of wonder unlike they had ever seen, assuming they had not been to Disneyland. Dreamworld's entrance was marked by a building that appeared to be a large train station. Beyond this was a quaint main street, with buildings that resembled a turn-of-the-century American town. Guests could also find an area resembling an Old West town, with a grand river around which a paddle wheeler would travel. The park was described as Australia's answer to Disneyland, but it might be more fair to say that it was Australia's knockoff of Disneyland. This is exactly what Longhurst had hoped for, and even accounting for the similarities, the results were impressive. Dreamworld did have a few unique attractions, namely a state-of-the-art IMAX theater that dazzled guests. And even the elements that were directly lifted from Disneyland were given a unique Australian identity. Rather than Mickey and Minnie Mouse, Dreamworld had Kenny Koala and Belinda Brown. Rather than the Steamboat's river simply being the rivers of America, Dreamworld's river was named the Murrissippi River, a hybrid of North America's Mississippi River and Australia's Murray River. The river was flanked by Old West buildings on one side and Australian buildings on the other. This hybrid of Disneyland entertainment with Australian touches was a practice that would continue, and just a few months after opening, Dreamworld had another Disney attraction with an Australian twist. In 1982, a new area named Gumtree Gully debuted on the banks of the Murrissippi River. The area was home to Gumtree Gully Hall, where Dreamworld guests could find the Koala Country Jamboree. This was a direct ripoff of Disney's Country Bear Jamboree, but with koalas. This elaborate animatronic show saw many scenes of koalas singing both classic Australian and American songs.
How are you?
Just like the Country Bear Jamboree, the show had a host and multiple musical acts. Despite the koala focus of the attraction, many other animal musicians were featured. There is a number where a rabbit sings Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini. There is a number where an American bear shows up and sings a Confederate Army folk song. And there is even a number where a kangaroo sings an Australian lullaby, and in her pouch is a baby kangaroo who comes out and sings with her. The show also features a beast known as the bunyip. The bunyip is an aquatic monster that originates from Aboriginal mythology. In the Koala Country Jamboree, though, the bunyip sings a love song and wears a big cowboy hat.
Tired, my friend?
All of the acts come back in the end to sing Peter Allen's I Still Call Australia Home, before the big finale, Tie Me Kangaroo Down Sport, which is the most Australian song of all time.
Tie me kangaroo down, sport. Tie me kangaroo down. All together now.
The Koala Country Jamboree was well received by guests and would become a favorite among Dreamworld fans. As time went on, Dreamworld continued to grow and expand, receiving many standard off-the-shelf amusement rides and some signature attractions. By the late 1980s, Dreamworld was Australia's #1 tourist attraction, despite Longhurst originally stating that he would like to own the park for the rest of his life. After consideration, he decided to sell the park to entrepreneur Bruce Jenkins and his company Dreamco. Longhurst believed Jenkins would continue developing his dream and provide the park with necessary cash flow. Unfortunately, this was not the case. After purchasing Dreamworld in 1989, Jenkins and Dreamco were immediately in a dire state, and the park was taken over by financial firm Ernst & Young. The new management was more successful, increasing visits by 51% to a total of 1.8 million visitors per year. The park would change hands twice more before the turn of the century. By the early 2000s, Dreamworld was still struggling with finances, but new attractions gave hope for the park's future. A variety of wildlife exhibits had been added, and in 2002, a partnership with Nickelodeon allowed the park's Kiddyland, Kennyland, to transition to Nickelodeon Central. In 2004, another Australian theme park, Wonderland Sydney, closed for good, and Dreamworld took the crown for the largest theme park in Australia. The success of Nickelodeon Central led Dreamworld to seek out more partnerships with recognizable properties, and in 2005, they were able to secure perhaps their most lucrative agreement yet. And just as Longhurst had done 3 decades prior, Dreamworld set out to make a Disney-caliber attraction with a distinct Australian twist. Lucky for them, there was already an Australian entertainment property that was taking the world by storm. The Wiggles are a children's music group that was founded in 1991. The group was started by Anthony Field, a member of the Australian pop band The Cockroaches. At the time, Field was studying early childhood education at Macquarie University in Sydney, alongside another Cockroaches collaborator, Greg Page, and a guitarist, Murray Cook. Together, the three combined their musical talent with their interest in early childhood development, intending to create an album of songs that could act as an educational tool. After recruiting another Cockroaches band member, keyboardist Jeff Fatt, the group formed The Wiggles. Over 2 years, the group wrote and recorded their first album, repurposing many Cockroaches songs into more child-friendly Wiggles numbers.
It's Wiggle time!
The band evolved slowly over the next few years, adding supporting characters such as Captain Feathersword, Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog, and Dorothy the Dinosaur. The group also began wearing their iconic outfits, brightly colored skivvies. The Wiggles worked diligently, releasing more albums, performing live, and producing music videos and tapes. In 1994, the band released the album Yummy Yummy, featuring 2 massive hits for the group, Hot Potato,
Hot potato,
and Fruit Salad.
fruit salad, yummy, yummy.
In 1995, they released the album Big Red Car, along with the accompanying video, Big Red Car. This was a notable moment in Wiggles lore, as it introduced the band's iconic vehicle, the titular Big Red Car. At first, the car was represented with a crude cardboard cutout, and the song featured on the album about the Big Red Car would not be the vehicle's more iconic number.
Wiggles lore today.
In 1997, the Wiggles' first and only theatrical film, The Wiggles movie, was released in theaters. This film featured the first three-dimensional iteration of the Big Red Car, which was built from a dune buggy. The following year, in 1998, the Wiggles released their 9th studio album, Toot Toot, which featured the hit track Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car.
Toot toot chugga chugga big red car. We'll travel near and we'll travel far.
This would be the car's iconic song, and it would take over the world. Around this time, the Wiggles began to expand into international markets and found major success in the United States, initially touring with Barney Live before embarking on a tour of their own. This is when Wigglemania was at its peak. By 2005, the Wiggles had released 21 studio albums, filmed 3 television series, and toured all over the world. The group was struggling to meet the demand, and the number of performances were taking a toll on the health of the group, namely Anthony Field and Greg Page. This level of wiggling was simply not sustainable, but Wigglemania was showing no signs of stopping. The Wiggles made 45 million Australian dollars in 2004, or nearly 34 million US dollars. This made them the highest paid Australian entertainers, beating out Nicole Kidman and Russell Crowe. The Wiggles empire was an intoxicating gravy train, the kind that only comes from singing about potatoes and dancing with a giant octopus, and it was a machine that could not be stopped. In an effort to maintain their health and stay closer to home, the Wiggles considered cutting down on their live performances. To supplement the lack of live shows, the group began to explore other ventures. The first was a chain of Wiggly Play Centers in Sydney. These entertainment centers were similar to those operated by Chuck E. Cheese and Discovery Zone. The Wiggly Play Centers featured indoor playgrounds, bouncy houses, and event spaces to host birthday parties. The Wiggly Play Centers allowed Wiggles fans to interact with the group without the Wiggles themselves needing to be present. Shortly after opening, a similar concept was announced, but this venture would be far more ambitious than a play center. In May of 2005, the Wiggles announced that they had entered an agreement with Dreamworld Theme Park. Dreamworld CEO Greg Shaw told the press, quote, "We will be talking to them about how we can develop that opportunity. These discussions must have occurred fast, because just 2 months later, it was announced that a new Wiggles-themed area was coming to Dreamworld. The expansion would cost 7 million Australian dollars, or around 5.2 million US dollars. The new land would include shops, an activity center, a playground, an animal nursery, and a brand new ride. The first new dark ride to be built in Australia in nearly 2 decades. The new land would take the place of Gumtree Gully. By this point, the space was far past its prime. Gumtree Gully Hall and the Koala Country Jamboree had already been closed for 3 years. Any hope for the return of the show was dashed with the announcement of the new Wiggles Land, whose flagship dark ride would take the space formerly occupied by the Singing Koalas. The new dark ride would not be unique just for its wiggly theme, but also for its advanced technology. The planned attraction would be a trackless dark ride, a style of ride that was still being introduced to many theme parks in the mid-2000s. Since their inception, dark rides have sent guests along a rigid and often visible track. This track was limiting to both the attraction's range of movement and its immersive theming. Throughout the late 20th century, ride designers experimented with ways to overcome these obstacles. Disney's Omnimover system allowed ride cars to pivot and for the most part hid the ride path from view, but this system was still on a track. It would not be until October 1st, 1982 that the first trackless ride system would be introduced with Epcot Center's Universe of Energy. Large theater seats full of guests pass throughout the attraction in unison with each other, in a slow-moving dance, with no track perceivable to guests. However, this was not a true trackless ride system either, as a 1/8-inch guide wire was embedded into the attraction's floor, laying out the ride's path. The guide wire would transmit a radio signal to each vehicle, the strength of which would communicate the vehicle's position in relation to the track. This ride system was a technological marvel in 1982. Each vehicle needed its own computer, which would then communicate with the attraction's master computer. The vehicles would also need to have their own propulsion systems, and most challenging, their own power and charging systems. The Imagineer solution to the latter was to embed charging plates into the floor, which used a state-of-the-art inductive power coupling system to charge the ride car. While the was not technically a trackless dark ride by modern standards, it would introduce multiple innovations necessary for later solutions to succeed. The guide wire system would be reused in 1989 and again in 1994 for the Twilight Zone Tower
How was
Terror.
your stream,
With the
my
system
friend?
improving
How
with each
are you
iteration.
doing today?
These attractions were all well received, obscuring the ride
Welcome,
path
everybody.
and creating a more surprising experience for guests. While these systems delivered the theming benefits
This
of a
might be
trackless
a little
ride system,
different than
the true
whatever
potential of free
where
range of
you're
motion
coming
had
from
yet
and
to
what
be
you were
achieved.
up to before.
This was until the year 2000.
But I do hope
when
that you
Tokyo
all will
Disneyland
enjoy
received a
yourselves
new
if you
dark
stick
ride
around.
named Pooh's Honey Hunt. Pooh's Honey
We're
Hunt was
playing a
a
bit of
breathtaking attraction
Sailwind
with a rumored budget
and
of
listening to
$130
some
million
rather nerdy
on top
videos
of innovative
that
effects and
appeal to me.
elaborate environments. The attraction's most impressive element was its true trackless ride system. Rather than using guide wires, Pooh's Honey Hunt used a local positioning system in which a sensor array communicated with the ride cars and the attraction's main computer. Unlike with a guide wire, this allowed for the ride pass to be completely virtual. Disney made great use of this technology, sending cars on different paths at the same time and synchronizing movements, resulting in fun choreography.
It is
This trackless ride
painfully
system would
dark.
be implemented and innovated in more Disney parks throughout the world, with the notable additions of
Had to
motion
turn my light
simulation
back off
in
so I can
Ratatouille
actually
the
see a
Adventure
little bit.
and an elevator and drop shaft in Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. Other companies have developed their own trackless ride systems using local positioning, leading to a trackless ride renaissance in the theme park industry that is still ongoing. However, back in 2005, when the Wiggles ride was being developed, local positioning systems for trackless rides were both new and prohibitively expensive. So while it would be widely promoted as a trackless dark ride, the attraction would rely on a guide wire system developed by a little-known company named Simtech. Simtech was a New Zealand-based
it's a little
entertainment
bit
company
shallow.
founded by set designer Frank Marquette
So a wee
in
bit shallow
1984.
here, but
Marquette primarily worked on films such as The Lord of the Rings and small entertainment projects such as mini golf courses. In 2001, the company formed a team to develop an automated wire-guided vehicle system, or AGV, for themed entertainment rides, as Marquette believed that this ride type was the future of the industry. By 2003, the company had developed their system, reportedly piquing the interest of both Disney parks and Universal Studios. To prove their ability to develop a full-scale
Let's head
theme
out
park
now.
attraction,
All right, my
Simtech
friend.
built
Thank
a proof
you
of
for the
concept
raid.
standalone ride
You have a
named
wonderful
the
rest of your
Emperor's
day. God
Tomb.
bless you.
This shooting dark ride was built near the company's headquarters in Christchurch, New Zealand.
For those of you
The
who
ride
are
used
just
the new
joining
AGV
us,
system and also showcased Simtech's ability to produce
this
animatronics
is
and detailed show
Sailwind.
scenes. It would not
Let
be
me-
long after debuting this proof of concept that DreamWorld would contract
Let me
Simtech to
pause the
design and
video for a
construct
minute
the
so I can give a quick rundown on what we're doing here. So, this is Sailwind. It is a physics-based sailing game. It is not super action-packed, so if you're looking for something cozy, you're in the right place, as this is a very chilled-out game. There's not a whole lot going on right now. We're just setting off as night falls from the capital, and we've got our ship quite heavily loaded with quite a large amount of cargo. The island we're heading to is off over that way. You can just barely see. Maybe it's easier. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit easier with that. There's a dark spot out ahead of us, and that is the island that we're looking for. And that's where we're taking all of this cargo to. And we're also listening to videos. So, in particular, right now we are listening to the video about the Wiggles Dark Ride, because
Simtech would provide
I'm
the ride
amused by
system,
such
animatronics,
things.
and show
So.
scenes. Arvis, a sound technology company, was also contracted to provide a unique audio system to each ride car. This included a microphone, a push button, and a speaker system. According to Arvis, this was, quote, the world's first onboard karaoke system for an amusement ride vehicle, and that, quote, special microphones had to be developed so that there was no feedback from the speakers directly next to them. Gumtree Gully was transformed quickly, with the new Wiggles area ready to open after just 4 months of construction. The new land, named Wiggles World, had its opening ceremonies
All right,
on September 13th,
Brony, you have a wonderful
2005,
night.
with the Wiggles themselves appearing and taking the
And we
ride on the
appreciate
land's
you
signature
supporting
dark
Armor.
ride, the Big Red Car Ride. The ride and the land would officially open 4 days later, and on September 17th, 2005, the children of Australia were welcomed inside a brand new Wiggly World. Guests entered Wiggles World under a whimsical arch featuring illustrations of all 4 Wiggles, Dorothy the dinosaur, Henry the octopus, Wags the dog, and Captain Feathersword. Inside, families could visit the Fun Spot Activity Center for Wiggles-themed games, or visit the banks of the Murrissippi River to play on the SS Feathersword playground. Throughout the land, guests could meet Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog,
we're already
Dorothy
almost
the
there.
Dinosaur,
We
and
must
even
have
Captain
been making
Feathersword himself.
very good time
The
while I was
Gumtree Gully
asleep.
Farmyard Petting Zoo was rethemed to the Wiggles Farmyard Friends. The land also had a gift shop, marketed as the first Wiggles merchandise store, as well as a cafe with healthy foods, appropriately named Yummy Yummy. There was even a recreation of the exterior of the Wiggle House, which allowed guests to get up close and personal with Flora Door, the Wiggle House's sentient door. Wiggles World's main attraction was, of course, the Big Red Car. The exterior featured a prominent marquee beckoning guests into their Wiggles adventure. Guests entered the ride's short queue, with the boarding area just a few feet ahead. A television mounted to the wall displayed Wiggles videos as guests waited in line. Guests watched as their own Big Red Car
There's the
pulled
light
into
of
the
the
loading
port. You
station.
can just
The ride
barely
vehicle was
see it.
perfectly
Here, I'll
themed,
put out my
appearing
lantern.
identical to the Wiggles' iconic car, with the notable additions
Right
of
there.
room for 3 riders per row and the unique karaoke system. Guests waited patiently for the ride car to reach the loading
fiber
area,
ad?
which, depending on how many cars were
Like-
operating on the track, could take a while.
Like
the
internet?
ride had an advertised top speed
Or
of 2 kilometers
like
per
the
hour, or
helps
about
clear out
1.25
your
miles per
your
hour.
body kind
This
of fiber.
is slow. For comparison, the Formula Rossa roller coaster
Video
at Ferrari
fiber
World
ad.
Abu Dhabi tops out at a speed of
And I do
240
apologize. I try to
kilometers
keep my
per hour,
ads
or
as short and as
149 miles per
infrequent
hour.
as possible.
That's over 100 times faster than the Big Red Car ride. Even compared to other dark rides, the Big Red Car ride was slow. For instance, the Haunted Mansion and similar Omnimovers moved twice as fast, and newer trackless dark rides are even faster. Speed was not an advertised element of the Big Red Car ride, but it would definitely play a role in the energy and pacing of the attraction. Once the car arrived to the loading station, guests board the Big Red Car ride and buckle up. The doors to the first show scene open, and it is officially time to wiggle. As the Wiggles begin singing Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car, the ride vehicles slowly move into the Wiggles garden. Lights illuminate the space as the car turns to face a small TV mounted to the wall. The Wiggles appear on the screen, welcoming guests to the ride and suggesting that they
Just
use
use
their
the main
microphones to
sail
sing
as we
along.
go in.
They then inform riders that they will be
So we're not
entering the
going
Wiggle
too
House
fast.
next.
Why don't we go into the house and we can sing some songs together?
Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car begins to play again as the vehicles slowly move into the Wiggles kitchen. The car turns to face another TV screen, this time featuring Just Anthony, who instructs riders to sing Hot Potato. As the song begins, the cabinets, refrigerator, and oven open and close to the music. Next up is the Wiggles Lounge Room. Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car plays again as the cars slowly move into the scene. On the wall, the doors to all of the Wiggles bedrooms can be seen, an iconic set to those familiar with Wiggles lore. After entering this room, the car turns to face a third TV screen. In this video, Jeff is sleeping and the Wiggles are attempting to wake him up. They ask that you use your microphone to shout, "Wake up, Jeff."
1, 2, 3.
Wake up, Jeff!
Thanks for waking me up, everyone.
This wakes Jeff up, and the Wiggles then sing, "Wake up, Jeff." The vehicles again play Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car as they move into the next room, Wag's Kennel. The cars then turn to face a fourth TV screen. In this video, Greg explains that if we all sing Wave to Wags, Wags the dog might slide down his slide. After singing the song, Wags slides down, very slowly. The next scene is by far the most elaborate. Now underwater, guests encounter Henry the Octopus and a variety of sea creatures, including a fish playing a saxophone and a crab playing a guitar. The room is filled with detailed scene work, immersive lighting, and a fifth TV screen, on which Murray suggests
Now
riders
that we
move
know
their
that we
arms
can
like
actually
Henry
reel a
and
ship
sing,
in,
"Move
the
your arms
docking
like
is not
Henry."
going to be quite
In
as
response,
bad as it was
Henry rocks
earlier.
from side to side, not technically moving his
Those
arms
of you
at all,
who were here
but
for the first half
saxophone
of the
fish
stream
does
when we were
move back
playing
and forth,
this,
which is great.
Yeah.
The final scene is in Dorothy's
we
garden.
were having
Dorothy
some
is seen rocking
struggles
back
with,
and forth on her swing
bringing the
as the
ship
car
into
enters
port.
the room. Dorothy greets guests, and as the car begins to exit, riders encounter their sixth and final television screen. The Wiggles express how fun the ride has been, and remind guests to wave to the camera. After snapping a photo, guests return to the loading area very slowly. The Big Red Car Ride at Dreamworld initially received fairly positive reviews. For Wiggles fans, especially small children, the ride allowed them the unique opportunity to drive in the Big Red Car and visit iconic Wiggles locations. The karaoke microphones added a unique interactive element, and the more elaborate show scenes toward the end of the ride were particularly well received. In many ways, the Dark Ride was impressive, especially for a small park like Dreamworld. However, there were many aspects of the ride that were less than great. The attraction relied heavily on its television screens, some of which were sloppily mounted with visible wires. The walls of each room did not extend to the show building's ceiling, which detracted from the
We're just gonna
theming
go to
and
sleep.
looked a
We'll
bit
unload
dark
once
and
the
unsettling.
sun's up.
Another odd
I don't
and
want to
often
use any
frightening
more of our
aspect
oil
the
right
attraction
now.
was the lighting design
Not
and
feeling
timings.
like it.
There seemed to be a lack of consistent show scene lighting.
Not whenever there's
as
no
each ride through from the
need
first
to
few years
rush
of
the
operation
unload.
appears to have different lighting patterns. For instance, when the Big Red Car exits the first room and enters the Wiggles kitchen, sometimes the lights are already on, sometimes the lights are off and turn on immediately, and sometimes the lights stay off in the kitchen until just before the video plays. This results in long stretches of guests entering a dark room with only the light of the other show scenes illuminating the space. The reverse of this problem is also eerie. There are times when the kitchen lights are on, but the lounge room lights are not, so guests can see a very darkly lit lounge room ahead of them as they ride through the kitchen scene. This is even more off-putting in the more elaborate show scenes at the end. For example, sometimes guests will make it all the way into Dorothy's garden before the lights turn on. The other negatives of the Big Red Car Ride are not a fault of the Dreamworld attraction specifically, but are issues found in many trackless dark rides. Both wire-guided and local positioning system dark rides have an issue with scene layouts that traditional dark rides do not. Because there is a possibility that a trackless dark ride car will divert from its intended path in a way that a tracked dark ride cannot, the show elements need to be placed further away from the planned route to account for this extra margin of error. This can make rooms feel empty and show scenes seem distant. Another downside of trackless dark rides is that the designers are encouraged to illuminate the floor, either to create more natural lighting for an environment or to showcase the lack of track to riders, so the unpredictability is more thrilling. The negative to this lighting technique is that it draws more attention to the extra floor space, making some show scenes feel like big empty rooms. One thing that the Big Red Car Ride did better than many trackless dark rides was its unique floor designs. Many show scenes featured fun floor patterns to account for the excessive space. One of the most glaring downsides to trackless dark ride floors was not present when the ride opened, but as with many trackless rides, it would not be long before the issue presented itself. Overall, the ride that Simtek delivered was impressive given the budget and time restraints. The Big Red Car Ride, as it opened,
move
was
all
not
our
awful,
cargo in
but changes
first,
were
that
coming
way we
sooner
can sell
than
our
anyone
stuff,
could have
and then we'll
anticipated.
drop off all of the
In September
the
of
contracted
2006,
shipments
a year after the land's opening, the Wiggles returned to their home at Dreamworld for a special concert celebrating the group's 15th birthday. The group also dedicated a new Wiggles World attraction, Dorothy's Rosie Teacup Ride. Fans flocked to Dreamworld to see the Wiggles return, but many longtime fans noticed that something was different. Greg Page, the Yellow Wiggle, was nowhere to be found. Instead, his understudy, Sam Moran, was performing as the Yellow Wiggle. Moran had been subbing for Page for years, but Page's absences had become more frequent, with compounding health issues cited as the reason. Just 1 month after the Wiggles' visit to Dreamworld, it was announced that Moran would be replacing Page for the rest of the Wiggles' 2006 tour, due to bouts of fainting that Page had been experiencing. Page's illness had still yet to be diagnosed, but he expressed his determination to join the Wiggles on future tours. However, just 1 month later, in November of 2006, Page released a video message to fans to deliver
We
some
made
shocking
some
news.
solid money off of
For
that
some time
one.
now, I've been suffering from a condition
25-37,
called
so we're doing
orthostatic
good.
intolerance, which basically means that when I stand up, my heart doesn't pump enough blood around my body. It means that I'll no longer be able to sing and dance the way that I want to, and as a result, I've decided to stop performing with the Wiggles.
Moran replaced Page as the Yellow Wiggle completely, in songs, on tour, in videos, and in no time at all, in Dreamworld. In 2007, Moran replaced Page throughout the park, including on the land's entrance arch and the Big Red Car Ride's marquee. The Wiggles also shot new footage for the Big Red Car Ride with Moran. These changes meant that the original Big Red Car Ride operated for less than 2 years before receiving this significant change. While the new footage used the same script as the original, even the slight adjustment in timing and delivery began to alter the original design intentions of the attraction. On top of this, effects were consistently breaking down, and maintenance seemed to struggle to keep the ride experience consistent. The door that opens in the first show scene, separating the loading area from the rest of the ride, did not work reliably, and other times it flew open abruptly. As aforementioned, the lighting was inconsistent, but at certain times, they were more obviously malfunctioning. And just a few years after opening, the Big Red Car Ride was experiencing the same issue that even the most expensive trackless dark rides struggle with: visible tire marks throughout the attraction. It was impressive that Dreamworld received a trackless dark ride with multiple show scenes and animatronics, but maintaining show quality was a huge
setting it up to where I
challenge.
can
And
keep
only a
track
few
when,
years into the attraction's lifespan,
when
the ride
Rico
experience
goes
was
live,
already
that'll be where we
suffering.
wrap.
In December
We
of
should go and
2006,
raid into
Dreamworld
his
opened a
stream.
neighboring water park,
But
White
until
Water World,
then, we
that
should
featured an
continue
area
to chill,
dedicated to the
sail,
Wiggles,
and
Wiggle Bay,
apparently
featuring
learn
4
about the
slides
Wiggles.
representing each Wiggle. In 2007, Wiggles World came
Which
to
I
the
can't
United
say
States
I'm
thanks to a
overly
partnership
well
with
versed
Six
on,
Flags.
though I do remember them as a kid.
You make it so wiggly giggly.
Six Flags Great America, Six Flags Great Adventure, and Six Flags New England received Wiggles Worlds of their own, with many identical features to Dreamworld's, with similar furnishings and signage. One feature that was not identical, though, was the appearance of Floridor. Why is she looking at me like that? The Great Escape and Six Flags Fiesta Texas would also receive Wiggles Worlds in 2008 and 2009, respectively. Some of these lands
I'm
had their own
curious to
big
see
red
what
car
our budget's
rides,
gonna be
but
looking
these were
like once we're
outdoor
done with
driving
all of
tracks,
this.
not dark rides.
And
As with
hopefully we can
Dreamworld, the
find
Wiggles made
something good to
appearances
take
at the
back with
Six
us.
Flags Wiggles Worlds. However, while guests could meet Dorothy the Dinosaur, Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog, and even Captain Feathersword, no actors ever filled in for the Wiggles at the park. Likely because if they did, children would be able to tell that they were not the real Wiggles. This went against the expectations of theme park guests, who are used to seeing and interacting with beloved characters. Most of the time, though, guests could not meet the Wiggles at Wiggles World. And without allowing local actors to portray
Is it
the
gonna
band,
rain again?
the only way to allow
Why
guests
does it
to
rain
interact
every
with the
time we
Wiggles
come to
without the Wiggles
Sunspire?
themselves present
Without fail,
would be
there's
to
always
create
a storm.
mascot costumes of
Yep,
the four
there it
that
goes.
park employees could wear.
What on
This really
earth?
only works with animals and cartoon characters. A theme park would never create mascot costumes to represent 4 human men. The Six Flags Wiggles Worlds would only last until 2010, when Six Flags ended its licensing agreements with multiple intellectual properties, including the Wiggles. The Six Flags lands were all rethemed for the 2011 season. This left only one Wiggles World, the original in Dreamworld, and more changes were coming to both the land and the Wiggles themselves. In January 2012, the Wiggles announced that Greg Page would be returning to don the yellow skivvy once more, replacing his replacement, Sam Moran. This
All right.
made headlines around
Current
the world.
missions
It had been
are
5 years
sorted.
since Page had performed with the group, and for many children, Moran was the yellow Wiggle. Rumors circulated about the switch, speculating that Page's bad investments and financial troubles since leaving the group had necessitated his return, a claim that Page denied. Many speculated of bad blood between Moran and the rest of the group, which was all but confirmed over the course of the next couple of years. The band's manager, Paul Field, defended the decision, saying, quote, "If the Stones lost Mick Jagger due to illness and he came back a few years later, there wouldn't be a question." Page's return sparked controversy for the otherwise wholesome musical group, with parents especially not happy with the sudden change. The Wiggles assured fans that they would pay Moran royalties on all of the songs that he had
we're a
written
wine
for the
boat
group,
now.
and the band had offered him full access to the Wiggles
24
Hot Potato
kegs of them.
Studios. Moran would go on to have a successful solo career, creating his own show on Nick Jr. named Play Along with Sam. Shortly after the switch, the Wiggles again reshot footage for the Big Red Car Ride with Page, which either means they lost the original files with him, or the band was so obsessed with the Dark Ride's continuity that the difference in their age would have kept them up at night. They also updated the signage around Wiggles World a third time with Old Greg, which was illustrated slightly different than Young Greg was years prior. The drama over Page's return to the band was short-lived and practically all for naught, as in May of 2012, just a few months after the switch, the Wiggles announced that Jeff, Murray, and Greg would be leaving the band. This was in large part due to exhaustion and various health issues that the three were experiencing, as apparently nothing makes one face their own mortality more than being a Wiggle. Anthony would be the only Wiggle to remain in the band, and 3 backup performers would be handed the iconic skivvies: Lachlan Gillespie, Simon Price, and the first female Wiggle, Emma Watkins. Later in 2012, Dreamworld added another Wiggles kiddie ride, the Big Red Boat Ride, with the Wiggles once again present to dedicate the attraction. The new group's first performance together was at Dreamworld in 2013. That same year, the signage was again updated and the Big Red Car Ride went under a fourth refurbishment, the most significant in its history. Not only was a fourth round of video shot to account for the new members,
Why are there
but the
barrels
first
in the
room
water?
was changed
I've
entirely
never-
to Emma's room, with music equipment and wallpaper featuring her soon-to-be iconic yellow bow. These changes only worsened the ride's pacing, and technical issues continue to plague the experience. The door to the first room was left permanently open, leaving no barrier between the loading area and the rest of the ride. The cabinets in the kitchen scene continued to open and close long after the segment ended, and the ride cars were consistently too early or too late in arriving to the next show scene. Audio tracks consistently clashed, with Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car sometimes playing at the same time as the video, causing pure audio chaos. The lighting issues were as bad as ever, and somehow, almost impressively, the cars moved even slower throughout the ride. And every year the ride continued to operate, the experience only worsened. In less than a decade, the Big Red Car Ride had devolved into a truly awful ride experience. In 2015, Dreamworld announced that Wiggles World would be no more, but the Wiggles would not be going anywhere. The land would be rethemed to ABC Kids World to incorporate more properties from the Australian Broadcasting Company's popular children's franchises, including Play School, Giggle and Hoot, and those bananas that wear pajamas. Dorothy's Rosie Teacup Ride, the Big Red Boat Ride, and the Big Red Car Ride would remain and retain their Wiggles theming. The SS Feathersword would be rethemed to the Giggle and Hoot pirate ship, and the Fun Spot Activity Center would be rethemed to the ABC Kids World Fun Spot. Two new attractions, the Play School Art Room and the Bananas in Pajamas Fun Maze, would be added to the area as well. The iconic Wiggles arch remained in the new land and was relocated closer to the Wiggle House. ABC Kids World added more relevance to the area, but the excitement surrounding the additions would be short-lived. On October 25, 2016, tragedy struck Dreamworld when the park's Thunder River Rapids ride malfunctioned, leading to a major accident between two rafts, resulting in the death of 4 riders. The incident became worldwide news, and an investigation was launched into the cause of the accident. In the following years, poor maintenance would be cited as a cause of the incident, and Dreamworld would pay out millions in fines and compensation to the victims' families. 3 years after the incident, in 2019, Dreamworld announced a $70 million expansion project, including the addition of a new triple launch coaster to replace the Thunder River Rapids ride. As part of the transformation, ABC Kids World would also receive a multi-million-dollar refurbishment. However, in March of 2020, Dreamworld closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, putting the expansion project on hold. In August,
another raid.
announced that the park would reopen in September. It was revealed that 2 Dreamworld rides would not reopen with the park. These were Flow Rider, and the Big Red
Well,
Car Ride
Coco,
in
thank
ABC
you for
Kids
the
World.
raid, my
The
friend.
attraction
How are
received
you?
No big send-off,
How
no final
are you
rides,
doing
not
today?
even a
How
true
did stream
goodbye,
go?
Which is a shame because the Wiggles have 4 different songs about saying
What were you
goodbye.
playing,
One of the
or
ride
what were
cars
you
was
doing?
placed outside of the attraction for photos, and the loading area
And
was
welcome
boarded
in,
up.
everybody.
The pandemic delayed Dreamworld's
We're
expansion
playing
plans
a bit
significantly.
of-
ABC Kids World continued to operate throughout 2020, 2021,
it's close enough. We're
and
playing a bit of
2022,
Sailwind
with the Big Red Car Ride sitting
and
in the dark,
listening to a
closed
video
off to guests.
from Defunct
Dreamworld eventually
Land
announced a new renovation
about
schedule,
the
a children's area,
the Wiggles
named Kenny and
Dark
Belinda's
Ride. So
Dreamland
if you
would
want to
open
learn
in
about the Wiggles,
2023.
apparently you're in the right
The Kitty
place.
Land will replace Dreamworld's DreamWorks area and will feature many ABC
An
Kids
unexpected
properties,
outcome to be
including
certain.
the Wiggles. The Wiggles will receive 2 new attractions, a Big Red plane
Played
spinner
Ace
and a
Attorney.
Big Red Boat coaster,
Okay.
but no plans for a new Big Red Car Ride have been made. Once Kenny and Belinda's Dreamland fully opens, Dreamworld will finally close
I've
ABC
never played
Kids
those,
World
but I
to make room
have
for a new
seen
area
people
called
that
Rivertown.
have played them.
Rivertown will be
and
an homage
I've
to
seen
the
a lot of the
original Rivertown
memes
area
involved.
that Longhurst built for Dreamworld all the way back in 1981. And the land will feature a new family coaster.
Right now
Jungle
we're
Rush.
just
While
loading
the
up
Wiggles will live on
a
at Dreamworld, the sudden
lot
closure of the Big Red Car
of
Ride
wine.
was disappointing to Dreamworld and Wiggles fans that would have preferred to give the attraction a proper send-off. The ride was not the most impressive, and its deterioration over the years had left it in an abysmal state. Still, it had allowed children to take a trip in the Wiggles' big red car,
You're
sing along to
tragically
classic
obsessed.
Wiggles songs,
Well,
and visit
fair enough. I
iconic
suppose there are
Wiggles
worse things to be
locations.
obsessed about.
Even
also,
if it did
I
all
don't
of those
like
things very slowly. The
how
Wiggles have
low we're
continued
sitting
to
in the
evolve
water
over
there.
the past few years, and the current
This might
band
be too
continues
much
to spend
wine
time
for the
at
boat.
Dreamworld. While the group is still popular, their presence in the park and the band itself might never
At
again
least
reach
the storm's
presence
going to
they
roll over us
experienced
while
at
we're
the
still
time
here in
Wiggles World
port,
opened.
because that's the
For those
core of
lucky
it.
enough to experience the
So
Wiggles
once
home
the storm
on the
is
Gold
passed,
Coast in
we'll
its
be
heyday,
able to
there was never a
relatively
better
safely
time
leave port.
to wiggle.
I hope that these are open. Maybe we can find somewhere to buy some food right quick, since we're getting close to starvation. Are you all open? Ooh, they are. Hello, sir. Is this like raft at all? A little bit. Oh, darn it, we don't have enough money. Do we have enough money for this? Alright, I'm eating more bread then, sir. Thank you. I'm poor. So it's like raft in the sailing bit, though this is a physics-based sailing game, so it's a little bit more finicky. You've got to kind of know a thing or two about sailing to do well in it, because there's a lot of techniques in real-life sailing that you will use in this game. Let me put on a new video. There we go. And the idea of this is that you are playing as a merchant. So we've got our little boat here, and we're trying to make some money to buy a larger ship, because right now this is the best that we've got. Let me put it down, game. Come on. If this ship catches on fire, it's going to be a very short trip for us with this much wine.
In the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new pastime that people could not get enough of.
I mean, I suppose if anything happens with this much wine on board, we're in trouble.
Century, Americans did not begin
As
to
this
indulge
ship,
in the practice until
something
the early
tells me
1800s,
it's not going to be
and then it was almost exclusively
overly
for the upper
maneuverable
class. By
like
the mid-19th century, though, people of all means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to enjoy a meal. Maybe somebody would bring a guitar and play some tunes.
We definitely can't
Maybe some
leave while
couples
the
would
storm
sneak
is
out for
going.
some alone
With how
time. Maybe some guy in a
deep
boat
she's
would
sitting
row
in the
by
water
to watch.
right now.
Everyone loves a picnic. And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most popular picnic locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section of a farm owned by a man named Anthony Kenny. Located southeast of Pittsburgh in
It
the
looks
Mifflin
like I'm trying
Township,
to build
Kenny's
like a
Grove is a
fire
popular
ship.
picnic location with a beautiful
not
view
gonna
of the
lie.
Monongahela River Valley. The area would become so popular in the latter half of the 19th century that in 1898, the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the end of their Mifflin streetcar line. The company leased land from the Kenny family and renamed the picnic area to Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout the United States, and they were typically created to increase railway profits, especially on the weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In 1898, just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela added a dance pavilion, the casino building restaurant, and Kennywood's first ride, the Carousel. The following year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride.
I think we've bitten off more than we could chew,
The Old Mill
perhaps.
was not a unique ride to Kennywood, but rather an entire
We must have a couple
category of
thousand
amusement
pounds
park
worth of
rides.
wine
Old
on
Mills are
board.
slow-moving boat rides, with no steep inclines or declines. The water in many of these rides are moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old mills were best known for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance-related activity, leading to the Old Mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love. These seemed to sprout up all over the place in the late 19th and early 20th century, in World's Fairs, state fairs, trolley parks, and amusement parks, and their reputation soon became a marketing ploy, with more and more old mills receiving branding of a romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at
Alright.
Kennywood was one of the first
This
Old Mill
storm
rides,
needs to break
and although
already.
it was never branded specifically
I
as
don't
a
like
tunnel
having
of
this
blood,
much cargo
local
in the
couples
boat.
found that it
I've made
worked
a
just the
terrible
same.
error.
Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes and overlays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the Fairyland floats, then
That's
to
a
the
lot
canals
of
of Venice,
wine.
and later to the Panama
That's
Canal,
24
which at the time
barrels
was an
of
extremely
wine.
topical theme
It's
as
all
the actual
barrels now,
Panama
yeah,
Canal
it
had just
basically
debuted.
is.
After the Panama Canal theme, the Old Mill became the Rapids Gorge and then the Fairyland
It's,
floats again, before returning to its classic name, the Old Mill. In 1922, the ride underwent a refurbishment and received a new facade to appear more like a New England mill, and had its ride system overhauled and enlarged. Arguably the biggest change to the Old Mill in its early years would come after the ride caught on
Good
fire
Lord
and burned to
Almighty,
the ground,
she's sitting
being rebuilt
so
for the
low,
1926
dude.
season and receiving new theming with comic supplement characters,
Alright.
including Happy Hooligan, the
Start
Katzenjammer
casting
Kids,
off.
and Jiggs and Maggie. In 1936, the Old Mill was redecorated again with 8 new theatrically lit pictures. Another major refurbishment to the ride occurred in 1940. During the
Lord.
season, the Old Mill received a renovation with new animations. The refurbishment featured 7 well-known characters from comic strips and cartoons, including Blondie, Popeye, the Lone Ranger, the Little King, Tarzan, Gulliver, and Little Henry. In 1957, the Old Mill was themed to a trip around the world. The comic characters were replaced with scenes of Hawaii, a kangaroo in Australia, a tiger in Asia, an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole. The loading area was also given an animatronic band of monkeys that would play music for guests in the queue, which was apparently auctioned
Alright.
off just
We
1
can't
month before I
afford
started
any
writing
chop.
this video,
I
although
need
it sold
the-
for
I need the
$2,300,
oceans to
which
be
is more than I've
calm
ever
for
spent on
me.
an animatronic monkey band.
Please.
For the
I
1974
beg
season,
of you.
the Old Mill would receive its most significant thematic
Any kind
overhaul
of
to date,
chop
becoming
could
Hard-Headed
threaten to
Harold's
sink us.
horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This re-theme sent riders through an Old West ghost town, with comical and frightening scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride. Some of these figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections. This is the first version of the attraction that has been well documented, and it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track. The Old Mill's middle section consists of 3 circles. In the center of these, outdoor show scenes were constructed, with parts of the tunnel being removed and replaced with fencing so guests could look outside.
We'll stick
There are
as
also
close
4
to the
show
island
buildings
as we
where
can
dark
for
ride
as
scenes
long
have
as
been
we
placed.
can.
Despite the creative theming of
'Cause,
Hard-Headed Harold's
the
horrendously
island
humorous
will
haunted hideaway, the Old Mill continued
block
to be
the
known
worst
for one
of the
thing.
chop.
Kennywood's director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on that ride to look at the scenes."
It's a place for cuddling
Why
and to
is
sort of
the
make
Storm
out canoodle.
Corps, like,
You're
just
a little bit nervous
kind of
about getting on the
loitering
Old Mill
over
with the girl
here?
the first time because you might end up getting slapped.
needs
but you
to,
also might end up getting,
it needs to move
a,
off.
a snuggle.
That
in
way I
1984,
can safely
the Pittsburgh
pass
Post-Gazette did
through.
a feature on the ride's reputation of romance. When interviewed, 15-year-old Missy Stash said, quote, "Everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should see. Some of the boats come out and there's nobody in them." 61-year-old Ellen Ammon, recalling her Old Mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the boys would bring string onto the ride. In the dark portions, they would brush the string along the necks of girls to
This
convince them that
was
there
a
were spiders
mistake.
and water snakes in the tunnels, in an effort to hold them close through their terror. Another common occurrence was seeing couples buttoning up their shirts while exiting the attraction. An uptick in romantic activity in the Old Mill was met with an increase in supervision from the park. Kennywood employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with a flashlight and a disapproving stare. They would rarely intervene if the activity was nothing more than a kiss, but for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off.
No, no,
At
no,
one
no,
point
no,
in the
no, no, no.
1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat and were instructed that if they saw the naked buttocks of any
We've made a
rider, they
mistake.
were to smack
We've
them
made
with
a
the bat.
terrible mistake.
This was very effective and almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of the journey. This solution was actually quite popular in Old Mills, as this photo from a different Tunnel of Love proves. Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system, so that
Well.
employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without having to assault them in the dark. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway understandably dropped the alliterative name in 1992,
Well.
reverting back to the Old Mill but keeping the rest of the theming. As the Old Mill entered the 2000s, officially celebrating its 100th birthday, Kennywood was weighing the pros and cons of the ride. Due to its
I
age
didn't
and
expect
design,
the barrels
attraction
to
required
come
a
with
lot of
us. I'm
maintenance
kind
and
of
took up a
surprised.
significant amount of land at the park. Kennywood is well known for constantly building new attractions and creating new experiences to push locals to come back each season. So it was not out of the question to tear down the Old Mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling. However, the management at Kennywood also cares deeply for the history of its park, and few, if any, wanted to see the park's oldest attraction torn down. So 100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the old mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences. And the answer to this would come in the form of a powerful cat, named Garfield. Garfield is a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976. The eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction. The general public is well aware of his love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays, and his trademark laziness. Garfield, along with his dorky owner John, John's naive dog Odie, and a cast of other recurring characters quickly found their ways into the comic sections of newspapers across the country. By 1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity, Garfield would spawn an unprecedented amount of merchandise and media, including toys, books, video games, TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name and his face being on everything from tea kettles to lava lamps, he was noticeably absent in amusement parks. It seemed that every major park chain had a classic cartoon character as a mascot. Disney had Mickey Mouse and Friends, Universal had Woody Woodpecker, Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang, and Six Flags had the Looney Tunes. Garfield's omission from the medium was not lost on his creator. In 1988, when asked if Garfield would enter the theme park business, Davis said, quote, "I wouldn't touch it. Never." And that's the history of Garfield and theme parks.
No.
Wait, 8 years later, he changed his mind. Wonder why.
Oh, we drank some of it. Are you
In
kidding me?
1996, plans were
I don't know
announced
if
for
we'll
a
be able to sell it now.
535-acre theme park to be located in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland Festival Entertainment Complex, and at the heart of the park would be Garfield's universe, a land dedicated to the character. This would include a character carousel, Arbuckle's picnic coaster, a ride called Garfield's Extreme Adventure, an Odie tongue slide, Irma's Diner,
Oh no, my
and Mama
stuff went
Leone's
overboard
restaurant,
too.
which would serve,
There's my
of
fishing
course,
pole.
lasagna. The park was planned to open in 1997 and was a joint effort between a Michigan development company and Davis's company, Paws Inc. The cost of the project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room and even conceptualizing the more mundane aspects of the project, such as the garbage cans and restrooms. On top of the design contractors, Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on the project during its early stages. This was when Davis first reached out to the Kennywood Entertainment Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around Pennsylvania, including Kennywood in West Mifflin. A year after the announcement, the opening date was pushed back to 1998. Despite significant utilities and groundwork being completed, the project struggled to find the remainder of its funding. The following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's Adventure America and scaled back on its plans, opting to construct and debut the Garfield area first, with the opening now planned for 1999.
I really wish they didn't bind
a
those
significant
as
number
the
of
same
Hendricks
button.
County residents opposed the project, even forming a group called Citizens Opposing Amusement Park, or COAP. The theme park was pushed back another year with a projected opening of 2000. In December of 1999, Kennywood officials attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Convention and Trade Show. It is here that they learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking to integrate the character elsewhere.
Apparently
at
my
least
lantern will
temporarily,
stay lit
and
in the
Kennywood
water.
Entertainment was reportedly one of his top choices, specifically the historic Kennywood Park as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, "Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the family-friendly atmosphere, and the fact that they were picnic areas. Jim said the parks were a perfect fit for Garfield, who never met a picnic he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did you?" An agreement was made between Kennywood and Paws Inc. for a 1-year licensing deal to have Garfield and Odie become the mascots of both Kennywood and Lake Compounds. This is despite the fact that Kennywood and Lake Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the Kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the Crocodile. Both parks assured fans that Garfield and Odie would stand alongside the legacy characters and would not be replacing them. This integration in the northeastern park seemed to conflict with the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America in Indiana. However, it was revealed that the developers of the Indiana park only had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially invested in the park.
There's
The
our barrel
developers
of
assured the
water.
public and their investors that Garfield's integration at Kennywood and Lake Compounds would not detract from the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America. But at this point, many were convinced that the park would never be built. Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests, selling merchandise, and appearing in advertisements.
I
The
hope
integration
it'll let
was
me sell
successful
those
enough that
2
Kennywood
barrels,
and
'cause
Paws
if it
Inc.
doesn't, I'm
extended
gonna
their
be
agreement,
twisted.
further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's Kittyland would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride opened at Kennywood, named Garfield's Pounce Bounce, a kitty bounce tower made to look like a block of cheese, covered in mice, and adorned with a Garfield statue. As Garfield continued to increase his presence at Kennywood, the park in Indiana was finally canceled. The developer had been sued by one of its contractors for lack of payment, and not long after this, it was revealed that the park owed $166,000 in back taxes. The park was soon foreclosed on, and the development company filed for bankruptcy. By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's presence in theme parks. And since he and his company already had a successful relationship with Kennywood, it only made sense to go all in on the Pennsylvania park. It was time for Garfield to get his own dark ride. It was at this point that the history of the Old Mill and the history of Garfield collided. Davis and Paws Inc. wanted a Garfield dark ride, and Kennywood wanted to retheme the Old Mill. The timing was perfect, and even better, Kennywood already had a designer in mind. Larry Kirshner, the owner of the haunted house design firm Halloween Productions, had recently installed an attraction at Kennywood, telling park management that if there ever came an opportunity to design a dark ride, Kirshner and Halloween Productions wanted in. Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark ride so bad that he would almost do it for free. When the Garfield Old Mill retheme was discussed, Kennywood reached out to Kirshner, who happily accepted the job. Kirshner's plans for the attraction included animatronics and 3D effects.
Okay,
His background
so
in
we're
haunted
gonna line
houses
them up,
would
do
lead him to
count,
pitch a
make sure
Garfield ride with
we've
horror and
pulled all of our
aspects,
barrels out of
not
the,
dissimilar to
out
the
of the
Old Mill's
drink.
hard-headed Harold theming. However, Kirshner's plans were too ambitious. He recalled, quote, "We wanted to make it look like a billboard smashes open and there's a Frankenstein food character, and then we squirt them all with water. I wanted to do other CGI effects so it wasn't so static and so the characters were interacting with them. Obviously, big effects like this were difficult to achieve in the retheme's limited budget, but the team ran into another issue entirely. Kennywood officials explained to Kirshner and Halloween Productions that, quote, "We can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has a pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride." Pete McEnany, the general manager of Kennywood Entertainment, remembered, quote, "One of the things we had to do was not make it too spectacular because it doesn't have a high capacity. So with a small budget and an explicit directive to make the ride no better than good, the team marched forward." Kirshner imagined guests riding through the Old Mill as though they were riding through a Garfield book. The premise for the ride was that Garfield was having a nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate horror elements and retain some of the dark portions. One point of contention in the ride's history was the involvement of Jim Davis and Paws Inc. While Davis certainly wanted the ride to be built and approved it, there was a dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art, but Kirshner recalled, quote, "We did 20 or 30 drawings.
Test, though.
He didn't do
Can
anything. I never
this
talked to
this
Jim
guy?
Davis. The biggest thing was he or someone gave us some Garfield books and then we had to figure out which story we wanted to tell." Despite the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the Old Mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in the ride's 103-year-old history.
Okay,
How
so
this version would be received
we
by the
can't
public,
sell
though,
the 2
was still
barrels that
uncertain.
we took a very tiny sip from because the game has those
On
key
May
bindings.
1st,
It's the same
2004,
thing.
Kennywood opened for the season with a brand new attraction, Garfield's Nightmare. The retheme to the Old Mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the Kangaroo was also in attendance, although he could not fit into the boat with the other characters.
There we go. So these 2 will stay here.
Guests entered the
and I
attraction
guess
under the large signage, twisting around an
figure
outdoor
something out.
queue
I'll
with the
figure
familiar
something out with
Old Mill show building intact, with a small adjustment. In the window of the mill house,
sleep
a
again,
frightened
hopefully.
Garfield could be seen inside
With
as
the
the
sun
shutters
up,
opened
we
and
can
closed.
see what we're doing
While
and
waiting
load
in
the
line,
ship and
riders viewed TV
hopefully make
screens
it
that
this
explained
time.
the history of the ride and featured clips of Garfield. As guests entered the loading
There we
area,
go.
they were surprisingly handed 3D glasses to wear on the attraction. After riders loaded into their boat, they would take a left turn, passing a guard station revealing
so
the
we're gonna
ride
try
was
the
covered in
other
cameras. Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity. As guests climbed a short-lived hill, they heard a mysterious booming voice.
This is the most frightening adventure you will ever be on. Unless you have cheese. I like cheese. So give me some cheese and I'll...
Enjoy your ride.
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway covered in glowing advertisements for PepsiCo products, which was unsurprisingly Kennywood's food and drink vendor. This was also the first of many blacklight scenes, and the walls were splattered with fluorescent material, which was definitely added by Halloween Productions during the refurbishment and was not the result of 103 years of bad aim. This is also where the 3D glasses came into play. Rather than being a stereoscopic 3D effect in which two images are made into one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts colors through a holographic film. This results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm colors, red, orange, and yellow, are the ones pulled forward, while blue, indigo, and violet are pushed back. This effect works best with bright primary and secondary colors, which inadvertently gave the ride a distinct color
My
scheme.
eyes were
the
bigger
chroma
than
depth effect is
the hull
commonly
of my
used in
boat.
haunted houses, and Kirshner and his team are industry
And I'm
leaders in the
feeling
style.
it.
A benefit of the style is that unlike stereoscopic 3D, riders could view the ride without glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice, possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character would always pop to the foreground while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap chroma depth glasses online and watch a POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real thing. After the product placement tunnel, riders encounter their first Garfield strip, which depicts Garfield falling asleep after a big meal, thus beginning his nightmare. The strips appearing in the ride were previously released Garfield strips and not created specifically for the attraction. After this, guests enter the first scene, in which Garfield's messy house begins to come alive, with the door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays overhead, repeating,
I never met an ice cream truck I didn't like.
Another strip depicted Garfield depressed that he couldn't catch the ice cream truck. In the next scene, the ice cream truck finally appears, but in a twist, the truck, driven by ice cream cones, is chasing after Garfield. Another strip depicted Garfield scaring the mailman, a running gag in the comics. The next scene shows the mailman smiling as an angry dog opens and closes its jaws. The next strip features another running gag from the comics, in which Garfield torments spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another running gag, Garfield eating a fish in a fishbowl, followed by a scene of a fish eating Garfield. The most terrifying part of the ride thus far is arguably this chair. While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running gag from the comic strip is Garfield using John's chair as a scratching post, and it appears that this chair, while not getting direct revenge on Garfield, is having a great time watching. The next scene shows Garfield's vet Liz holding a giant needle, with Garfield tied up by a rope, held by an Igor-type character. The needle would blow a puff of air onto riders. Another strip depicts Garfield attacking the pizza delivery man, and the next scene shows the pizza delivery man and evil pizza boxes attacking Garfield. The next strip and scene is a break from form. The strip depicts Garfield mentioning that he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher. On the right side of the boat, the appliances in the kitchen have come to life in menacing fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick line on the table. On the left side of the boat, a terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John and a monstrous Odie, who appears to have torn off his long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There is also a zombie hot dog monster strapped to a table wearing sunglasses. The final strip and scene shows John asking Garfield to catch mice, which Garfield refuses to do.
Some of these
in the comic
descriptions
strip, Garfield will
are
eat just about
crazy.
anything besides mice. Despite this, in Garfield's nightmare, the mice still want revenge on him, cooking up a cat stew. As the ride nears its end, the characters that were tormenting Garfield moments ago are now lined up, smiling as the boat passes. Garfield's voice instructs guests that a photo op is coming up.
Oh yeah, got a photo opportunity coming up. Doesn't get any better than that.
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs guests to smile as a large camera is clearly placed so that guests may pose for the picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kinda scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction. Garfield's Nightmare was drastically different than the old mill Kennywood regulars were used to, and any significant change would have its detractors. However, Garfield's Nightmare almost immediately developed a cult of hatred among parkgoers, with many citing its cheap effects, product placement, and overall bizarre nature. It was too scary for many children, and too Garfield for many adults. For longtime Kennywood fans, it felt like a betrayal of the historic old mill. But in all fairness, they probably just weren't around for the 1920s version that featured Jiggs and Maggie, the Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it successfully featured many classic characters and famous scenarios from the comics. And the original art that Kirshner and his team created for the ride looks like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid gags and some terrifying imagery. But who cares what Kennywood regulars, Garfield fans, or even children think? The real demographic that matters is the one that gave the old mill its century-long reputation: young couples. In a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette report before the ride's opening, Kennywood officials assured fans that, quote, "We haven't messed with what made the old mill," which the Gazette took to mean that, quote, "couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to, exchange pleasantries." This persistent mentioning in official media of the ride's reputation as a love tunnel sent me down a rabbit hole that I could not have anticipated. Full disclosure for anyone that is not aware, every amusement park ride you have ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business, whether it's at your local amusement park or at Walt Disney World. If you can be seated within arm's reach of another person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement park rides all the time, and I never mention this, because it's never notable. It's just a given. However, in all of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly, on a ride's reputation like the old mill at Kennywood. I found a newspaper article from 1934 talking about how the ride is a great spot for couples, and the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity pushed me over the edge. Not what I meant. After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it, look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides, and you don't care about the culture attached to the old mill, I'd recommend skipping to this time code. For those remaining, there was a significant amount of documentation as to how Kennywood attempted to please young lovers on the ride, but little was known on how these riders were able to accomplish some of the feats that they were boasting about. Were these legends true, or were they fiction? In the name of research, I tweeted the following: have you or someone was conceived on dotted out to the ride, trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects? Stopped working. The audio of our sins.
There.
Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep and proper maintenance that Garfield's Nightmare experienced. Within just a few years, the screens in the queue were removed, and many of the effects in the ride stopped working. The audio cues were off or missing, and the video of the mouse at the beginning sometimes wouldn't play. The neon paint started to fade, diminishing any effect the 3D glasses had. The 3D glasses themselves would often not be handed to guests, and it seemed they were eventually phased out altogether, although they would reappear infrequently. When guests were given 3D glasses, the often rambunctious riders would make a game out of throwing them onto the ride, trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects. Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed, resulting in them appearing permanently blackened. All of this somewhat added to the uneasy nature of the ride, but it really just showed the attraction's lack of upkeep. Other than this, the ride lived a quaint, quiet existence, with no major changes or updates. Year after year, Kennywood would open for the season, and Garfield's Nightmare would open with it. In 2007, a Nintendo DS platformer named Garfield's Nightmare was released. But besides the title, the game is in no way connected to the ride. In 2011, the Garfield comic strip featured Garfield, Odie, and John going to an amusement park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008, Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick. Does he look familiar? No. It's the sign. It's the Kennywood sign. You can meet the sign. Kennywood would eventually integrate Thomas the Tank Engine and the Pittsburgh Steelers into attractions at the park, and the new properties fit into Kennywood much more effortlessly than Garfield ever did. Despite Garfield and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was until 2019, when news broke that Paws Inc. was being acquired by Viacom, and the rights to Garfield would be utilized by Viacom subsidiary Nickelodeon. This also put Viacom in charge of the character's licensing. Viacom immediately began tightening the brand's image, and the company told Kennywood that if they wished to continue to operate Garfield's Nightmare, the licensing fee would be increased significantly. This pressured Kennywood into removing the Garfield's Nightmare theming from the old mill, and no one at the park put up much of a fight to save the ride. Garfield's Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was 16 too many. This is not to say that the attraction had no fans, as in those 16 years of operation, an entire generation of Kennywood visitors had experienced the ride as their one and only version of the Old Mill. In March of 2020, Kennywood's YouTube account posted a video titled The History of the Old Mill at Kennywood. The video started as a Ken Burns-style theme park documentary in a similar vein to other YouTube channels that I'm completely blanking on. However, halfway through the video, it was revealed that this was not just a retrospective of the Old Mill, but it was also an announcement.
Completely invalidated
We're going
because
to be
the dev
bringing
made
back
the
the
button
Old Mill
the same
as so
for both.
many of you have requested, and restoring the ride to the retro Western theme.
The news was celebrated by fans who cheered, "The nightmare is over." And the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline read, "I hope they serve lasagna in heaven." During the off-season, the ride was gutted and completely rethemed. Unfortunately, all of the props from Garfield's Nightmare with a direct tie to the Garfield brand were destroyed at the demand of Viacom, in order to prevent them from being sold or ending up on the black market. To ensure compliance, Kennywood had to film employees completely destroying the Garfield props. The opening of the ride would be delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when it debuted for guests in July of 2020, when Kennywood opened for a shortened summer season, it was met with positive reviews. The familiar Old West ghost town theme was welcomed back into the historic ride. Despite the massive overhaul, the new theming utilized multiple props and effects from Garfield's Nightmare. The new Old Mill also had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill iterations. For instance, the appearance of a character named Harold, referencing Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone in a graveyard read, "G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna." The Old Mill at Kennywood is the world's oldest operating Old Mill attraction. This is the most trouble I've ever had. And this is not by coincidence. Kennywood is a historic park whose employees and visitors care deeply for its history.
I'm not
While
even
Garfield's
gonna lie,
Nightmare
it's
was not necessarily a
starting to make
beloved
me mad.
attraction, the retheme played an important part in extending the life of this historic ride. While some might remember Garfield's Nightmare for its neon paint and surreal visuals, like any Old Mill retheme, most Kennywood guests will remember the attraction for something else. While most of the emails I received detailed explicit and often disgusting acts of passion that took place on the Old Mill, my takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general public. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the Old Mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special environments, where some of our strongest memories are formed, whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different generations share how this one ride impacted them was surprisingly moving. To hear stories of young angst, the nerves of going on the ride with someone you had a crush on, the scariness of having your first kiss, and even missed opportunities, lost loves. For one rider who grew up in a small town, the dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, a trip on the Old Mill made...
That's not a positive. We're gonna swap to a different video.
How much
I don't want to hear
about
about
lines?
homosexuals in my video. I'm good. I appreciate it.
A line, or a queue, is an organized group of people, or in this case dots, waiting their turn for some thing. The amount of time it takes to get from the start of the queue to the end of the queue is the wait time. In its simplest form, the wait time is affected by two factors: the service rate and the arrival rate. The service rate is the rate at which people get pulled from the queue to do the thing. The arrival rate is the rate at which people arrive to the queue. Speed up the service, and the wait time decreases. Increase the arrival rate, and the wait time increases.
I just want to get this stinking line over there at this point.
How fast do people get in line, and
I'm
how
sure
fast
I'm
do
going
they
to
get
lose
out?
money on
But
this
in any
shipment.
real-world scenario, queues become anything but simple, and there's no better showcase of this complexity than the Disney parks. Disney is world famous not only for their wait times, but for the bold strategies that they have implemented to cut them down. To truly understand this topic, it is not enough to simply learn the history. We must deep dive into the technicalities and psychology of queuing, and fully examine the many ways that Disney has tried to tackle the issue of lines. And unfortunately, there is no fast pass for this explanation. So without further wait, let's take an excruciatingly deep dive into everybody's least favorite aspect of theme parks. On October 1st, 1971, Walt Disney World opened to the public with 2 resort hotels and 1 theme park, the Magic Kingdom. Within the first year of opening, Walt Disney World began to experience the problem that had long plagued Disneyland Park in Anaheim: long waits for attractions. 2 of the most dreaded waits were for the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea ride and the Country Bear Jamboree show. The wait for 20,000 Leagues consistently sat at 1 hour, and the wait for the Country Bear Jamboree could go over an hour on busier days. This might be surprising to you if you visited the parks recently. Today, the Country Bear Jamboree almost never fills its theater, and 20,000 Leagues no longer exists. However, when Magic Kingdom opened, these 2 attractions had some of the longest waits in the park. This can be explained by looking at the arrival rate and service rate of these attractions. The service rate for theme park attractions is generally measured in hourly capacity, or how many guests can board an attraction within 1 hour. 20,000 Leagues was a low-capacity attraction, only able to accommodate around 1,200 guests per hour. Compare this to the Haunted Mansion, which can accommodate around 2,800 guests per hour. This difference was due to their ride systems. The Haunted Mansion is a continuously operating Omnimover system, while 20,000 Leagues could only seat 40 guests in each
need to get
submarine
far enough
and
out
could only
around the
operate
edge of the
up to
island
9
that we can
submarines
cut
at a
in
time.
the other
So in a
direction and
12-hour
catch
day
the
at
wind
park,
that way.
over 33,000 guests could ride the Haunted Mansion, while only around 14,000
And hopefully
guests
she
could
won't
ride
fight us
20,000
any
Leagues
further
Under the
after
Sea.
that, 'cause
Looking at this difference another
I'll be
way,
honest,
if
I'm already
1,000
fed
guests
up
were
with
in
this,
line for both
booze
attractions,
cruise.
the wait time for the Haunted Mansion would be 35 minutes, while the wait time for 20,000 Leagues would be 1 hour and 20 minutes. The Country Bear Jamboree had an even lower capacity than 20,000 Leagues, but its issue was less in its service rate and more in its arrival rate. While the capacity of a ride is determined by design and operation, the arrival rate is mainly determined by guest demand. This demand can be influenced by such factors as the quality of the ride and the marketing done for the attraction. The demand and capacity relationship is somewhat similar to the relationship between the supply and demand of a product, except rather than determining price and quantity, demand and capacity determine wait times and number of riders. Today, once a guest has
we're
entered a
almost
Disney
far
theme
enough
park,
out to be
they
able
are
to
able
cut
to ride
in the
any
other
attraction they
direction and be able
choose,
to
but
catch
there are
the
only
wind
so
that
many
way.
operating hours each day, so time becomes a
Which will be
currency that they
nice.
must spend.
That'll
For
get us
instance, a
headed in
guest
the
might
right
want to ride the
direction.
Jungle Cruise if the wait were 30 minutes, but that same guest might not want to ride the attraction if the wait was 1 hour. In queuing, this is called balking, when someone decides not to wait in a queue due to its length. This can reduce wait times by turning people away that were not determined to experience the attraction. The situation becomes even more complicated when guests are spending both their time and money to ride rides. When it opened, Walt Disney World utilized a ticket book system,
Alright,
in
cut
which guests needed to
in.
purchase tickets both to enter the park and to ride the majority of the park's attractions, with each attraction distinguished with a letter A through E, with E being the most thrilling and popular attractions. This was the same system used at Disneyland, and it became so well known that the term e-ticket became a common phrase to refer to something as premium or exciting. By charging guests more to ride the popular attractions, Disneyland was able to curb demand for these rides. However, at Walt Disney World, this system often had the opposite effect. When the resort opened, guests knew little about the park's unique attractions, but they already understood the A through E ticket system. So when visitors made their decisions, they often looked at how Disney ranked and priced their own attractions. The Country Bear Jamboree, a musical show with animatronic characters unknown to guests, was listed as an E-ticket, while the Mickey Mouse Revue, a musical show with animatronic characters well known to guests, was listed as a D-ticket. This led many guests to assume that the Country Bear Jamboree was the better show, resulting in a false demand, leading to longer lines. This false demand was recognized by a Disney employee named Bruce Laval. Laval graduated from the University of Florida with an MBA specializing in operations research, and he joined Walt Disney World right as the resort opened in 1971 as an industrial engineer. Industrial engineers are specialized in studying and optimizing complex systems and processes, finding ways to make systems more efficient, a field that Disney was increasingly relying on as their theme parks became more complex and brought in more people. Laval was among the first industrial engineers to utilize computer
this
simulations
is not
to
a
optimize
worthwhile
systems.
shipment.
Impressive.
Even if we
considering
make
at
money,
the
it
time,
won't have been
computers looked
worthwhile
like
for all the
this.
hassle.
Within the first few years he worked for the company, Laval noticed the false demand being created by the A through E ticket system and argued for its removal. The idea
Especially
made it
since we
almost
had
to the
to
testing
drop
phase for
6
Magic
of our
Kingdom
barrels
when top Disney
behind,
executives
leave them
resisted
there,
to
'cause
change,
3 of them
learned
we
of the
can't
plan
sell
and
now.
shut it down. However, it was soon decided that Disney's third
I mean, we
theme
can
park,
sell them to the
Epcot
smaller
Center,
merchants,
would not
but
use
they
the
won't
A through
pay
E
very
ticket
much.
system.
We won't
so the
cover
decision
our
was made to
costs on them.
discontinue the system at both Disneyland and Walt Disney
Which
World as well.
is
After the switch, Laval's theory was proven. Wait times at e-tickets went down, and more
This is
guests
what I
visited
get,
the
though.
underutilized
I should have been more
attractions.
diligent. I should have thought about the fact that wine barrels are rather heavy. And my ship is rather small.
Long lines were by no means eliminated from the guest experience after the A through E ticket system was discontinued. In fact, lines were the #1 guest complaint at all 3 Disney parks. This is why when Disney opened its first international park, Tokyo Disneyland, in 1983, many within the company were surprised at the patience and endurance of Japanese tourists to withstand long lines, especially when compared to Americans. This is because different cultures have different reactions to queuing, with Americans tending to be some of the most impatient, right up there with the French, which Disney would learn soon enough. Also, people's reactions to queues change significantly over time, and the Disney parks have played a major role in this evolution. The most common type of queue at Disney is called the switchback queue, in which guests snake back and forth in a zigzag motion. This was pioneered by Disney's Imagineers at the 1964 New York World's Fair. The lines for Disney's attractions at the fair were long and out of control, so Disney developed the switchback concept, which organized and condensed the line. Reportedly, Walt Disney himself also felt the concept had a psychological benefit. Because guests were moving back and forth, they were face to face with other guests, allowing them to interact with strangers back when people
I'm pretty
were into
sure
that
we
sort
did
of
not
thing.
move
Switchback
basically
queues
even
were
an
soon
inch.
implemented throughout Disneyland, then at Walt Disney World, Epcot Center, and eventually everywhere. But since queuing is always evolving, by the mid-1980s, distaste for the switchback queue had grown. People were no longer tricked by its condensed nature, and the endless zigzagging soon became grating. To combat this, Disney went back to the drawing board.
No way, are
coming
you
up with a
kidding me?
simple
Is there no
three-tier
cheese in this
strategy
because
to
it fell in the
improve guest
water?
time in line. Number 1, keep waits to a maximum of 15 minutes. Number 2, if a guest must wait more than 15 minutes, give them entertainment, such as immersive queues and pre-show videos. Number 3, hide the queue
Alright,
from view,
so this
sectioning
has
off
just
different
been
parts
a
of the queue
series
so the guests
of
can't see how long the line really
errors.
is until they've already waited in it. This strategy really came down to one basic principle. If you remove the guest's ability to visualize the wait itself will feel shorter. In 1987, Bruce Laval was named the director of the studio tour for the soon-to-open
Stupid
Disney MGM
Sunspire and
Studios.
their
The new
stupid
theme park was
wine
designed
and
to
my
focus
stupid
primarily
not
on the
paying
tour of the
attention.
new film and television production facilities being constructed alongside the park. So when Disney MGM opened in 1989,
Stupid
it had
wind,
few
not
attractions
cooperating.
and worse, few productions. What it did have was an excess of people. Crowds flocked to Disney MGM to find long lines and little to do. The issue was widely reported on, and when asked about the crowds, Laval said, quote, "You could have the greatest show in the world, but if you have a 3-hour wait out there, people are going to leave the park dissatisfied." Immediately after the article
Please,
was published,
something,
the
Mike.
Orlando Sentinel received a call from a man named Michael Eisner, who was the CEO of Disney at the time. Eisner assured the public, as well as the Disney employees quoted in Sunday's paper, that the park would be expanded with more attractions, stating, quote, "We do not want the lines to be that long. We are trying to rectify that as soon as we can." In 1995,
I beg
Laval
of
was
you.
promoted to Executive Vice President of Operations, now assuming responsibility for all park
Does this
and
not have a
resort
hook on it?
operations
What's
at
going
the
on?
Disney
It
parks.
does have a hook.
Laval had held
What's going
many
on?
different positions at the company, but his industrial engineering background had stayed with him, and the mounting issues with wait times led Laval and his team to develop something big. In the mid-1990s, Laval and his team began
I don't think the
experimenting
Bobber's
with the
supposed to
idea
do
of
that.
transitioning certain attractions at the Disney parks to a reservation-only system. The idea was to give guests a reservation time for an attraction, so that they would not have to wait in line. Similar to a restaurant, guests would simply arrive at the attraction for their reservation and would be seated immediately. While the idea would eliminate waits for guests at the park's most popular attractions, there were obvious issues with the concept.
They're just gonna go
First,
back to
it was
sleep.
nearly impossible to ensure that park guests arrived for their reservations
What a
on
terrible
time.
series of
Often, they would
events
be
this
doing
has been.
something else around the park. When a guest would miss their reservation time, this would leave empty seats on the ride, therefore reducing the total capacity of the attraction. Second, if the attraction experienced downtime for any reason, then the guests holding reservations during this downtime would no longer be able to ride, as reservations for the rest of the day would already be filled. Or, if they were allowed on, the ride would now have a line of people for the rest of the day, defeating the point of the system. The idea was abandoned for these reasons, and it seemed that reservation-based attractions was a dead concept. This was until Laval had an epiphany, not while at work, but while on vacation. In 1997, Laval went on a skiing vacation in Colorado. While on the slopes, he observed the queue to get on the ski lift. Each lift chair held 4 people, and the queue was split into 2 lines, a regular line and a single rider line. Laval viewed how the single riders were squeezed into the empty seats on the ski lift when a party did not fill an entire chair. He realized that this was the compromise to the reservation-based system. Rather than a regular line and a single rider line, Laval could have a reservation-based system and a standby line. Whenever a guest would be late for the reservation, operators could take someone from the standby line so that the attraction would never lose capacity
I'm going to starve
because
to
of
death
the ebbs
on a
and
boat.
flows in guest behavior. Plus, if the
Like,
attraction did experience
half a mile
downtime,
off the
then
wa-
the
or
ratio
off
of
the,
reservation-based
coast.
guests to standby riders
Because
could
nothing
simply
will
be
bite,
adjusted to
and
favor
we
those
lost
that
all
had
of our cheese
reservations
whenever
during
the crate
downtime.
went into the
Despite
water.
the idea coming from the initial reservation-based concept, what Laval was proposing was closer to a virtual queue. A virtual queue functions similarly to a normal queue, just without the physical line. A common example of a virtual queue can be found in many quick-service restaurants, in which guests take a number and wait for their number to be called. Unlike reservations, this still retains the first-come, first-served nature of a physical line, but it removes the ability to visualize the wait, therefore increasing the quality of it. After returning from vacation, Laval pitched the concept to other executives, but he was met with skepticism. Believing in the idea, Laval proposed that he test the concept to prove that it could work. Using the newly opened Animal Kingdom due to its limited amount of attractions, testing began with a select group of guests who were given paper diaries to keep track of their day, including how long they waited in line. The test subjects were split into two groups, a control group and a group that would use the virtual queue system. The control group simply logged their day at the park, while the other group were told to approach cast members at attraction entrances, who would hand them a ticket with a return time on it. This return time was equal to the time that it would have taken guests to wait in line for the ride. The test subjects were then encouraged to explore the park and return at the time listed on the ticket, where they would then be
I
allowed
can't
to
even
skip
see
the
like
line.
my wind
The test
vein
was
or
a huge
anything.
success.
It's just
the virtual
pure
queue
darkness
subjects
up
were
there.
able to experience 25% more rides than the control group, and their wait times were reduced by 50%. The virtual queue subjects left the park much more satisfied and far more likely to
I'm
return
gonna burn
than
this
the
ship
control
down,
group.
bro.
If
Come
this
on.
was not convincing enough
What
for
is
executives,
this?
the tests also showed that those using the virtual queue system spent more of their time at gift shops and dining locations, resulting in more spending when compared to the control group. Executives approved the concept for further testing, which continued throughout early
Nothing
1999,
has been.
both at
Are you
Disneyland and
kidding
Walt
me?
Disney World. That summer, testing focused on Space Mountain
I'm
at the
literally
Magic
going to
Kingdom,
starve
which
to
often
death.
had the park's
We're going to
longest wait.
starve to
In
death.
these early tests, cast members were physically writing return times on cards and giving them to guests, while using handheld clicker counters to keep track of how many were handed out and how many guests returned. The tests were often haphazard and chaotic, but they were successful enough to prove that not only the system could work, but it would make guests happier and more likely to spend money. Many within
Please.
the company, including Laval, felt that the system
I
should be
just
free
need
and
some
available
fish.
to all visitors so as not to create different classes of park guests. Citing
Or
Walt
some
Disney
wind.
himself, who was known to wait in the
Or
park's lines with his
something.
guests. With the test labeled a success, executives approved the permanent installation of the new virtual queue system,
Oh, we got
officially
something.
titled
Hey! Did you know that you don't have to wait in line to ride some of your favorite attractions? Just look for the signs of selected attractions and insert your park ticket. You'll get a complimentary Fast Pass with a return ride time stamped right on it.
Guests who entered a Walt Disney World park in late 1999 were met with a brand new system, FastPass. On the surface, the system was simple. Guests would approach an attraction, where they would be able to view the posted standby wait time. If this was manageable, they could join the standby queue right away. However, if the wait was too long, they could instead choose to receive a FastPass at the kiosks placed outside of the attractions. Guests inserted their park admission ticket into the kiosk to receive their FastPass with a 1-hour return window listed on it. They could then enjoy the rest of the park, and once the return window arrived, they would hand their ticket to an attendant and enter the FastPass queue, boarding the attraction with a minimal wait. Each guest could only hold one FastPass at a time, and they could not receive another until the return window had arrived. Behind the scenes, the system was far more complex. Each attraction's FastPass data would be stored on a local computer
Please,
housed in
can
each
the sun
attraction,
just come up so I can
controlling
actually-
the standby wait time display, keeping track of how many FastPasses have been handed out, and determining the return times being printed on each FastPass. The computer was connected to a server so all wait times could be monitored throughout the park, and so that the system would know when a guest had already been given a FastPass to prevent them from obtaining another. The system also allowed ride operators to tell the computer when an attraction was experiencing downtime. and in response, the kiosk would slow down or cease dispersing fast passes until the attraction was operating again. Some cast members reported this feature not working properly or not implemented on some rides, resulting in ride operators having to go to the fast pass kiosk, manually disperse a stack of paper fast passes so that return times were pushed back, and then immediately throw those fast passes in the trash. When news broke on FastPass in the summer of 1999, Laval said, quote, "We are going to use it on 3, 4, or 5 attractions that historically have the longest lines in each park." By the end of the year, 13 attractions at Walt Disney World utilized
There are no
FastPass,
hooks left in
5
there
at Magic
either.
Kingdom, 2 at Epcot, 5 at Disney MGM, and 3 at Animal Kingdom. In early 2000, FastPass was implemented in Disneyland on 3 attractions: Space
I'm gonna
Mountain,
go crazy.
Splash Mountain, and
I'm
Roger
gonna
Rabbit's
lose it.
Cartoon Spin, with plans to expand the program.
One way to keep it moving is called Disney's Fast Pass. Me un favorite.
I'm gonna go absolutely ape with this boat, dude.
Roll up to the Fast Pass kiosk. Boom, boom. Kicks back your ride time. Then you just come back to the ride at that time and giddy up. Pretty sweet little invention. Let's hit it.
FastPass was a huge learning curve for guests. Despite heavy marketing, many guests did not know about the program, and even fewer understood it. In the early days, it was referred to as Disney's best-kept secret, and many guests waiting in standby lines were
yeah,
visibly
we're still at
and vocally
Sunspire.
frustrated to see priority being given to those that had fast passes, believing that they were being skipped or cut in line, which in a way, they were. Some people believed that FastPass was simply holding their place in the attraction's line, which is not the case. The FastPass kiosk and ticket system was a virtual queue, so there was a first-come, first-served system built into the program, but that just determined guest return windows. Once guests redeemed their pass, that queue was over, and they were admitted to a new preferred queue that shared the service rate of the attraction with the standby line. The arrival of FastPass guests did affect the rate at which guests moved through the standby queue. There were a few exceptions to this, such as with Space Mountain at the Magic Kingdom, which has 2 separate tracks. So, if operated as such, one track could be standby only, and the other could be FastPass only. If this is the case, then FastPass guests are not skipping or cutting the standby line, they essentially just have their own attraction, as there are 2 separate service rates, and the arrival of FastPass guests have no impact on the standby line. The main issues with implementing FastPass beyond the learning curve for guests was perfecting the technology for the kiosks and finding space in each attraction for 2 lines. Luckily, many attractions already had 2 lines, and guests were given the choice of either the left line or the right line when they entered. A common advice from vacation planners was to always go left, because the majority of people are right-handed and thus tended to go right, a phenomenon found outside of Disney's parks and studied by queuing experts for some time. Some attractions already had a split point, but not until later on in their queue. For instance, Space Mountain at Walt
I've got her
Disney
set
World
hard
made
to
wide
starboard. The
single-line
wind is
hallway
coming
up to the
in
ramp
off of the
leading to
star
main
or off of
showboat.
the port.
Here, a railing was added, and all guests had to go
And
to the
she's
right
not
side,
turning.
so that cast members could walk on the left. This made installing FastPass fairly simple, because Disney only needed to extend the railing to the beginning of the queue and build a staircase to the entrance so the left side and the right side remained split the entire time. Reviews from those guests that used FastPass were overwhelmingly positive. On average, guests that utilized the system waited 75%
Can I go hard to
less
port
throughout
then
the day.
and get
If
to
you
the spot
skeptics
where
believed that the
it'll
system would
actually
increase
catch the
standby
wind
rates
there?
significantly throughout
Or
the
am I
park.
just going
Laval
to get
responded
shot
to this concern,
again
saying, quote,
by the
"It's only a
game being
problem
like,
if
no.
they don't self-select. The only challenge has been getting people to understand FastPass." He added that, quote, "People go on to what you might consider the secondary attractions in that area of the ride they have FastPass for. We found that these
We're
were
so
typically
done for.
attractions that they
We're
didn't
so
go on
cooked.
for because they were spending too much time in line. This does increase rides per capita by backfilling less attended attractions. FastPass also had the potential, in certain situations, to reduce
We're
standby
just going to
wait
recover the
times
boat, sell
because it
everything back
altered
to the guy that we
arrival
bought it
rate of
from at a
popular
major
attractions. By
loss.
giving guests return windows,
And,
it spread out
yeah.
arrivals more evenly throughout the day, flattening the
Get this
midday rush and
accursed
reducing
alcohol
standby
off
waits
my
during
ship.
this peak period.
I'll
Those that
never-
loved FastPass
I'm never
argued
gonna
that the
ship
system should be
alcohol
added
again
to
in
all
this
of the
game.
rides in the park. Dale Stafford,
This
VP
has
of
ruined it for
Operations,
me.
Planning, and
I'll never be able to
Development
look
for
at a
Walt Disney
barrel of
World,
wine
believed that
without
this
there
was
just
not
being
practical, saying,
a
quote,
building
"If you did it
fury
everywhere,
in my
you wouldn't
gut.
have enough space in the park. Where would everyone go?"
Oh, come on. The
One
stuff
year
that was
after
here is
FastPass
gone,
was
too.
introduced, both guests and Disney officials were confident in labeling the program.
I'm gonna burn this island to the ground. That's not even a mechanic in this game, but that's not gonna stop me. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna burn this island to the
In August of
ground.
2000, FastPass was recognized by the Florida Engineering Society and was awarded a 2000 Governor's
Welcome back,
New Product
Rebozo.
Award. Laval said, quote,
I hope
"FastPass
that you're ready
continues
to commit
exceed
war
our
crimes,
guest
Rebozo.
expectations. It's a free service and it's making
We're burning
their
the
time in
island.
parks more
We're
fun
becoming
and productive."
pirates. I'm
Laval
done.
retired in 2000 after 30 years with the company, with FastPass being his last major project. Perhaps the greatest success of FastPass was the name. It was catchy and concise, so much so that it immediately became a household name and a colloquialism for any sort of expedited line. It also pushed other parks to develop their own expedited queue systems, and it even inspired a hit song.
If you like it, then you should've got a fast pass. If you like it, then you should've got a fast pass. Don't you hate on me because you came in last. If you like it, then you should've got a fast pass.
Get all this crap off my boat.
It was not long until touring experts started to learn the best practices for the FastPass system. For instance, guests still needed to arrive earlier in the day to receive FastPasses with optimal return times. If a guest arrived at the park's opening, they could receive a FastPass with a return window only an hour away. However, by midday, many FastPass return times could be 4 to 5 hours in the future. And on busier days, FastPasses for popular attractions would run out by 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. While the system itself worked well, there were a few issues. One was the decision to not allow guests to receive another FastPass until the return window arrived. This left many guests upset when they went to get a FastPass for an attraction, only to realize that the return window was hours away and they could not get another FastPass until then.
What did he come back to? So we bought a bunch of barrels of wine.
After receiving their initial one.
Some way too much for the ship to actually carry.
Keep their FastPasses from previous days or
We
trips
sunk.
and reuse them over and over again. To combat
And
this,
now
Disney
we're going to
changed
sell all the
design of
wine back
FastPass
at a
tickets to
significant
more
loss
clearly show
because
the
there's
date.
just
Although this
there's
did not
literally
entirely
nothing else
curb
I
the
can do at this
practice.
point.
Others found ways to best the system to
And
get
I'm
as
gonna
many FastPasses
absolutely
as possible.
lose my
Guests
mind
found
if
that
I
some
have
attractions
to
did not
even
communicate with
for
the rest
5
of the park's
seconds have to
computers.
consider
So if they were to get a
cramming all
FastPass
of
from
this
one of these rogue attractions, they would not communicate that the
stupid
guest already held a
old
FastPass, and they could therefore obtain
grape
another.
juice
FastPass
into my
kiosks
boat.
were also used in creative ways. For instance, guests obtaining a FastPass for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire
Hell,
Play It
don't
might
make me
receive a
drown you.
special
I
ticket
will
inviting them to sit
push
in one of
you
the special
into the
contestant
sea
seats at the
along
attraction.
with the barrels.
Sometimes the kiosks were used to direct people to other attractions by giving them a bonus FastPass, such as the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, which sometimes dispensed bonus FastPasses for Mickey's PhilharMagic. On February 17th, 2003, the 100 millionth FastPass was distributed to the Dillon family of Atlanta, who were given a special golden FastPass that allowed them FastPass access to all attractions at the resort. Mike Dillon said, quote, "Things like this don't happen to the Dillons." On a particularly stormy night in the year 1871, Jebediah Dillon stowed away on a cargo ship named the Queen Marge, which would soon navigate the tumultuous waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Bound for the... Whoa, I think I lost my thread here. Sorry about that. Where was I? By 2003, FastPass had grown
Hold the wine,
significantly to
woman.
26 attractions.
You
of
get
Walt
to.
Disney World,
This is
5
your
at
fault.
Animal
You
Kingdom,
should have stopped
6
me,
at Disney
ma'am.
MGM,
You
5
should
at
have said
Epcot, and
24
10 at Magic
barrels
Kingdom.
of wine
Disneyland
for a
Resort
small
now had
boat.
a total
No,
of 16
but you
FastPass
didn't.
attractions.
So
9 at
now you
Disneyland
shall be
and 7
drowned
at
in the
California
wine.
Adventure. The significant increase in FastPass attractions was due less to logistics and more to the monetary benefits of the system. During the late 90s and early 2000s, Paul Pressler, the chairman of Walt Disney Parks and Resorts,
Be
had instituted
consumed by the
drastic
wine.
cost-cutting measures, slashing budgets across the board to increase profits. At the same time, Pressler, whose background was in retail, dramatically increased the amount of shopping and merchandise carts throughout the parks. FastPass was a quick fix in many ways. Not only did the system promise
We
to
also
get guests
lost
out
all
of
of our
line and
fishing
into
hooks
gift shops,
and all of our
but FastPass
rations
itself
because they
could be
fell into the
marketed far
water.
and wide as if it were a new attraction during a time when Disney didn't have anything else to promote.
So
For a
it's
period
just
of time
all
in the
around.
mid-2000s,
Everything that could have
FastPass was
gone
used as a
wrong there
perk for
did go
vacation
wrong.
packages, namely ones booked through AAA, which allowed guests access to what was referred to as Enhanced FastPass, which removed the 2-hour limit on guest tickets, allowing them to obtain as many FastPasses as available, with the only restriction being that they could not receive multiple
Or don't
passes
you look
for
at
the
me.
same attraction.
I saw you looking
until
at me
the
every
first
time I
pass
carry in a
for that
barrel of
attraction
wine.
had
You look at me
expired.
again, I'm
With
gonna throw
this,
you into the
guests
ocean.
could enter Disneyland Park in the morning, obtain a FastPass for every
violence, it
FastPass
must
attraction
escalate.
in the park, exit Disneyland Park, walk over to California Adventure, obtain a FastPass for every FastPass attraction at that park, and now, holding 16
Stupid island
FastPasses,
and
have the
nothing
best
being
day ever.
redeemable
With
about
the
it.
only
I hate
downside being that
Sunspire
they now
so
have to
much.
experience 7 attractions
This
at a
island
mid-2000s
is
California
cursed.
Adventure. The over-implementation
Anytime
of
I
FastPass
come
did
here, it's
exactly
just
what Stafford
pain and
predicted,
suffering.
and
It's
walkways
either
at the parks were more
storming
congested than ever.
or
this
this
was
kind of
especially
stuff's
noticeable
going
at
on.
Disneyland, which is a much smaller park in comparison to the Magic Kingdom. The park was designed to have people waiting in line, but now, with most attractions using FastPass, guests found themselves wading through a sea of people all waiting for their return time to arrive. Also, standby waits for high-capacity attractions, such as Pirates of the Caribbean
Why aren't
and
you
Haunted
buying them
Mansion,
back?
were
Why aren't you
noticeably
buying them
increased
back?
with FastPass.
Why aren't you buying them
In
back?
2002, Paul Pressler resigned to model for The Gap, where he would also serve as CEO. He was replaced
Get
by
off
the
my
chairman of
face!
Disneyland Paris, Jay Rasulo. When Rasulo
Ma'am,
and
I'm
other
going to
management
kill you.
took
You
over,
don't
they
understand. You're going to
reevaluated
die if you don't
Disneyland's
buy this
FastPass
wine back.
system,
You've literally just
determining
been
that the best
lowering the
solution was
price.
to begin
So I'm going to
removing
kill you. I'm
FastPasses
going to
from
drown
certain
you into
attractions.
one of these barrels
At
of wine.
Disneyland,
Anyone
Pirates
that's
of the
related
Caribbean,
to you, I'll
Winnie the
drown
Pooh,
them in a
and
barrel
Star
of wine.
Tours
I'll
had
drown
its
everyone on this
FastPass kiosks
island
removed,
in a
and
barrel of
Haunted Mansion's
wine.
FastPass would only be
Buy
utilized
it
for
back.
Haunted Mansion Holiday.
You
In California
literal
Adventure,
animal.
It's Tough to Be a Bug and Muppet Vision had their FastPasses removed as well. Eventually,
Okay,
the
so-
Haunted Mansion at the Magic Kingdom would have its FastPass removed.
Here's
While
what we're gonna
FastPass
do.
worked well on some rides and did increase customer satisfaction
I'm
significantly,
just going to manually shut the game down from the outside because
it's
it's having a stroke.
Clear proof that it was a
Clearly.
bad idea to put
And
FastPass
does not want to
everywhere.
cooperate. And then we're going to
It is
relaunch,
now
and
September of
hopefully it
2007.
dropped the
It
last
has been 2
save
years since Bob
somewhere
Iger
where it
became
was
the
still
CEO of
working,
Disney
and I
after
don't
the
have
battle
to
Michael Eisner
cave that
resigned.
woman's
FastPass has
skull
just turned 8
in with
years
the
old,
nearest
and Jay
coconut.
Rasulo is still heading the parks division. It has also been recently announced that Disney was patenting a technology that would utilize a centralized computer system to manage FastPass tickets throughout Walt Disney World and
That's at
Disneyland,
8:04
allowing
p.m.
guests to obtain FastPasses from their mobile devices, which at the time looked like this. So most of the plans relied on sending text messages to guests. The patent application also stated that the new system could allow, quote, spending per guest at hotels to determine hierarchies of access
I hate
to
you.
FastPass. Disney stated publicly that they had no plans to change FastPass at the moment, merely that they were monitoring how to take advantage of technological developments. However, within the company, executives were formulating plans for a massive project in complete secrecy. In 2007, Jay Rasulo and 4 other senior Disney Parks officials formed an
I hope this
exploratory
island
committee
burns
to determine how
down.
the ongoing
You all
technological
deserve it.
revolution could reinvent the guest experience.
I'll never want to see any of
Like
you
Walt
again.
Disney and Imagineers in the 1960s and like Bruce Laval in the 1990s, discussions once again centered on how to improve crowd control and wait times. The group was exploring multiple concepts when one member had an epiphany. While on a flight, VP of Business Development John Padgett was browsing through the in-flight magazine Sky Mall when he came across a magnetic wristband that promised to improve balance and reduce joint pain. This was, of course, a scam, but it gave Padgett an idea. What if Disney park guests had their own wristband that contained technology that they could use around the park? It would be like a magic wristband. So naturally, they called it the Experience Band, or X-Band for short. The team opened a testing space for X-Band in the abandoned
Oh,
Body
thank
Wars
goodness it's
attraction
working
in the
again,
Wonders
at
of Life
least.
Pavilion at Epcot. After an
Okay,
ideation
so we've
phase,
got
Disney
fishing
CEO Bob Iger was
equipment
given a tour
again.
where the
What
team
about you?
explained their idea for the X-Band. The proposal was to
Okay,
house
so
an
I guess the
RFID
game was
tag
just
inside
having a
the band that would
stroke
allow guests to
before.
interact with touch points throughout the park.
So-
The X-Band could act as guest park tickets or their hotel room keys. They could even use it as a credit card. When Iger was shown the technology,
And it just
he was
needed to be
impressed enough
shut
to give the
down
project
so
a
that way it
proper
could
budget.
actually figure
In
out where
2008,
it was
development
and what it
officially
was
began
supposed to
on
be
Disney
doing.
Next Gen Experience, an initiative that promised to bring the guest experience into the modern age. This encompassed multiple strategies, ranging from reinventing the way guests order food at the parks to experimenting with different queue types to increase guest enjoyment while in line. Perhaps the most ambitious part of Next Gen was My
cheese
Magic
on the
Plus,
boat, and then we're
a complete
getting
overhaul
off of
of
this
Walt Disney World's
godforsaken
technological
island, and I'm
infrastructure
gonna
and the
burn it
introduction
down.
of a new website and mobile application.
What's this video about? It's about FastPass.
Parks right at your fingertips.
Wait, what is this?
Thanks to Disney Parks.
This is not My Magic Plus. I don't know what this is.
Introducing Mobile Magic, a magical app that will turn your Verizon mobile phone into
Exclusive to Verizon.
and it's super easy to use. Just touch characters. Look, Mickey, just down.
Oh gosh, I forgot about this. Okay, so real quick, in 2009, Disney and Verizon partnered on a new mobile app named Mobile Magic that allowed guests to see a map of the park, view show times, and play trivia for $9.99 every 180 days. Jeez. And you had to send a text message to download the app? Most impressive, the app allowed users to view wait times and FastPass return times from their phone, with real-time information from the park's computer system. They could not book or view their FastPasses from the app, but this was still a powerful tool for the time, and it had a valuable feature. Guests could now balk at an attraction's wait time from the other side of the park. Understanding the power the app had over guest decisions, Disney began to inflate posted wait times.
I can
to
feel
point
my
guests in
blood
certain
pressure
directions.
coming down.
For instance, if there were too many people in Tomorrowland, Space
Stinking
Mountain's
wine
posted
and
wait time might be
being a
adjusted to
big
90
problem in
minutes,
this
despite the actual wait only being
stinking little
60,
boat.
in order to dissuade guests from visiting the crowded area.
I
of the
can't
park.
ship that
This
much
also served the
alcohol
additional
unless
function
I'm in
of
a larger
improving
ship,
guest
and I should have known
satisfaction,
better.
as actual waits were almost always shorter than posted waits, and it gave ride operators a buffer in the event of delays or downtime. It is unclear when this strategy began, but it would become an integral part of MyMagic Plus's crowd control features when the new app launched. In November of 2009, 2 years into the development of Next Gen Experience, it was announced that Jay Rasulo would become the CFO of the Walt Disney Company, switching places with then CFO Tom Staggs, who would be taking Rasulo's position as the head of the Disney parks. The switch was Iger's decision, and it was done to see which executive adjusted better to their new role. This was a way to help Iger determine his successor, as he planned to retire from the company in 2015. Staggs was inheriting the Next Gen program and MyMagic Plus, and the pressure was immediately on for him to deliver on the
We've
team's
almost
plans,
got
which had
everything
only
loaded
become
on
more
board.
ambitious. Not only did the
Way
Next Gen
less
team want
heavy
to
this
reinvent park
time,
tickets
so
and hotel keys, they wanted to completely
she won't just
overhaul
try to
FastPass
keel
as
over
well.
the
new
moment that
system
we
would be titled
get into
XPass,
water.
and it was a key feature of Next Gen's Guaranteed Experience initiative. The philosophy behind Guaranteed Experiences was to increase customer satisfaction and guest retention at the resort by removing unwanted variability in vacations.
All right,
The
we'll see if
program
there's
sought
any
to
small
ensure that guests would
contracts
be
or
able
for
to eat at
anything
their
that's
favorite restaurants
lightweight
and
going
ride
to the
their favorite
capital.
rides during their trip. This is where XPass came in. Guests would now be able to book multiple fast passes
Take
before they
mail,
arrived
sure,
at the
'cause
park.
that doesn't weigh
And rather
nothing.
than using paper tickets, they would use their X bands to enter the expedited queue. In late 2011, news broke
Okay,
on
that's all we're
XPass,
taking.
mainly
I'm not doing
focusing
any of
on a
those other
rumor that
contracts.
FastPass
Everything
would
else
cost
was
money.
like
People took that
heavy
great,
equipment,
but despite
and
the
I'm not doing
uproar,
it.
the rumor turned out to not be true.
I
At
want
least
nothing
not
heavy on this
entirely.
boat today.
FastPass would still be available to everyone, but priority access would be given to those staying at a Walt Disney World Resort hotel.
All right.
The plan was for guests to be able to book between
Crying
2
out loud.
and 4
Okay,
fast
let's get
passes
off
before
this
they arrived. The specific
stinking
number would be
island.
different for each park and would vary based on attendance.
Sunspire,
On the busiest days
you
at Magic
suck,
Kingdom,
and
guests
everyone
would
that
only be
lives on
allowed
this
to book
island
3
is a
fast passes.
heathen.
But on most days,
We
they
should
would be
burn
able to
this
book
island
4.
to the ground.
However, at Epcot, which had
We would be
significantly
better
less
off for
attractions,
it.
guests would only get to book 2 fast passes on busy days, while most days they would get to book 3. The times for the
There we go.
reservations would be determined by guest preferences. Guests would input which attractions they wanted to ride, and an itinerary would be created with fast passes to optimize guest flow throughout the park. When paired with the rest of the next-gen technology, this had the potential to radically redesign crowd control. There was just one problem.
No,
Actually, there
I'm
were
not
1,000
actually
problems,
like
but this
upset.
was
I
one of
guess
them.
that's not the correct word. I'm just
XPass sought to offer
very
multiple
put
fast
out.
passes to the majority of guests before their arrival. The problem was there were not enough fast passes available at the resort's fast pass
I think that would be a
attractions to
more
do this.
accurate
In the original fast pass
description.
system, popular attractions would run out of fast passes for the day by noon or even before, and that was when people could only obtain one fast pass every 2 hours. Since FastPass already took up the majority of a ride's capacity, and most rides at Walt Disney World were already operating at maximum capacity, it was not feasible to simply give out more FastPasses for these rides. When the industrial engineers ran the models for XPass, it was apparent that there was not enough FastPass availability at the parks for the system to work. The engineers quickly realized that in order to offer multiple fast passes to guests before they arrived, they would need to add fast passes
bring
to
her
nearly
around,
every
catch the
attraction at
wind, we'll
resort.
swing around the
total number
island.
of fast pass attractions at Walt Disney World would increase from
And we'll head
28
for the
to
fort.
50. When the industrial
And then we'll
engineers
sell
put
this
the
stuff for
increased
what
fast
profit
pass
we can
availability
make.
into the model, it still didn't work.
Oh, for
Even with
crying
an
out loud,
additional
come on.
22 attractions, there
Don't
were
do
still
this to
numerous
me.
days throughout the year where fast pass availability would be gone before a significant amount of guests could book all of their passes. To solve this, it was suggested that fast pass be added not just to every attraction, but also to things that were not typically considered attractions, such as meet and greets with characters. Apparently, this still wasn't enough. So it was suggested that guests could obtain fast passes to things that don't even have lines, such as fireworks shows or parades. Rather than skipping the line, special viewing areas would be created for these experiences and guests could book a fast pass to gain access to them. Finally, this increased, or more accurately inflated, the amount of fast passes that could be offered, which helped support the idea to offer multiple fast passes to guests
Okay.
before they
At
arrive.
least she's moving
With the basic
now.
framework figured out, plans move forward on XPass as Next Gen and MyMagic Plus continue to develop. In February of 2011, the Walt Disney Company's board of directors approved MyMagic Plus with a budget of around $1 billion. Iger reportedly sternly told Staggs, quote, "This better work," which became a mantra for the entire team. Staggs was under enormous pressure to deliver on a project that didn't really make the parks or Disney money.
Now, when I put this in, does money immediately begin flowing out of my checking account?
If it's working correctly, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
In a shocking twist, most of the rhetoric surrounding Next Gen and MyMagic Plus internally was not about the potential profit from the system. Those developing the new technology and even much of the executive team believed in the more altruistic benefits of the program. The ability to
This
guarantee
is what I get for
experiences
trying to
for
do a booze
vacationers,
cruise.
to simplify the experience of visiting the resort, to improve traffic flow and crowd control at the parks, to create an IT infrastructure that could be built on
But
over the
it
coming
is
decade,
what
even
it
to make cast
is.
members' jobs easier so they could focus more on providing great interactions.
At least we
with
didn't
guests.
lose like a
These were the key
massive
components of the
amount of
pitch.
money.
This is
We've
not
lost-
to say that
we
there were
lost
not
a fair
some
bit,
ulterior
but
motives.
not
Disney
like
definitely
a
wanted to impress with the
amount
program
where
to
it
establish
basically
themselves as a
reset
major
us, you
player
know?
in the tech space, but this did not create a clear path to generate income. Apart from the new digital PhotoPass system, which had direct monetary benefits, the revenue that the billion-dollar MyMagic Plus overhaul would generate was almost entirely theoretical. Maybe guests would think less about their purchases when using their X-Bands, which would then lead to more spending. Maybe the novelty of the X-Band would encourage more people to stay at Walt Disney World resorts, which would increase revenue. Maybe the data collected from everyone's X-Bands and account profiles could be leveraged in ways to increase spending. Maybe a few cast member positions could be automated with the system, which would save money. Maybe the traffic flow improvements would be so great that more guests could fit into the park. And the biggest maybe that the entire project was predicated on, maybe MyMagic Plus would create such a wonderful experience for our guests that they would be more likely to return and more likely to recommend that others visit. Sure, the end goal was to increase revenue, but Disney's focus was on improving the guest experience and hoping that the money would come as a result. This optimistic and almost quaint approach seemed to be at odds with the $1 billion price tag, but Iger, Staggs, Rasulo, and other executives believed in the program enough to keep it going. Others throughout Disney had a much different opinion, which quickly led to infighting. Disney hired multiple tech contractors to manufacture and deliver much of the MyMagic Plus technology. And it was an open
Rosa,
secret in the tech industry that they hired
you just
subpar
enjoy
firms that
making me
saw the project
suffer?
as a cash cow, overcharging
Is that
and
the
under-delivering.
case?
These firms also did
Is
not get
my
along with the park's IT
suffering
team, especially when
enough
major
for you?
issues were found with implementation. Walt Disney Imagineering was not all in on the MyMagic Plus
I
technology.
finally
either.
got
the parks hoped that
the boat
Imagineers would
going
take
again,
advantage of
so
the
I
X-Band
needed to
technology
suffer.
to deliver unique experiences in attractions.
I see
But
how it
Imagineering
is.
viewed
I'll
the X-Band
remember
as
this.
a gimmick, and a risky
I
one at
will
that.
remember
Plus,
this.
placing X-Band readers throughout the park's land so that guests could redeem fast passes clashed with the theming. Imagineer Joe Rohde said, quote, "If I'm supposed to be living with fairies, fairies don't have iPhones or Magic Bands." The Imagineers ended up barely integrating the X-Bands into new attractions, with Epcot's Test Track being one of the only real benefactors.
What's FastPass Plus, you ask? Come on, I'll show you. It makes your stay a treat. Reserve that meet.
I see. You're dreadful. I can't believe this. Actually, I
That is
can
technically
believe
my
it.
second favorite Fast Pass
But
parody song,
still,
but it's really not
how
even a
dare.
competition. In January of 2013, Disney officially announced the creation of MyMagic Plus, along with the introduction of the new high-tech wristbands, now renamed to Magic Bands. XPass was also announced, renamed to FastPass Plus. The system had been altered slightly, and it would allow guests to book 3 Fast Passes in advance. This static number applied to all 4 parks rather than XPass's proposed dynamic system. As rumored, guests staying at Walt Disney World Resort hotels would get early access to Fast Passes. Hotel guests would be able to book their Fast Passes 60 days in advance, while everyone else could book theirs 30 days in advance. When guests went to book their Fast Passes, they were given a list of attractions that had Fast Pass available. They then selected 3 of them. No more, no less. If the guests didn't select 3, the system picked 2 at random. After the selections were made, the computer would intelligently create multiple itineraries that guests could choose from. After this, guests could still edit the selections, either by changing the time of the FastPass reservation or by selecting another attraction within the initial attraction's time frame. Fast passes were now redeemed with Magic Bands or guest park tickets, but during the initial rollout, paper Fast Pass kiosks would still be available. MyMagic Plus was introduced in phases throughout 2013 and early 2014, and issues with the system were immediate, apparent, and overwhelming. Reportedly, those on the rollout team and IT pleaded to executives to pull the plug, as the tech was making operations much worse, to which executives essentially responded, "We know, but we're in too deep." Spotty Wi-Fi, malfunctioning Magic Band readers, website crashes, an at times unusable mobile app, and many more issues plague the system and thus the resort. There are too many issues with MyMagic Plus to discuss, but if you're curious, here are a few.
The wind really isn't working with us here very much.
The biggest disappointment with the system was that the tech was so
As the wind's
broken that it
essentially
was never
coming
able to
straight
take
out
the
of
guest
where Fort
experience to
Eastern
the
is,
next
which
level.
is
At best, it
where we're
worked,
trying
but
to
it
go.
never impressed in the ways that the team had hoped, and many of the more ambitious plans for the technology, such as leveraging data to give guests recommendations or even being able to communicate to cast members via Magic Bands that it was a guest's birthday, could never be implemented because IT was too busy keeping the entire system afloat to ever have time to take it to the next step. Most damning, by and large, cast members hated it, and it made many positions much more frustrating to work at. It automated few, if any, jobs, and because of the issues, Disney had to triple the size of its customer support department. Despite all of the issues, Disney publicly labeled MyMagic Plus a success, and Staggs even said that thanks to the system's ability to distribute guests more evenly throughout the parks, Magic Kingdom's maximum capacity was increased
I've just
by
now
5,000
remembered too,
people,
I'm waiting
although
for
it is
Rico's
unclear whether
stream
this
to
has
start,
anything
but
to do
Rico
with the
said
new
there's a chance he
Fantasyland
might not
expansion that
stream
also
today
debuted
because
around
he's
this time. Staggs was
he
determined
had
to be the
church
winner of Iger's
functions to handle.
competition, and Rasulo stepped down from CFO in 2015, while Staggs was promoted to Chief Operating Officer, with Bob Chapek, the president of Disney's Consumer Products Division, promoted to head of the parks. Staggs would unexpectedly leave the company the following year, with no confirmed reason for his departure. Overall, MyMagic Plus and Magic Bands streamlined the guest experience as much as it stalled it. Some guests loved it, some guests hated it, and others simply didn't care. In many ways, the introduction of the technology was a wash. A $1 billion wash. But what about the new program's headlining feature, FastPass Plus? By the end of its life in 2014, the original paper FastPass system was still operating off of a Windows software from the late 90s, so the update in technology, as buggy as it could be, was definitely a welcome one. But FastPass Plus was much more than its touchpoints. It was an entirely new system, and like the original FastPass, it was a huge learning curve for guests. The new system could only be accessed on the website, on the My Disney Experience app, or with a cast member at one of the FastPass Plus kiosks set up throughout the park. During the initial rollout, this led to huge lines for the FastPass Plus kiosks. Or to put it another way, there was a line to get the pass to skip the lines. While guests adjusted to the new system, the system itself was undergoing constant adjustment. In November of 2013, Epcot and Hollywood Studios transitioned to a tiered FastPass Plus system, in which the park's most popular attractions were separated from the rest and only one popular attraction could be held at a time. In February of 2014, the transition to FastPass Plus was complete, and all paper FastPass kiosks were removed from the park. Rumoredly, the speed of the transition was part of an effort to force guest adoption of the new technology in order to prove its efficacy. 2 months later, the system was altered once again to allow guests to receive additional FastPasses after they redeemed their first 3. Once guests redeemed their third FastPass for the day, they could go to a FastPass Plus kiosk and choose one additional pass. After they redeemed this additional one, they could select another and repeat the process until the end of the day. The next major change would not come until mid-2016, when the itinerary system was dropped and now guests had to choose each of their FastPass times themselves. This also removed the 3 initial FastPass rule, allowing guests to select only 1 or 2 FastPasses without forcing them to start with 3. Finally, guests can now choose their additional FastPasses from the My Disney Experience app rather than only at the kiosks. It would not be until 2017 that Disneyland would update their FastPass system. Rumoredly, Disneyland was set to receive MyMagic Plus, Magic Bands, FastPass Plus, and all, but the major issues with the system resulted in the expansion being canceled. Instead, Disneyland would receive an entirely different system called MaxPass. For $10 a day, visitors could book FastPasses from their phone, except they could only do so when inside the park. Like paper FastPass, users could only receive 1 FastPass at a time, unable to receive additional passes until the first return window had arrived, or 90 minutes after the initial pass was booked. The system received mixed reviews upon announcement, but after installation, many warmed up to it, believing that MaxPass was superior to FastPass Plus, which by this point was the subject of a heated debate. FastPass Plus was a divisive program, and many have strong opinions on it. There are pros and cons to the system, so I'd like to take this moment to examine the biggest ones. Before we get into this, I want to mention that we will not be discussing or factoring in other ways guests are able to cut the line, such as with tour guides or the guest assistance program. These systems have their own complex histories during this period that, while interesting and important, are not factored into this list or this discussion on FastPass in general. That said, here are some of the pros and cons to FastPass
and
Plus.
started anyway. Look at
Pro
that.
number 1, you get to skip the line more.
Glorious.
Pro number 2, improved traffic flow throughout the park. One of the biggest downsides to the original FastPass system was that guests had to travel to the attraction's entrance to obtain a paper FastPass just to return to the same location when it was time to ride. This backtracking was causing major traffic flow issues, so allowing guests to make reservations from their phone eliminated.
Alright. Since he has gone live, that is going to be our sign. This is where we are cutting out. We're going to go over there and raid him, so stick around for that raid. We shall be back again tomorrow. Farewell.
I don't know how to pronounce that. You cease.
Don't want to. I'm quite amused.